What's up, fools? Today is 4/20/2023. It is 5:19 p.m. Eastern Time.
Glancing.
What up, Chase? So, Counterpoints came out to talk about his live interview. Like the stream, yes, everybody hit the thumbs up button. I forgot to mention it yesterday. We got very little thumbs upsies yesterday, so we gotta make sure we hit the thumbs upsies. We need some generals in chat to tell everybody what to do. They don't know. They don't know unless somebody tells them that they're supposed to like the stream. How else would they know? So and then if you guys post it, it'll remind me to tell everybody as well. Benjamin. Kuro, RIP Joe Rogan, true. Hello, 321. Bearjack, how's it going? Jesper Lindy. What it up? What it up, homie? What it up? All right. All right. What's up, Arian? How's it going? KN? When does he actually start? Who's he? Does this person not see the stream? Sassafras. Sassafras. What up, Michael? Sass. Oh my goodness, Sass. Hey, Tom, how are you? I'm good. I forgot to get my Red Bull, so might be a little slow starting off, but we'll get warmed up and then get into it. Might do like an interview later on like dating stuff, red pill stuff. What's your opinion on the recent America First pedophile scandal? We've gone over this a couple of times now, but I don't know. So far, I'm still sketchy of Nick Fuentes, dude. I am very sketchy of him. People keep saying like, "Oh, well, there's nothing incriminating him. There's nothing actually there." I don't know that that's true, man. I don't know that that's true. It seemed like he was like defending Ali at first. So it doesn't look good for him. Does not look good. Especially as much as, like, Groypers come into my chat all the time calling me a pedophile and crap like that. Like, they call Destiny a pedophile. Uh, they call everybody pedophiles all the time. But, damn, dude. They actually got some real child molesters in their midst. He knew Ali was trouble since the 6 months, possibly earlier. Yeah, he seemed to defend him. I mean, I had a call about this last night at the end of stream where somebody was saying, like, yeah, I don't know, it doesn't seem like he really did anything wrong. And I'm like, I don't think that's true, man. It looks like he's defending him. The kid, Smiley, doesn't even actually defend Nick. They say things like, Nick did nothing wrong, leave him alone, he's doing the right thing, he's already banned him, like, stuff like that. And didn't Destiny say some 15-year-olds are hot? Destiny is just as bad. Destiny saying some 15-year-olds are hot is just as bad as somebody trying to get a kid to suck their dick?
David Yule became a member.
David, let's go! Let's go. Welcome to the Fool's Den. Appreciate it, man. Fools 2 even. Hells yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's sorry, Alex. I don't think saying some 15-year-olds are hot is the same as propositioning a 15-year-old to do sexual things with you. I think Destiny would agree with the statement that Ali isn't a pedo. I don't think Ali is a pedo. I wouldn't say Ali is a pedo. Like, Smiley, I think, is like 15, 16, right?
Mackenzie Carter Cameron became a
Whoa!
member.
Oh my goodness, dude. Hell yeah.
Mackenzie Carter Cameron became a member. Hippopot of Tea became a member.
Dude, 10 gifted subs. What's up?
Andre Bradshaw became a member.
Nice.
Shredchwood became a member. Rick Montana became a member.
Didn't mean to derail this much. You're not derailing. I spend the first, like, 15 minutes just talking to everybody before I jump into the content so
Higher
people can
Leveling
keep
became
joining.
a member. Shredchwood became a member.
Damn, dude.
Andre Bradshaw became a member.
It's gonna do them all twice now.
Hippopot of Tea became a member.
Dude, he's still going.
Higher Leveling became a member. Rick Montana became a member.
Nice.
Blur became a member.
Nice. Blur got one.
Blow became a member.
Yeah, you can't pick specific people to gift to on YouTube for some reason.
Churi Satoshi became a member.
Dude, these are all fools
Churi
too.
Satoshi became a member.
Oh my goodness.
Benjamin Lin became a member.
These are all second tier.
Benjamin Lin became a member. Shadowboxer became a member. Shadowboxer became a member.
Nice. David, thank you so much. That is so kind. I really appreciate that. We also had a bunch of people just re-up on their memberships. So Z King is on his 4th month. Chase Mitchell's on his 4th. Clark W is on his 4th of Fools 2. Freddie Drongo on his 4th. Sassafras on her 4th. Patrick McCauley on his 4th. Matthew Bonvillian on his 4th. And Michael on his 4th. And Abaddon on his 4th. All been members since day one. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. All losers? True. That's true. I heard you a lav simp retarded from DGG. What's that all about? I missed something or what? Yeah, I've always been a lav simp. What are you talking about? I've always been 100% on Mr. Girl and Lav side. 100%, no doubt about it. Never strayed away for a second. I've been offline a few weeks. Oh, yeah, you missed a lot. Yeah, you missed a lot. We've had a couple different types of live drama circulate through this channel. So, a lot, yeah. Yep. And so we're gonna go ahead and jump into it then. Counterpoints has released his statement addressing his part in the live drama. What do you guys think? He's going to be full Giga Chad. Screw you. Who cares? Not my problem. Or, I'm sorry, should have done more. Because he took the video down, right? He took the video down. And so, maybe, I hope Giga Chatting. We call that tomfoolerying now. All in on Giga Chad. I think you guys are victim labs using you to peddle her fairy tales. You say using us, but I don't believe labs love you. I don't believe her fairy tales. I don't think my audience believes her fairy tales. Who's buying it? When you say she's using us, like where is the gain of this process? I think you mean Tom Simpery. Yeah, true. Tom Simpery. I think the fears defamation lawsuit. You think? Oh, you think Connor's afraid of a defamation lawsuit? After, I mean, we just watched Destiny talk about it yesterday. Like, he doesn't seem upset with me nor Connor. He's upset with Lav. He's upset with what she's saying. He said, "I just wish that like that they wouldn't let her say lies." Ahrelevant is in the same boat now as me and Connor. If for anybody who missed the stream last night, Ahrelevant also had Lav on, and Destiny popped into the VC to be like, "Yo, what the hell? Like, say something. Push back. Don't let her just talk." He's like, "Do I need to, though?" Destiny's like, "Yeah, I would appreciate it. Otherwise, I'm just going to stay here. I'll just stay so that I can push back anytime you don't." So, yeah. All right. Let's see what he's got.
Hello, no introductions today, and I just want to address the situation to make my position clear and explain the mindset and timeline from my perspective, and also specifically why my conversation with Lav is deleted at this time. I think a lot of people have inferred motivations because I've been silent while everyone else is churning out content, so we're going to correct the record. I'm currently running on 4 hours of sleep, but I drank a caffeinated beverage and can't sleep, so tough shit, we're making content that's either going to be fire or trash. We'll find out. I wanted to do an essay, but we don't have time for that, to be honest. So, Heated Hippie was 2 weeks ago. I talked about how Destiny was attracting mentally ill people and then rhetorically beating them up for an audience. My position was and is that when the bridges burn, he should use minimum amount of force necessary to achieve the desired result of no further contact with his spurned orbiters. We can.
Why? It's. Oh. I love Connor. I love the guy. Awesome dude. Truly. And I'm not just saying this just to caveat before I tear him to shreds, okay? I love the freaking guy. He is an awesome dude. I understand if that's how he feels, like what he feels comfortable with. But I don't understand prescribing that to others. I don't understand when somebody else is running around trying to destroy your life and saying a bunch of messed up stuff about you, why you would say, "Hey dude, just be super chill about it. Just come on. Just be nice, you know? You don't have to be mean. Come on."
Can land on different places for what the quote-unquote minimum amount of force necessary is, but I do not believe Destiny has the same moral system, and if you take the Anna, Mr. Girl, and Lav incidents as examples, I'm reminded of the Chud Logic, "You're a lol cow. You're a lol cow, Max, and I'm milking you."
That was based. That was based. Chud Logic went full Giga Chad there. It was super based.
Desire isn't to end the relationship or the distress of his opponents, it's to turn them into a publicly humiliated fool so any of their criticisms are disregarded. I also reject the premise that sending sex to Anna was necessary. I reject accepting the friend request from Lav and shit-talking her was necessary. I reject that following her onto panels is necessary. So, when Lav and Mr. Girl...
Wait, is he just as critical of Lav shit-talking him? Is he just as critical of Anna doing these things? It just seems really odd that this is all, like, very one-sided, like... But they're women. They're just little baby women.
...are accusing you of trading sexual favors for airtime, I believe the appropriate response is, no, I'm not. and there isn't any evidence to the contrary. I'm a coomer bastard who flirts with everyone and who loves receiving nudie pictures from consenting adults, but I won't fuck up my content for some titty pictures or a hookup. That's stupid. To Destiny's credit, he has said this. But I think that that is a sufficient defense, and blocking the aggressors and allowing the internet to shit-talk your opponents constantly is fine. Literally 95% of the internet is constantly shit-talking Lav and Max, so to pretend that you have to ride out every time and meet them in a rhetorical battle is incorrect. The battle is won, firmly for Destiny and for DGG. During the show, I received a direct message from Lav asking her to come on because I was basically saying that her and Max were too mentally ill and too sensitive for the debate space. When I say mentally ill, I don't mean that as a dig. I mean that these people have some things that are wrong with them. I have a little bit of anxiety. I might have a little bit of post-traumatic stress. I'm an asshole. I'm a little bit bipolar sometimes, and manic and depressive and all that kind of shit. Sometimes that affects the way that I produce content. That doesn't mean that I shouldn't produce content. That just means that I'm going to have niches that play to my strengths and my weaknesses, and I do not believe that Lav and I do not believe that Mr. Girl are built for the debate space.
This is true. I agree with this. I think that people, when they get into drama, they need to take a break. These are people who should not be here whatsoever. Like 100%. These are people. And the reason I say this is because when I get into drama, I think, damn, I can't wait to get back on the stream. When I see a ton of Reddit boards and a ton of Discords and a ton of tweets all talking crap about me and pissed off at me, like, oh, yes. Hell yes, dude. Cannot wait to get back on the stream. I cannot wait. Please let me at them. But if your response is, oh, this is too much for me. This is too much. I can't do it. I don't want to be seen for a while. I need to take a mental health break. I need to go away for a while. Yeah, you should not be here at all. You should not be here at all. Because to me, this is normal. This is how it happens. This is how it should happen. This is what we're here for. If it's not what you're here for, you shouldn't be here. Simple as. Like, it is blatantly obvious to me. People who say, I'm taking a break from the internet for mental health, should not be here. I take a permanent break from mental health for the internet. That's what I do.
That's what I mean. I also received a DM from Destiny saying that if she came on, he wanted on, presumably so he could bully her off. I think Lav, all respect given, is compulsively addicted to attention, both positive and negative. So I agreed to a one-on-one conversation at a later date so she wouldn't get bullied on the panel I was currently on.
It seems like I said this the last time we were watching and stuff, but I don't know if his mic is turned backwards or what, but every time he gets closer, it does not sound like he's actually closer. He keeps like backing up, getting closer, backing up, getting closer, and it does not sound like he's actually getting closer at all. It just sounds like it's the same distance the entire time. It's like his mic is always on his like camera or something.
I do not plan to ever let Destiny on my platform on at the same time as Lav for the sake of confrontation. I am tucking the content, hopefully, for both of their mutual benefit. So last Friday, I had a one-on-one with Lav, also known as Femoid. I wanted to take the temperature down. The entire internet has been shit-talking her and Mr. Girl for 6 months. I figured a chill conversation about random subjects might be the right change of pace for her to get away from Destiny as a topic. I was admittedly too chill in the conversation, and it seems like the chief complaint is I didn't push back or ask for clarification when she alleged that Destiny wanted pay-for-play titty pics for stream air time.
Yeah, remind me when this is over, Rigby, and I'll try to look for it.
Here's the thing. I'm not retarded and autistic, so I already knew what Lav was going to say. Or at least I understood it in a way charitably. But it's my mistake for assuming that you, the audience, DGG, specifically the parasocial Simpson DGG, and other creators are not retarded and autistic. So I'll explain my exact thoughts at that moment. Descriptively, a sex worker is leaving the industry in which she trades her body to thousands of consumers on a daily basis for pay. This might be a bad thing for her, but it is something that she is accustomed to, something that is normal for her. She makes a friend who is successful in a parallel career field who encourages her to switch over. During her transition, that friend asks her for sexy pictures. Consciously or subconsciously,
I love you,
the sex
Tom.
worker tells herself, well, I want to stop sending nude pictures to thousands of people to make a living, so if I send nudes to this one person who is highly connected, he will help me transition into this new career and I will be able to escape my current situation. It's logical, straightforward, and understandable, even if that's not actually the situation. I feel like I know Destiny well enough to understand his social and sexual habits.
Hold on. I missed that.
That you, the audience, DGG, specifically the parasocial Simpson DGG, and other creators are not retarded and autistic. So I'll explain my exact thoughts at that moment. Descriptively, a sex worker is leaving the industry in which she trades her body to thousands of consumers on a daily basis for pay. This might be a bad thing for her, but it is something that she is accustomed to, something that is normal for her. She makes a friend who is successful in a parallel career field who encourages her to switch over. During her transition, that friend asks her for sexy pictures. Consciously or subconsciously, the sex worker tells herself, well, I want to stop sending nude pictures to thousands of people to make a living, so if I send nudes to this one person who is highly connected, he will help me transition into this new career and I will be able to escape my current situation.
Yeah, this is why I say that it's like, it's not all that hard to believe that she would see things this way. As somebody who's like last couple years, her interactions with men have been transactional in this sort of way, I don't find it hard to believe that she saw this as transactional as well.
It's logical, straightforward, and understandable, even if that's not actually the situation. I feel like I know Destiny well enough to understand his social and sexual habits. In our direct messages, he's called me buddy, pal, partner, princess, love. He sent me heart emojis and is overall just a...
We know that's bullshit. She propositioned him. That doesn't change what we're talking about right now. That has nothing to do with when she says that, like, when she says that she had been sending him pictures and then she gets off stream or whatever and he says, now I won't feel so bad for sending you or for asking you for feet pics. Welcome to the Orbiters Club. Like, her propositioning him does not make a difference as to that statement. Sure it does. She made it up after the fact. Okay. I don't know why you're pivoting from everything that I'm saying. She's saying that now, but she didn't before. Yeah, she says that yes, she's saying that she looked back on it afterwards from, like, after Max was telling her all of this stuff. And this is even what Destiny's been saying for the longest time as well, is that, like, he thinks that Max had, like, brainwashed her into believing this crap.
friendly and kind of flirtatious guy. I don't think he wants to bang me, and I don't think that he wants me to bang him.
Was that not a joke? It was a joke. Again, I don't know why I have to... Yes, I'm not saying that actually or that he was actually propositioning her, or that he was actually trying to get her into, like, some pay-for-play scenario. I am not saying this. This is not a thing that I am proposing whatsoever. Here, one second. Again, the question is whether or not she actually believes it. And I have no idea whether or not she believes it. I'm not saying she does believe it. I'm saying I don't think that there's nearly enough evidence to say that she doesn't believe it. I'm saying it's plausible that she believes it, that it is possible she believes it, but I have no idea. There's I think it's weird to make a claim one way or the other. We know that it's not true. That's kind of the end of it.
I think this is a pattern of speech for how he communicates, because he wants to be nice, number one, and number two, if someone flirts back, that might be a sign that they want to have a physical relationship with him. The platonic people can be playful, but remain platonic. The people who are interested sexually can proposition him since he is open with his sexuality. Considering Destiny received openly sexual messages from Lav since the beginning of the relationship, it's not only possible, it is probable, nearly a certainty, that he believed that she was as sexually as open as he was. Not only that, but since she was instantaneously receptive to him requesting nudes from her, and he followed all the correct procedures for two adults having a consensual sexual relationship, he didn't think of their relationship as transactional. At least I have no evidence to that. These positions are not mutually exclusive, and pretending they are is fucking retarded. If you argue against me on this point, you're a fucking idiot, and I'll just mute you or ban you from this channel. This is not the DGG subreddit, and I don't have to read your 10-paragraph parasocial schizo post. Someone using their sexuality as a tool for financial and social advancement, using their sexuality for financial and social advancement, and a powerful person who is very open sexually being receptive.
He's a master manipulator, but his ego is washed. He needs more mushroom work. Again, this is what both sides want to do so badly, is they want to like paint the other person's intentions and say what it is they're thinking, what it is they're doing, how they're manipulating people, why, like all this crap. I'm sorry, but just to me, it is so cringe. Like we can look at the evidence and just say like, okay, this is true, this isn't true. Destiny didn't seem to be propositioning her for any sort of pay-for-play work. It is blatantly a joke. He even said things like our sex life and our stream life are completely separate. It is always clear as day that that's not what he was intending to do or what he wanted to do. But then Lav, it's not clear as day that she doesn't think that that's what was happening after the fact. Yeah, it's just not.
To that relationship, unaware or uncaring of that person's motivations, is totally normal in a free society in which adults make decisions about who they sleep with, when, where, and why, and both parties can have a bad taste in their mouth when their relationship sours. So what I did then, and what I wish everyone else would do, is ignore this part of their relationship. Lav is intelligent. I will stand by that. A full 70 to 80% of our conversation is about sex, gender, relationships, power dynamics, patriarchy, Andrea Dworkin, self-actualization, and a whole bunch of other, frankly, really cool topics, totally unrelated to Destiny. I really enjoyed that conversation, and will likely post the video without the Destiny drama, or with the Destiny drama removed. Lav will also be on the Heated Hippie tomorrow, barring any complications, talking about something completely unrelated to Destiny, and if Destiny comes up, I will push the conversation away from that topic. In the after show, no one will be invited into the closed room. It will be a closed room, and if the topic turns to Destiny, I will either move the conversation on, or I will end the show. I will not add fuel to the fire of this drama, and I have no intentions of either milking Lav or Destiny's personal pain. I like Destiny. I still like Destiny. If he, or DGG, isn't a big fan of mine right now, I completely understand. I still consider him a friendly professional peer and a friendly acquaintance. If I were his friend, though, if he were to DM me and say, Connor, you and I are friends now, talk to me like a friend, I would say, stop having casual hookups. You cannot know someone well enough to know if they're mentally, socially, or spiritually sound in a short period of time. I would say, stop hooking up with mentally ill women, unless you're ready for them to blow up your life. I would say, your content, lost my place, and I'm not editing because fuck you, that's why. I would say, your content is attracting mentally ill people to you and then destroying them rhetorically for a crowd. It's fun, I like it, it's good memes, but you are going to continue to pay dire social consequences for as long as you have the eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth moral system. I would also say that you are addicted to being in the moment, being in combat, and being in a fight or flight scenario. So you seek out these combative scenarios, and this is likely related to a spiritual void in your life you should seriously consider. Maybe don't go after a personal god, but go on another mushroom trip and see what the spirits have to tell you. It's my sincere hope that he and Lav can move past each other, and I think they would both be better for it, and frankly, at this point, so would the fucking content. So that's what I wanted to say to Destiny and Lab and to the audience. And now I want to address specifically the DGG Schizo Simps who were in my comments with that video. So while I know replying to schizophrenics is not a good use of my time, I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. It seems like a good use of my time right now. And I want to make something abundantly fucking clear as I lose my space. One, if I wanted to get stoned and have a casual conversation with Hitler about the threat of global Jewry, and it was my total contribution to that conversation was, gotcha, anything else, love you, be careful, I don't give a flying fuck what you think. And if you care so much about Lab as a threat to your parasocial dad, then why don't you fire up your fucking web camera and come to the debate space, you fucking pussy-ass cowards.
True.
Someone said they couldn't believe I didn't push back on Lab after everything Destiny has done for me. I have repeatedly, publicly and privately, thanked Destiny for maintaining relationships with smaller creators because while it does get uncomfortable at times, he helps vitalize the space. That does not put him above criticism, and that doesn't mean that I have to white knight for his fucking honor every time someone shit-talks him. Someone shit-talking Destiny in front of me and me shit-talking Destiny are two different things. You will notice the key difference is that when they do it, their mouth will move. And if I shit-talk Destiny, which to my recollection, I haven't at any time, you will notice it because my mouth will be moving. 3. DGG likes to fall behind the veil of it's not harassment, it's criticism. But when you see the exact same comment over and 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 over, it starts to feel a little harassing. So if all you have to do all day is worry about the sex life of another man and carve out the Cheeto crust out of your fucking belly button in order to shit talk someone in a YouTube comment section, I suggest you find a better hobby like stargazing on fucking train tracks. And I think that's it for me. So love you. Be careful.
Based.
You ever see amateur fights and stuff, and you know,
Sure.
it's that's one of the interesting things.
I don't think we can rewind on this while it's live. Right? Yeah. Not able to go back and look at it.
Well, black belts, obviously that's true, but you know, most gyms don't have just a plethora of black belts to roll with on a daily basis. Oftentimes your black.
Okay. Rewind on Kick Live? What does that mean? Oh, no rewind on Kick Live. Okay, sorry. It's great when streamers who talk about other streamers' sex life shame audience for watching them talk about it. I don't think it's about watching them talk about it. I think it's the over investment into it. It's not just the watching it. It's not just like caring about it in some sense. It's the like over investment, like we're doing something to you, or we're hurting you in some way, or you have been affected by this, or something like that. That's the general gist, I think. So many people critiquing me, so you all are cringe for critiquing me. Maybe. I mean, like I said last night, from what I've seen, the Reddit boards are going off on Connor. Like, they are not happy with him. I didn't see one Reddit comment or post or anything about me except for that, like, I had her on and actually pushed back on her stuff. There was like 2 or 3 comments that I saw where they're like, Tom had to straighten this out afterwards, whereas obviously Zonia's audience sees that differently. I don't Reddit. I don't either. But I will go look at Reddit once in a while to just see what the general sense is. People send me things. So like originally somebody sent me a Reddit board about that had like a comment about me in my interview with Lav, and then yeah, then I went through and read everything else, and yeah, they were ripping pretty hard on Connor. But Tom, you care if it's hurting someone's career though? Don't make me say it. I don't know what you're saying. Destiny really is like the Weinstein of Twitch poll. Everyone's afraid. I'm not afraid of him. I'm not afraid of Destiny. But I do feel like some sense of loyalty to him, of course. He's been insanely charitable to me and given me a lot. I've given him nothing. I've never given him a damn thing. So if he asked something of me, of course I would feel compelled to be like, yeah, sure. Okay. Fair enough. So if he's like, hey, I don't want you doing X, don't talk about Y, don't hang out with this person, if it's reasonable, if it's not something unreasonable, then yeah, I think I'd be like, yeah, okay, fair enough. A kidney? Yeah, a kidney is definitely reasonable. Yes. Destiny makes the left look less like a bunch of pussies. Yep. Yeah. Can I ask what you think, though? Do you think Lav's account was plausible? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think, like... sorry. I think it's plausible that she believes it. I don't think it's... I think it's plausible in some sense, but it's almost definitely not the case. So I said this last night. I think if it was, like, Mr. Girl or Ralph... what's his name? Ralph from Cozy. Damn it, what is his name? Ethan Ralph, yes. If it was Ethan Ralph, you know, there's a number of other people that we look at that are a lot more sketch that I think if they did the same exact stuff in the same exact scenario, we might look at it and be like, a lot of this looks like plausible deniability. A lot of this looks like a little off. I don't know. And it wouldn't be enough to condemn them, but it might be enough to make us suspicious of them, right? Obviously, there is not nearly enough evidence to condemn Destiny of anything. There's definitely not. There's definitely not. Nowhere close. But there's enough evidence to be like sketchy of him. I just think that it doesn't align with what we know about him, the tons of other women that he's been with, the patterns of behavior that he has, the knowledge that he's able to give on like how to be a responsible person in relationships, like all of this stuff. He seems to be pretty consistent on knowing how to interact with women in a responsible manner. So for him, yeah, I think like we would look at this and be like, yeah, no, this just looks responsible. But yeah, for somebody else that we're a lot less charitable to, somebody else that we're a lot less forgiving of, I think we could possibly look at it and be like, I don't know, man. This is a little, I don't know. Most of Weinstein's victims never got legal justice. It's not about judiciary evidence. It's about what's going on. Okay. Why is the debate crowd always using the word charitable? Legit curious. There's like, it's kind of what you would consider almost like the opposite of bad faith. Like being bad faith is normally like you're being dishonest and uncharitable to somebody, whereas like being charitable to them means like you're actually willing to listen, you're actually taking what they're saying in good faith, you're actually engaging in the way that they would hope you engage with what they're saying. That's like in the way that we engage, in the way that we talk to one another in debates. Like being charitable is going to be an important aspect. It's going to be something that's important for those interactions. So it's obviously going to be a common word used. Yo, yo,
Hey, yeah.
your mic is super quiet.
Is it? How about now?
That's
No.
better.
Okay. So, like, I've been sitting back and watching this garbage fire that's been going on for like, what, 2, 3 weeks? Well, literally 6 months.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got a couple of thoughts on it. All right.
Okay.
So, do you agree that Lav was using the internet in a professional capacity prior to Destiny?
Yeah.
Do you agree that Destiny was using the internet in a professional capacity prior to Lav?
Yeah.
Okay, so workplace, right? Now, you've got personal life outside of that. Essentially, they sort of did a dating at work type shit, right? So,
Kind of. I don't even know if I would say that. That's one of the things that I argued with her about when she came on, because she wasn't actually streaming. When she says she was streaming, what she means is she was going on Destiny's stream, but she wasn't streaming. She just
well,
went on his. From her side, she's just in a Discord. That's it.
okay, so one of her big things was, oh, I can handle it. I've got so many hundreds of thousands of people looking at me on TikTok, whatever,
Right.
whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So the second thought going with that is this. If we were to say whether she's self-diagnosed or actually diagnosed, right? If we were to say she shouldn't be allowed in these spaces, that would be infantilizing and ableism, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't say she's not allowed to be, but I would probably say it might not be good for her.
Okay.
I think I just said a little bit ago, if people need to take like mental health breaks from this sort of stuff, they probably shouldn't be here at all.
Yeah. Okay, but if we said, okay, she has free caveat to be wherever she wants to,
Yeah, of course.
but we've got to treat her with kid gloves, that would be infantilizing as well, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So the only solution in my mind is treat her in that scenario. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Right.
So if he clearly outlined on his side, regardless of what her interpretation was, this is work when we're here, and that does not have anything to do with our personal life, to me, that makes sense. And no, I'm not a Destiny white blood cell or whatever, right?
Uh-huh.
It's just, this is a view of somebody like just looking at it. If she took anything else outside of that, that's on her. That's the first part.
Yeah.
The second part would be if either of the options that I said, either she's not allowed here, or, well, people shouldn't interact with her, or they should treat her with kid gloves. If either one of those is bad, the only option left is treat her like a normal person, take her at face value, and she can deal with the consequences of her behavior.
I agree with this.
And the whole deal is at the end of the day,
I love you, Tom.
I feel like this is personal feeling right now. I feel like this is a big old garbage fire where she's
I love you,
just
Tom.
trying to, like, you know, maximize what she can out of it. Because she's not stupid. She's shown that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. She is a semi-apt businesswoman. She's
Yeah.
shown that, right?
Yep.
So take column A and column B, and then take the drama, which is column C. You put it together. You're going to try and get everything you can out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So why are we still on this shit?
Because we're still trying to get everything we can out of it.
I got you. But, like, at this point, I feel like this is affecting the whole sphere and the credibility of it. Like, literally, like, we're literally in part.
Were you
neutral.
around during the Anna stuff?
I was around during the tail end of it.
Okay. So yeah, the Anna stuff is very similar to this. There's been a number of different dramas that are like similar in some sense. They are I don't know. I don't know how to say this, but yeah, like there's been a number of different things that are similar. This is part of the space. This is like drama is a massive part of it. It's not just like lots of people say things like, why aren't you talking about politics? Since when was this space actually about politics? Like, since when? It never was. That was never a thing. It's never been that way. It was never
True.
about politics. It's
like
always
Ed
been
TV.
Yes, it is drama, but we use debates as the way to get the drama, right? Debates
Yeah.
are our form of performativity. It is our form of art. It's our form of like getting the controversy. And then once we get it, then we all cover it and we talk about it and then we re-debate it and rehash it until it's milked out and there's nothing else to cover and nothing else to go over, and then we move on. And then normally it all pops up again eventually and we all get to rehash it all again, and that's just kind of how the space works. And
Thank
people
you for activating the trap card. Now, here's the next part. If she is willing to continue to be the lolcow that we know she is, how is it exploitation? This is the biggest question in the world.
I assume you're talking to like other people. I don't know who, but you're saying other people are calling that exploitation?
Yes, it's been said numerous times based on whether you're like trying to signal that you're an understanding individual, or you know, or you're a genuine fan or whatever, like, and you're worried about like her mental health or well-being or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, my thought is it somewhere in between what Erudite said on the big panel and whoever. Like, eventually you just, if somebody keeps punching you and you're like, hey, quit it, eventually you got to answer them with a punch, right?
Yep.
So
that's
if
exactly,
she-
somebody last night posted in my chat or in my comments. I saw it either last night or this morning where they were like, so if it's wrong for Lav to harass Destiny, then how is it okay that Destiny harasses Lav? And I was like, what? This is like saying, well, if they punched you in the face and that's bad, then how is it not bad that they punched you back? Like, that's not that it's now self-defense. Like, if you're the aggressor, you're the one that everybody's going to look at as the person doing something wrong. It's the person
Yeah.
in self-defense that's normally going to be justified in their actions. You can't say just because they did the same thing that was bad, now they're bad too. No, that's not how hypocrisy works. Like, they're reacting to what the first person did.
Okay, so is it wrong, say, for somebody to, if Lav sets her up in a position, sets herself up in a position to be a locale, is it wrong to exploit that and get all the milk you can out of it?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, at least you're reasonable. Like,
I mean, I've had Lav on like 2-3 times over the last week, right? Like, obviously, I don't think that.
yeah, I got you. Okay, so where does the whole it's wrong to even, like,
So the problem is that when she goes on to streams, she's making a bunch of claims about Destiny, and they are serious claims, right? They are
yeah,
serious claims about him sexually harassing people, about him using like pay for play tactics, or him being like Harvey Weinstein or something like that. And so the criticism is that we're just letting her talk and we're not pushing back and proving her wrong. And then these could sound like they are like real claims, like they are claims with merit now, if people
it's
just
not your
hear her
job to
making the
push
claims.
back.
That's so. I would say generally, it is like. I would say generally, I would want my platform to be a place where people can go for truth and where they can get like real information. I wouldn't want people to just come on and lie to my audience. I feel like I would be a really bad content creator if I was willing to allow people to just lie to my audience in that way. In
Yeah,
this specific instance, she had just gone on the Connor show. She did make a bunch of claims that sounded like they could be new and they could be different, but we but they could also be the same. It was just so vague in the way that she made the statements that it could be one or the other. And there were people on both sides arguing, no, it's the same claim, same thing, didn't change. And then there's other people who are like, no, this is a brand new claim. Like, this is totally different than what she said before. And so I brought her on just to clarify those claims. Like, that was the main thing, is clarify these claims. I ended up having back and forth with her and like debates with her on some of the stuff that was a bit more obviously egregious and wrong. But the main thing was to get the clarification. It was to say, like, hey, what is it that you actually meant here? Is it a new claim or is it the same claim? And for me, like, from my perspective, it seemed like they were all the same claims, and that's all she did, is just say, oh, it's the same claim. And from my
she dressed
perspective, I'm
them
like,
back up in a different way.
well, for me, I was like, oh, okay, well, we've already debunked these claims to death. Like, okay, cool. It's the same claim that already nobody believes, so that's fine. Move on to the next thing. And everybody else is like, wait, why didn't you debunk it? Why would you just let her say that and not push back? But I'm thinking, why would I? Like, what merit is there to these claims? Like, there's nothing there. So why would I even like act like it's legitimate in the first place?
True, I can see that. So, like, what is okay? So, I guess I guess you sort of answered all the questions that need to be answered, right? Like, I could see your point that you don't want people to um you don't want people to be misinformed, so you did what little pushback you had to do. Um I guess, like, the my ultimate thought is that the people in chat need to quit, like, blood selling for just everybody. Like, it's drama, it's entertainment. If somebody's career gets wrecked over it or whatever, then ultimately their actions led to that, right?
Kind
Nobody
of. So this is one of the things that I said to Brianna Wu when she was on 2 days ago, where she was like, how do you feel that this is ethical to actually like have these conversations on stream when it could be just full of lies and smearing somebody who's innocent? And I said, well, Destiny's a public figure who has all of his like dating stuff and personal interactions as part of his content. So it is public. It's out there for all of us. So obviously it's fine for all of us to engage with and interact with and cover and talk about and all of these other things. Like, it's there. Now, in this specific case, That's not the case. Like in the specific case of Lav and his sexual interactions, their sexting, their all of that, he did not make that content. She came out with all of that. Her and Mr. Girl came out with all of that. That is stuff that he was not making part of his content. That was stuff that he was choosing to keep private, and she came out with it. So from his perspective, I'm sure it could still look like it's somewhat like wrong for people to go over crap that he wants to keep private, right?
Obviously. So what's your, okay, different question. What's your stance on Brianna Wu overall?
I don't know really much about her.
Okay.
I don't know anything about her except for that she was involved in the Gamergate stuff.
Okay. I just thought you might have known a little bit more about her, like dug into her lore. The whole 2 weeks before she's on the WIC panel, she purity tests, but while she's there, she's like, we can't mention it and we need to coalition build on the left side. So, like, I was just getting your take on it. I was trying to get your take on that. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't want to make any statements one way or the other because I don't have enough information.
Got
like,
you.
yeah, I do want to clarify because people in chat are mentioning this. So yes, Brianna Wu did say Lav committed a low-level sex crime. She did say it. And then when Lav says she called me a sex criminal, Brianna Wu came on to say what I was like meaning to say was that she was involved in a sex crime, but that Max would be the sex criminal, not Lav. The only issue that I would have with the way that Brianna Wu worded it is she said Lav is lying about this, whereas it doesn't sound like Lav is lying about this. It's not a far stretch to say you committed a sex crime, therefore you are a sex criminal. I think instead, if Brianna Wu was saying, hey, I did say that, I need to clarify, I didn't mean that about Lav, I meant that about Mr. Girl. It's, this is how I should have said it. I think that would have made a lot more sense. But yeah, I'm still a little confused as to the wording of what.
See, this is news to me. I haven't been paying attention to that part.
I think we're going to release the video tomorrow, so it'll have all the
Gotcha.
information in it.
Okay. Well, I think I've covered pretty much it. My whole opinion on the matter is that, like, if you put yourself in that situation, no matter whether it's from outside, your own personal burning in for your, becoming the shooting star that burns out or whatever, it's your own fault. You do what you do.
Yep.
And that was it.
All right, cool,
So,
man.
thank you for the time.
Thanks, bud. Later.
Later.
Welcome to the Orbiters Club. Is there an Orbiters Club? The Orbiters Club is like it's like a conceptual thing. There's not like a real club. It's just, it's a conceptual thing. People argue who is or isn't in the Orbiters Club all the time. Stuff like that. Yeah, it's completely unofficial. There's like Abba is somebody who's always like debated as to whether or not he's an orbiter. I would say people who go to Destiny to talk are orbiters. I would say Abba is an orbiter because he revolves around Destiny. He goes to Destiny. He goes to Destiny's friend group. He goes to him, so he's an orbiter. That's how I would say it. There was a debate in one of my in my comment section the other day over the fact that Lav is a Tom orbiter. Tom is not a Lav orbiter because Tom averages more viewers now, and Lav goes to Tom. Tom doesn't go to Lav. And so I enjoyed watching that one. That was fun. It's an actionable club. True. We have our own official DGG currency. Yes. Stocks. Does Lav even stream? Yeah. She's covered my stuff like 2 or 3 times over the last week. Would you say the club is implicit? Well done. I like it. I like it. So like Dan, I don't think counts as an orbiter because he's not really using the Destiny platform for any of his own content creation. So I would say Dan is not a farmer, but he is an orbiter. Just meaning that he revolves around Destiny. Like, the idea of an orbiter is that they orbit them like a planet, right? They revolve around that person. That person is the sun. They're the one with the gravitational pull. They're the one who brings everybody to them. And then they all just revolve around that person. That's an orbiter. So yeah, I would say Dan is definitely an orbiter. I would say Abba is definitely an orbiter. Even though Abba is bigger than Destiny, it doesn't matter. He's still an orbiter because he goes to Dan. And I would say similar things about here. I have my own orbiters. So we're Chud Logic has his own orbiters. Abba doesn't really use Destiny for content though very much. That's what I'm saying, is that he's not a farmer. He doesn't farm Destiny. He's not using him for content, but he still goes to Destiny, right? Dan is Destiny's closest moon. Nice. Nice. Although a sun doesn't have a moon. Do suns don't have moons, do they? Calling Abba an orbiter is brain dead understanding of what the entire point of label orbiter is. It's not just people you know online. I just explained the entire concept. Do you think I said it's just people you know online? This is what I'm saying, is where it's like really frustrating, where I can explain something in detail and then people will say I'm wrong, but they don't engage with anything that I said. It's frustrating because I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to read criticisms. If people want to tell me that I'm wrong about something, I'm happy to get engaged with it, but they're not engaging with me. Your explanation was effing retarded. Hope this helps. Okay. Well done. You're wrong. And you're banned. Suck it. Been explained numerous times. If you guys can't actually explain why I'm wrong on something, you just want to tell me I'm wrong, I'm going to ban you. It's pretty simple. If you're not capable of engaging above, nope, you're wrong, then I don't want you here. I'm happy to engage with people who think I'm wrong. I do it all day, every day. People are jumping into the VC to debate me on things and tell me I'm wrong about all sorts of stuff. That's fine. But if you can't get past, no, you're just wrong, then yeah, I don't really care. I'm supposed to be going on somebody else's show in a minute. Don't expect DGGers to be charitable to you. To me, they are charitable to me. Who what? I don't know what you're asking. Oh, whose show? Is it Vikram? Yeah, Vikram. I think he's like a red pill guy. Wants to talk about dating. Lav is almost doing that vindictive. Okay, then I'll fuck your friendship. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I could totally see that. To talk about dating me? No. To talk about dating, not dating me. Destiny has a history of mixing his professional life with his sex life. It's no wonder why someone as young as Lav gets confused by him. Yeah, maybe. I don't think the age thing is enough in and by itself. I don't think just saying she's young, therefore like it makes sense that she's this confused by it or read everything this wrong. I don't think it's the age by itself. I think that there's got to be a lot more there because I would expect most. I think most of Destiny's audience is somewhere. I don't know this. Somebody else said she's 24. No, I think she's 25. But yeah, somewhere around there. I think that somebody said recently that most of his audience is under the age of 25. I don't know if that's actually true, but like by far most of my audience is between 25 and 34. But anyways, they like I would expect obviously most of Destiny's audience understands like those DMs were fairly clear. Destiny's audience is hella old by streamer standards, for real, for real. I have no idea. Does anybody have the stats? Like, let me see. Analytics. Audience. Dude, I hate it when it does this. Those things freeze on the screen and get right in the way. Yeah, so 56% of my audience is between 25 and 34. The second highest is 29% between 35 and 44. So only 8.6% of my audience is below 25, and then 0% below 18. Anna had similar issues. The common thread here isn't mental illness, it's Destiny setting personal scores with his platform. Yeah, and again, Anna was not young either. I think a lot of people got that impression from her, but she was older. She was like, what, 28 at the time? 26 or 28, somewhere around there. So, yeah. My computer is really slow right now. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is just a poll within the audience. 18 to 21, 35%. 22 to 25, 33%. 26 to 30, 19%. Why would they poll when they should actually have the stats on YouTube, right? Yeah, this says about 40% of his audience is 21 or below. More accurate numbers. I would assume that YouTube would have the more accurate numbers. Back in the day, to access certain content, you have to sign up with fake age, so your age would be off. On YouTube, they just started that recently. Within like the last like 6 years, they started the age restricted stuff that didn't exist before. That all happened when the whole fiasco with the gymnasts happened, where there were like 12-year-old gymnasts, and then they found that there were like a ton of pedophiles using code in the comments to talk about these young girl gymnasts. And so then they started all of like the age restricted stuff and started sectioning everything out and adding age into the algorithm to change what you do and don't see. Destiny continued to sext Anna even after all the drama and public turmoil that she threw. This shows that Destiny has no moral or ethical boundaries where his libido is concerned. So the one word that you left out there is like the most important part. When you say she threw, is it that she put him through, or is it that she went through? Because that's important. That she went through. Okay. Yeah, I would kindly disagree with that way of looking at things, that he was doing something wrong in that scenario. I think Destiny was just as much of a victim in that scenario as anybody. Yeah, they're keeping these randoms who pop up and they're like, "Oh, you're about to get so much hate from DGG, bro. You're about to get torn to shreds." That hasn't happened yet. Again, the Reddit boards seem to be on my side with this. They seem to see that I'm on Destiny's side with this. The Destiny YouTube clip channels and everything all seem to have the same narrative. The GGGers are mostly all here. So yeah, does not seem to be the Destiny. Like, it does not seem to be the case that I'm on the outside in any way. Tom, when does it become a problem for someone to air out unfounded claims on a live stream? Is it only viewer size of the type of claim or the type of claim? I don't know that I can draw a line like that. I think that generally I don't know that I wouldn't criticize another person. So like, Yeah, it depends on the claims too. So like with Connor, if somebody comes on and says a bunch of untrue things, what matters is who it affects and how it affects them. That's the main thing. Who does it affect and how does it affect them? And should you care about that? And then everybody can kind of have their own opinions about that and whether or not they think the person should care. How was Destiny a victim in the Anna drama? He came out of it unscathed and Anna lost her reputation. She had no fans for her direct to him harassment. She had no fans before that though. She had more fans through that than she had before it, right? She averaged like 10 people in her chat before that happened. After that happened, she got partnered. She gained from that scenario. Destiny was the one who had a bunch of like very serious claims about him out there now. There are people who will just bring it up who don't understand the situation very well, as though he did something wrong there. I'll agree to some scenario, or to some extent, that like, yeah, I think it's messed up for him to just ghost her in the way that he did. I think that there did seem to be some sort of established relationship between the two of them where it made sense for her to expect him to continue answering and for her to expect him to continue messaging her back. So I definitely think it was messed up for him to just ghost her the way that he did. And I think that was a problem, but he ghosted her in response to her continuing to psychoanalyze him in a way that he asked her not to. And she kept doing it anyways. And then he ghosted her. So again, like every time we look at the messed up stuff he's doing, it seems like it's always in response to something else that she did. There are areas where I'll agree. I think he went above and beyond in the way that he reacted, but each time it seemed like she was the aggressor. They would decide to kill things off. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about each other. Let's leave it alone. And then all of a sudden she'd come out with a bunch of new claims out of nowhere. And then they agree again. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's leave it alone. Let's not come back to this. And then came out with new claims again. And it was a never-ending cycle happening over and over and over where she would say she wasn't going to talk about him anymore, and then she'd come out with new claims again. So yeah, I would say in that case, she's obviously the aggressor. And over, it seemed like those claims were getting disproven and shown to not be the case, so... Like, I will agree that she was probably hurt more in that scenario. Oh, look, Tom is victim blaming again? True. True. Yeah, we got to turn that into a video. That was good. That was so good, dude. For those of you who are new, so I use an analogy called Rape Alley all the time. This is the analogy I use all the time to differentiate somebody's own personal responsibility versus victim blaming. It is an alley it's got a big sign over it that says Rape Alley on it. It's a dark, dank, nasty alley with a ton of dudes standing down that alley. And a girl is walking by and she sees the big sign above the alley that says Rape Alley. And she sees all these dudes standing down the alley. She looks at it and she's like, wow, that's Rape Alley. Let's go find out what happens when you walk down this alley. And then walks down the alley. Is it her fault that she got raped? No, it is not. It is not her fault. 100% it is not her fault. She is not responsible for getting raped. That is insane. Because in order for her to be responsible for getting raped, she has to be responsible for the other person's actions now. And that is just never the case. You are never responsible for the other person's actions. But you are responsible for your own actions. You are responsible for the actions that you took. And so she's responsible for putting herself in that scenario. She is not responsible for getting raped. Those are two very separate things. So it's an irresponsible move to walk down Rape Alley, but it is not her responsibility for getting raped. That is only on the perpetuator. It is only on the person who raped her. That's it. It can never be on anybody else. And so this is kind of like where people get confused with victim blaming. Is they think, oh, you're saying they're responsible for their own actions? That's victim blaming. No, it's not. That is not victim blaming. If somebody's house gets robbed and I walk over and I'm like, hey, buddy, maybe you lock your doors next time. That's not victim blaming. I'm not saying it's your fault you got robbed. I am saying it's your responsibility. You are responsible for not locking your doors. That's very different. Rape is very confusing. I never know who to blame. True. That's true, dude. It's a rough one, man. I heard the property near Rape Alley is pretty cheap. At least. Yeah. Yeah. Not a lot of women living over there these days. Tom, is there any scenario where you could imagine raping somebody? My goodness. I hate you guys so much. Yeah, last night they were like, the guy was like, well, what if a student just like jumps on top of a teacher and starts like grinding on them and they're trying to have sex with them? You know, like, if the teacher does not immediately punch that student in the face, then yeah, they should go to prison for rape. And he's like, yeah, but what if they have like a really special relationship with that person and they just don't want to hurt their feelings? Like, what then? Like, you rape the kid because you don't want to hurt their feelings? Is that really is that really the argument that is being made right now? And he made it numerous times. It wasn't just the one time and he realized like, oh, okay, that was dumb. I shouldn't have said that. No, he kept going back to it. That was rich, dude. That was funny. Let me set this up. Boo, 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 boo.
I love you, Tom.
I love you too.
Clancy.
Hey dude, how are you?
How's it going, man? I am live on stream, so don't say the N word just yet.
Yeah. I almost just said the F one, the gay one. Sorry.
Yeah, it's good. I'm glad I warned you.
Just give me like 30 seconds and then I'll go live and I'll do this stuff.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm still setting up right now.
Okay, I'm gonna go live and do the intro and then we'll begin.
Okay, you're gonna leave the cameras like this.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my podcast. Today on my channel, I will be talking to the Tom Foolery show. So without waiting any longer, let's get to it. So hey, man, how are you doing?
How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing good. I was talking to. Do you know who Ryan the Radical Coder is?
Yeah, I know Radical Coder. Yeah,
Yeah, and he suggested I reached out to you. And
nice.
before that, like, I'll be honest, like, I went through your content a bit, but last time I had paid attention to your stuff, your views were very different.
They were, yeah.
'Cause-
That must have been a couple of days ago. It's only been like, I don't know. It's been a couple of weeks since I guess that's not true. In December, I averaged like 10 viewers, and I had averaged 10 viewers on YouTube for years, at least since I got banned on other platforms. And so once I came out with a video essay, I shot up to about maybe 30 to 40 average viewers. And then now over the last couple of weeks, I've averaged about 100 viewers throughout this drama. So yeah.
Oh, that's really cool, dude. I'm a small channel, but like, yeah, I average five live viewers. Okay,
Nice.
I'm getting there.
Nice.
But I really appreciate you agreeing to hop on. Just to give you a quick idea of what I do. So, I talk more about dating. So, I do two main stuff on my channel. On one side, I react to dating takes on the internet. So I see what are big content creators saying about dating, any like dating drama, whatever. I'll cover that and just give my take on it. And secondly, I'll talk to different content creators and discuss like what they think on dating stuff. I tend to come more from a pickup artist perspectives, but as I grow up, I've kind of become more nuanced. But yeah, if you're ready, we could begin.
Yeah, sure. I when I was younger, I used to think very similar to like a pickup artist in the way that I interacted with women as well. And I think that that's really evolved and changed over the last 5, 6 years. And so, yeah, I think very differently from that now.
Sure. Just we could begin there. What's your take on pickup as a whole? Yeah. Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? There's any nuance or like, well, yeah, if you could just begin.
Yeah, I think in general, it's good to help men understand women better. I think it's helpful for them to understand what it is that women are looking for. It's helpful to understand the gender dynamics and what it is that will be attractive to women, what it is that will help them in the dating market. But it's also very manipulative tactics. It's normally dishonest. It's normally very they're normally very short-term relationships. They're not good. It's rarely ever good advice that will help you get into a long-term relationship. And that's normally where I'm most critical of pickup artists, is that their tactics are not advice for long-term interactions.
Right, yeah, I think we could begin. Well, there's two parts to your criticism. We'll begin with the first one, which is the manipulation part. Um, when you say pickup is manipulative, for example, there are many things that you and I would agree are manipulative. Like technically speaking, wearing a T-shirt that shows your muscles more is manipulative. Technically speaking, wearing cologne that kind of makes you smell really good, that could be also manipulative, right? And even on the women's side, women who wear makeup, who wear dresses that shows their body more, that's also manipulative. So I guess I would say, do you think that all types of manipulations are bad?
So I would differentiate manipulation with influential. Like, we can influence people in different ways. I can make somebody feel like I'm going to be more attractive or show off more attractive aspects of me, versus manipulation, which normally has some sort of dishonest, it has a dishonest implication to it. So like wearing makeup, I know the woman is wearing makeup when she wears makeup. I expect that women are wearing makeup when they wear makeup. Somebody wears cologne, I don't assume they just naturally smell that way. That would be ridiculous. It's not, there's no like dishonesty in there. But if we call something manipulation, we are implying that it's dishonest. Whereas just influencing somebody in a in a different way that's not going to be manipulation in my book.
Like, I know that from a logical perspective we know it, but it's like, with sometimes when you go to a grocery store and you want to buy some food, and it says like, oh, the price is $6.99 or $5.99 instead of like 7 or 6. um you know what it's basically the other number, but it still tricks your brain even though you know what's going on, right?
Mhm.
But if that one's okay, right, what's wrong with learning social skills that will make you come off as more attractive relative to to other types of persuasion tactics that's used all the time?
Well, it depends on specifically what we're talking about. So if I go to rent a car for a date and it's a much nicer car than something I can actually afford, and then I've got like this awesome coupon for this really nice restaurant that'll get me like half off, and then I go to this restaurant all dressed up and I put on this performance as though I'm this very wealthy person who can afford these very nice things. I'm giving off the idea that this is like a regular thing for me. This is something that I'm capable of. This is who I am as a person. I would say that that's a bit manipulative, that you are like dishonestly framing who it is that you are. And so it's the dishonest part that will change it. So you are right. Like, there are things that can be that can influence you more or be more convincing, and that's fine. Being more convincing is perfectly fine, as long as it's not dishonest. And again, it's the dishonest part that's going to change it for me.
Yeah, I would agree. For example, if there's like a dude who's like full on like lying to girls and like tricking them into thinking stuff that's just not true, whatever, I would agree that's bad. But I guess it would depends on like if just you're presenting yourself in a better way. I don't really see what's wrong with that. But with the makeup part, for example, like I've met girls in nightclubs and brought them back home afterwards. When I saw them the next day, like when they woke up and without makeup on, it's like a different girl. It's like,
Yeah.
wait, I didn't. Who are you? Are you this girl's sister or something? I didn't see you coming this morning. But and it is like whether you like it or not, it is kind of like strangely like it's a different. It's kind of, you could say that's way more dishonest than just flirting with a girl.
You could say that, but the problem is that it is socially acceptable and expected. So not only are women expected to be wearing makeup to where we'll look at them as though they're doing something wrong if they're not wearing makeup, like they're being unprofessional or that they didn't dress up enough or that they're going to stick out like a sore thumb. They're going to look like they're actually doing something wrong if they're not wearing makeup. It is an expectation of them to wear makeup. Not only that, but on top of that, because we expect them to wear makeup, we know that that is the case, that when they no longer have the makeup on, that they're going to look like a different person, that they're not going to look exactly the same as they did when they had makeup on. And yeah, I think that if anybody's tricked by that, if anybody's like, oh, what, you don't look the same without makeup on as you did with makeup on, that's crazy. I would say that that's on the person who somehow got fooled by that.
It's like, but okay, think about this, right? I agree on that part, but like, even if we go what women tend to do typically, like, oh, I don't know if you use online dating apps, but on online dating apps, like, almost no girl looks like the photos that they post. And it's not just a little bit, because, with FaceApp and, like all these new software and stuff, like, and even like on Instagram, dude, like sometimes like I'll see girls whose like butts look like 2 or 3 times bigger than, and I'm like, I know you in real life, your butt's not that, but uh, because of all the editing stuff that's available now, it looks like they just don't look the way they present themselves online. And
Yeah.
wouldn't you say that maybe using too much face app for women online is probably it's probably worse than just knowing social skills?
Yeah, I would say using like filters and things like that is probably a bit more manipulative for sure. I've only ever had like actually 2 dates from online apps, and they looked exactly like the pictures and they were who I expected them to be. But I would say that, yeah, if people are manipulating their pictures to make it look like they're somebody different, then yeah, obviously that's manipulation.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And now we can get more to the specific stuff because we're talking kind of more generally.
Mhm.
Um, can you name me some pickup advice that you find to be like inappropriately manipulative?
Um,
If
let's
you're
see.
not sure, I can fire some examples and we can talk about it.
there was just recently a guy that I watched, and I just went over one of his videos, but I can't remember exactly what it was he was saying. So yeah, if you want to fire some off, that would be fine.
Yeah, do you know what cold approaching is?
Do I know what?
Cold approaching?
Cold approaching, yeah, where you just walk up to somebody and start talking to them.
Yeah. So that's basically like the initial things that you cold approach. You walk in public, could be if it's nighttime, could be a bar, a nightclub. Oh, someone in chat is saying so he's saying Matt Cross. Is that a guy?
Yes, that is Matt. Yes, Matt Cross is the guy who I was thinking of. Yep.
Okay, no, that dude is like, okay, listen, everything. I do not defend anything that guy believes in.
Okay.
But I watched. I think I know which video you're talking about. I watched a bit of it earlier. I think he's like a red pillar though. He's moved on from pickup to red pill. But red pill, I'm not a fan of red pill. I think red pill is just misogyny.
Well, so do you think that makeup is manipulation? Because like we were differentiating manipulation and influencing somebody, or being, I guess, yeah, like passing yourself off as something a little bit more attractive. Would you say that then wearing makeup is actually manipulation, as though there's something dishonest there?
Yeah, but I don't blame it on women as much as I'm blaming it on society. Because at the end of the day, I participate in it too. But truth is, whether I like it or not, I'm gonna be more attracted to a girl who has makeup on than without makeup.
Mhm.
Like, and there's just nothing you can do about it. It's just the way things are.
Okay.
But yeah, just to get to so you cold approach a girl. There's you start with you state your intentions. Hey, I thought you were cute. Blah blah blah. I want to talk to you. Like, you see if she's down to talk. And then there's more stuff like it's so vague. It's not for me to say exactly, but like, you start talking about stuff. You start flirting with her, and then maybe you'll see, oh, what are you up to right now? If she's free right now, you could go for coffee and get to know each other more, or you get her phone number and meet up for a date another time. But you'd agree with that part is fine, right?
I mean, what is it that they did to get, like, that's just a normal way of interacting with somebody. Like, it would depend on what they did to get the phone number, right?
Yeah. Anyways, I'm trying to see what could be like a strategy. Oh, there was one. I brought that up to another guy recently, and he said it was not okay. There's a thing I was taught back in the day. I don't do it anymore, but because I think Destiny showed me a different method that works better, so I don't really do it anymore. But it's called the compliance. Compliance. Some people call it law of conformity. There's a book called Persuasion: The Power of Influence by Robert Cialdini, and he talks about that in there. It's like if, let's say, I want you to say yes to a big thing, I don't just tell you, hey, do you want to do that thing? I get you to say yes to smaller stuff. Sorry. I get you to say yes to smaller stuff. And the more you say yes to smaller stuff, the more it's like you get in the cycle of saying yes to me, and the more likely you are to say yes to the bigger thing. And
Right.
how it applies to dating is that if I tell a girl, hey, do you want to come back to my place? She's going to say no. No, actually, no, she might not. I mean, let's say in this situation, she says no. But if I were to be like, hey, do you want to go just before we walk right here? Sure. Do you want to actually, this thing is not that good. Just go to the other thing there. Sure. And then like next thing you know, oh, what a coincidence. We're right in front of my building. Do you want to just come in real quick?
Uh-huh.
I don't know what you think of that.
Yeah, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Normally, when people are saying yes to the smaller things like taking a walk, it normally is that they like, those are normally litmus tests. Do you want to continue spending time with me? Are we like, is the just a dinner in a movie, is that supposed to be the end of it for you, or do you want to continue this on farther? And so you keep asking different questions. Do you want to go for a walk? Do you want to get a coffee? Oh, here's my building. Do you want to come up for a drink? Like, and it is like a line of questions that don't explicitly say, hey, let's go have sex. It is more like, people enjoy the game of it. They enjoy not being explicit. Not being explicit kind of takes away a lot of the fun. It takes away a lot of the guessing and the it's like what's exciting about it is not knowing what the person's doing. When they go to, like, hold your hand or something like that, these are all the fun parts. These are all the parts that everybody enjoys about it. And once, that's kind of like why we call things like the what do you call it? The honeymoon phase is when you still don't have an expectation that they're always going to say yes to whatever it is that you want, or you don't know them well enough to always know what it is they will or won't say yes to. So I would say, like, those things are obviously fine, and they are very good ways of finding out whether or not somebody wants to move further. But at the same time, I would also try to always give them an out. Like, I would say, I would word it as like, hey, do you want to go for a walk, or do you have something in the morning? Like, do you have work? Do you have someplace you want to be? Like, always make sure that you're giving them another option, so that if they don't want to, they're not going to feel bad saying, like, no, I can't do this, as though they're going to hurt your feelings.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. The way I tend to do it nowadays, like if I go on a date with a girl, for example, again, I've kind of changed because Destiny kind of changed the way I do it. Like before, I'd be like, oh, let's go for coffee, and then let's go for a walk, and then you want to hop on over to my place to chill. Now, like, yeah, it's like a weird thing. What Destiny does, like, it didn't make sense at first, but it kind of works. It's like full on tell the girl what's going on. But like, Destiny is really explicit. I would never be, but he's a celebrity. He gets to be. For me, I'll be like, hey, here's what we could do. We could go for coffee at this place, and then afterwards we can come back to my place to chill. If we feel a connection, and then like the implication that if she doesn't feel it, she can just go home afterwards. And but yeah, that's how I tend to do it. So I guess we kind of agree on that. The main stuff that I've heard that a lot of progressives will bring up as why pickup is manipulative or it's like inappropriate. They'll bring up like nagging, or nagging being that, like, I think you tell a girl like, oh, I don't really, you can be kind of weird sometimes, but I like that about you. So it's like
Backhanded compliments.
Yeah. Sorry, just give me a second. Sorry, my voice was going for a second. Yeah, the backhanded compliments. And that's like the old school pickup artist advice. The way I can tend to explain to people, it's like, you know, when with psychology as an example, the initial step with what Sigmund Freud was doing was super problematic. There was lots of problems with it. But if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have psychology we have today. Similarly, if we didn't have the cringe, like nagging, the cringe peacocking type pickup artists from back in the day, we wouldn't have the types of dating advice that we have today.
Sure, I wouldn't say that negging doesn't work, though, or that there's necessarily anything wrong with it. So when you asked me initially, like, what are things that I'm okay with, these are types of things that I'm okay with. I think it really helps young men with social skills. These are things that young men, especially today, really struggle with when they're growing up, mostly on computers and video games and social media and all of this other stuff. They're not actually out interacting in the real world. And men are much more likely to be doing those things than young women. So young women are out there learning how to be social, learning how to be sexy, learning how to make people like them, learning how to smile at people. They're learning all sorts of things that young men are not learning. And so I think it is good that there are people out there teaching young men social skills so that they can understand how to interact with people better. I think that body language is a really important thing. Whether or not people are looking away from you while they're talking, whether or not their body faces you or away from you, it can show like how comfortable they are with you, or how safe they feel. There's there's all sorts of different types of body language things, like how whether or not they're trying to make themselves look better and they're moving their hair around and, you know, making sure that they look good while they're in front of you. There's all sorts of different things that you can look for to see if this person is actually into you or not. And I think that pickup artists can definitely help young men in those areas.
Yeah, I guess we agree on that because that's another argument I was going to bring up if you disagreed with the manipulative stuff earlier, but you agreed. So, I was going to bring up how like sometimes like before you make out with a girl, you can just go in for a makeout. It's kind of weird. You're gonna like tease her a bit and you'll touch her arm a bit. It's like you'll look at her lips, you'll smile, you'll flirt for a bit, and as the tension build up, that's when you go for a makeout.
Mhm.
And I was gonna say if you think that that's manipulative, but I'm gonna say you're gonna say it's fine, it's normal.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Again, like there's even polls showing that, so even in this space where there's a bunch of really far left women who are all feminists, will say things like, women are terrified of men. Anytime women are around men, they are so scared and they think that you're going to rape them and you're going to beat them up. And that if you need to be explicit with every little thing that you do and always ask for permission and always, be very, very verbal at all times. There's tons of polls out there that show women do not want that. They do not want that. They are not into it. They want the guessing game. They like the guessing game. The guessing game is just as fun for them as it is for men. It is not, they don't want the overt, extreme version of this. They want it the same way it's always been. It is just as fun for them as it is for anybody else. And so they in order to do that, yes, you have to understand how to do that. You have to understand that, putting your hand on their leg first, or putting your arm around them first, or doing smaller things to see if they are still okay with these things, then maybe they're okay with you moving forward, and you slowly do each one of these things to make sure that they're still consenting along the way.
Yeah, I agree with that. There was a video it was in Toronto. They had it was this PSA kind of a government release on safe sex. And the video was this dude about to have sex with a girl. It was can I grab your leg? Yes. Can I lift your skirt? Yes. Can I unbutton your t-shirt? Yes. Can I do this? And I was dude, in real life, you do this, 10 seconds in, the girl's leaving. It's this fucking dude just interrogating me for 10 minutes. So, but yeah. The next part of our disagreement would be about that the advice is really good for long-term relationships, and yeah, it's not it's not the type of tactics you'd recommend for long-term relationships. I guess I can give you my response to that. It's that it really depends, right? You can take, it's a set of social skills. You can take it and just do what I do, which is just hookups. That's what I like. Or you can use it to start finding girls to go on dates with, but you select for girls who are looking for relationships.
So even if you select for girls who are looking for relationships, if you have not actually implemented these skills into your repertoire, this is not who you are now. This is not who you are yet. And you are still putting on a performance for that person. They're going to see through it pretty quickly if you continue going on dates with them. Over time, that's going to start to break down. Over time, you're going to have to show who you really are. And if you're putting on this performance of confidence, or being cooler than you are, or being richer than you are, or any of these things, it's going to start to break down over time. And so like I said, these are good for teaching you social skills, but you have to actually implement those social skills into who you are. If you only know the few things that pickup artist taught you, but you don't understand social skills all around, or you're not a very socially aware person, that's going to show very quickly when you're interacting with other people that you're not trying to hit on. Now you're going to look very awkward. And so I think it's, I think that lots of times it'll start to make the person think oh, maybe this isn't who I thought they were. Maybe this isn't what I thought I was getting into. And obviously that's not a recipe for a long-term relationship. So generally, these are good ways for you to learn how to implement it into your own skill set and change who you are as a person, and actually be more confident, and actually, be the person that they're talking about. But if you don't become the person that they're talking about, you just implement small things here and there into the way that you interact with somebody, it's going to be a recipe for disaster.
When it comes to, initially you brought up how it's this. I think you used an example of pretending to be rich. I don't know any pickup artists that say do that, but just talking about the social skill stuff. But isn't the point of learning pickup is learning to develop better social skills? So the more you practice, eventually your social skills will improve. And that's the first part. Secondly, what I wanted to bring up was that, could you always say the same about women? It's when you go on a first date with a girl, she's gonna be dressed really well. She's gonna wear makeup. She's gonna present herself super in a super hot way. But if you stay with her in the long term, after having sex with her, you'll see her the next day without makeup on. The more you hang out with her maybe stuff that she didn't show about herself will become more obvious to you, because she's being more herself now that she got to know you. That's just part of knowing people for longer than a few minutes, right? That's just a normal part of life. There's nothing inherent to pick up when it comes to that.
Sure. So, what was the first one?
Um, I forgot. Sorry. Uh, oh man.
Okay, so the implementing social skills, when I'm saying this, I'm saying that, like, if I just tell somebody, hey, in order to interact with a girl, you start like this, then you do this, then you do this, then you do this, okay? You are putting on this performance as though you are socially aware, right? You are putting on this performance that makes you seem like somebody who is actually, like, socially aware and capable. And I'm saying that if you only know how to do that thing, you don't know how to interact with them after that, then those skills are going to start to show, like, those holes are going to start to show pretty quickly. You're not actually very socially aware. You don't actually have these skills. This is just something that somebody taught you, a couple of tricks in order to look like you have these skills. I'm somebody who's very socially aware, and anytime that I interact with anybody, it's not going to start to look like I'm very awkward. It's not going to start to look like I don't know what I'm doing. It's not going to, they're not going to be like, well, why don't you have any friends? Or why aren't there other people that like you? Why, when you interact with these people, why do you look around really awkwardly? Why do you have trouble, like, engaging with people in a normal way? That's never going to happen, because when I'm interacting with people in the first place and I am confident and I'm capable of interacting in a way that they would find socially acceptable, there's not going to be those holes afterwards.
The way I kind of look at pickup, and I talked to Ariane in chat about this. It's like a pickup is basically like a training. It's like a set of training wheels. You use it at first to learn the social skills, but the idea is that eventually, the more you've practiced in your social skills, the more you'll develop your own social skills, and then becoming friendly, having the right social skills to make friends, to have all that, it will become second nature to you.
Yeah,
But
well, that's
you're not
one
gonna
of the
get that
things that
without
you
the training
mentioned.
wheels first.
One of the things that you mentioned is, yes, like, going on casual dates with other girls at first. I think that that's a great way to actually build these skills. It's a way to, like, have more and more interactions with girls, so that you're starting to figure out what works, what doesn't work, what's better, what's worse, what looks awkward, what doesn't look awkward. Like, building those skills over time is going to be better. But just knowing the tricks, knowing the skill, and then just doing that thing, that's you haven't changed who you are. You haven't become more socially aware in that action, in that instance.
I'm just gonna ask a clarifying question, because I'm a bit confused on what you're saying. So, are you saying that if a guy who if I'm telling this dude, like, okay, I'll talk about Ariane in chat because we were talking earlier. Let's say I tell Ariane, okay, go up to a girl, look at her in the eyes, smile, say hi, how are you, whatever, and like that, in the long run, Ariane will only ever be able to do that. He's never gonna be able to, like, to build up on other stuff after. Is that what you're saying?
No. Okay, so I'm saying that if I tell somebody, okay, hey, if you want to be able to interact with a woman at first, just like a girl at the gym, okay? So it's a girl at the gym, and you want to be able to talk to her eventually, you play the long game. First couple times you see her, just look at her, nod your head. Then eventually start saying hey to her when you walk past her. Maybe eventually you might learn her name and say hey to her. Maybe when you guys are walking out, you start a conversation, something like that. You start complimenting, hey, nice shoes, I like those shoes, those are cool, or something like that, right? Over time, you're building this all, like, distant relationship with them, where now they know who you are. You are almost like an expected person to see, and they don't feel as uncomfortable seeing you or talking to you when you slowly approach the time when you actually, like, engage in a conversation with them. This is a way that, like, people who are very socially aware don't want to make somebody feel uncomfortable, don't want to waste their time, don't know if they're in a hurry, and they or if they have a boyfriend or what. Like, if the girl's actually saying hey back to you, if she's actually, like, reciprocating these signals that you're putting out, then over time, more and more that it's likely that you're going to be able to engage with her. But if I'm just telling somebody this is what you do, and then they go do it with one girl, they haven't actually built those skills. They don't actually have that understanding of how to know these things. They just know that I told them how to do it, right?
Yeah, I get it now. You're just saying it's like the guy only knows to follow the script. Anything
Exactly.
that deviates from the script, he doesn't know what to do.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I struggled with that when I first started, but I feel like it's just part of learning social skills.
Mhm.
No one is good at social skills right away. If you're in my situation, like for me, like as a teenager, I struggled with anxiety and I got bullied a lot for it. So for me, in that situation, learning social skills was really difficult. Like I would be in social situations, I'd make a fool out of myself. Like people would make fun of me all the time because I was trying to be normal, but I was not coming off as normal at all. But if it weren't for every time I messed up socially, I would never have developed the social skills I have today. It's like
Mhm.
it's just part of, in my opinion, like it sucks, but everyone who, unfortunately, when you're learning, you're gonna make a fool out of yourself a few times. It's just the way it is. Like you'll before you learn how to read signals, how to see. Sometimes like no one will tell you no. People, instead of telling you no, they'll be like, "I'm not sure if I'm free. I'll have to let you know." That's basically them saying no, I don't want to do it. Or like there's different stuff. If someone looks like they're walking towards the door and not looking at you, they are trying to leave, take the hint and stuff like that. But you'll only ever learn that through trial and error. And yeah, that's like there's no other way.
Yeah, sure. One I mentioned even earlier, like negging is something that works to some extent. It can be abusive in some ways, but it can also be something. So, like, I've talked a lot about the fact that lots of girls that I end up with, initially, they are these like drop dead gorgeous girls that every guy is just like circling around in the beginning, and they all look very desperate, and it's obvious that they're all just like they just want to be around the hot chick, right? If you're the guy who doesn't care whether or not you're around the hot chick, but you're still like, hey, how's it going, and then just like moving on, I don't know why, but this freaking works. It always works where you're the guy who's not desperate for their attention. You're not the guy who's like begging to talk to them. This is something that like makes them think like, okay, like this guy actually has confidence. This guy's actually not somebody who's like jumping down my throat every second. He's not like running after me trying to get with me super quickly. And it tells them that yeah, you're just not a desperate person. On top of that, like I think that guys are really confused as to what women are actually attracted to. Lots of people make such a big deal about like working out, going to the gym, getting bigger. Those are good things to be like fit, to have muscles, like all of that is fine, but that's not like that's not even like a huge part of what women are attracted to. Women can look at a guy, they're very different than guys, where they can look at a guy and be very attracted to him like physically, but as soon as his personality sucks, they see him in a very different way. The way that they look at him has completely changed. He can all of a sudden look like a complete goblin as soon as his personality is different from something that would be attractive to them. Whereas I've been told by girls that at first I was just a random freaking guy. I was just a guy that was there. And then all of a sudden, once I started talking, I was the hottest guy they had ever met. Like they would chase me all over the place. The social skills are what actually are attractive. It's having the confidence. It is like showing that you're smart, that you're capable of having a conversation, you're capable of picking their brains. Like women are people always say that women like want validation, and I don't think that that's really as true as people make it out to be, but they do want to be like coddled in some way. They want somebody who's able um to move around their emotions. They want somebody who's going to understand them, to empathize with them, and to be able to like talk them through different scenarios. Like these things are important to them, and they look for that in men's social skills a lot.
I agree with you on that. 'Cause it's like, do you know what the black pill is?
Yeah, where you just think everything's like useless and there's no point in even trying, and everybody's malicious and that sort of crap.
Yeah, it's like I mean, within the manosphere world or whatever, like in the manosphere, there's pickup artists, there's MGTOW, there's red pill, and there's black pill. It's like, so the way they differentiate each other is like the pickup artist will say only game matters, game being flirting, all that stuff, all the dating strategies. Red pill will say looks, money, and status matter, and the black pill will say only looks matter or looks mostly matter. Like they'll say like 90% looks matter. So to the extreme black pillar, they'll say like, hey, listen, like the truth is, if you're not hot, get fucked. No one's gonna care. Like you could have the worst social skills ever. You could be like, if you're not hot, no one gives a shit. And the red pillar will say, if you have looks, money, and status, you'll be fine. The pickup artist is just social skills. Personally, I think it's a bit of everything. Like the way I look at it is that your looks will help a lot. No one can lie and say looks don't matter. Looks really do matter. But if let's say you have a minimum threshold looks, say it's gonna sound mean, but if you're not physically disabled, physical disabilities will like hurt your chances a lot. But if you don't have that, but let's say you're really funny, you're really charming, you can like you know how to like how to banter with people. If you have all that, that can help like provide the next steps. If you know how to flirt, if you know all the basic stuff, that will provide you with the next step to make you that will provide you with the next that will help overtake whatever struggles you had before, whatever like you lack in looks. And so I'll say it's a mixture of both. But I'm guessing you're gonna agree with that, right?
Yeah, for the most part. I would explain it normally as though there is like the initial threshold of like what's important to the person, but for men it's going to be looks and for women it's going to be status. Normally looks comes after status. And so like status can make your looks completely change in the way that they look at you and how attractive you are. And status can be literally anything. It's not just like money. It can be most of the time, especially in America, it's going to be represented by money, houses, cars, stuff like that. But it could be, you know, being the popular guy with lots of friends. It could be, you know, a small town where like everybody's poor and, you know, it's just a bunch of farmers and stuff. But every Friday they all go to the rodeo and you're the dude who is the bomb at the rodeo. You are the best rodeo guy. Throughout the week, you're a mechanic and you just work on cars all week. But on Friday, everybody's cheering your name. Everybody knows you. Everybody loves you. You are going to be the guy with status. You're going to be the guy who gets the hot chick. That is still status. And so women are looking for status first, and then the other things start to matter. Whereas the same for men. Your looks matter first. That doesn't mean that your personality doesn't matter at all. It just means that it's not the very first thing that's going to matter. Once you look good enough, now they start to judge you on your personality. They start to judge you on like, you know, how smart you are and charisma and all of these other things. People look at these things very oddly sometimes, where it is like you know, oh, well, if they have a better personality, they can have less looks. And that's just not normally how it actually works. It's normally the other way around. The more looks you have, the less your personality matters. The more status you have, the less your looks matter, or the less your personality matters. Like the attraction isn't that simple to where like you can kind of put it into a mathematical complication or anything like that. But there is like an initial wall for each side, and it seems to be different for both sides.
Yeah, the way I just look at it is that it's not really that looks matter as much as it's your presentation that matters the most. I don't know if you'd agree with that.
Yeah, to some extent, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess we agree on that. It's hard for me to say if like because I know you're saying that the more your looks matter, the less your game matters. Yeah, I guess you're a bit more black belt in that sense. Uh, it's hard for me to know, but the way I look at it is that you can only improve your looks so much, like, and you don't want because otherwise, like, you don't want to encourage people to do like drastic changes for their looks. As much as I think it's a lot better to encourage them to learn the social skills to reach
Well, again,
out.
social skills in and of itself can be status. Like normally, the more social skills you have, the more friends you're gonna have. The more other things matter as well. So like I've talked about this before, that like almost every girlfriend that I've had has told me eventually, like into the relationship, that before we started dating or right after we started dating, they went and like looked up all of my ex-girlfriends to see what they looked like. And then once they saw that all of them were hot, then they were like, oh, okay, so like this guy dates hot chicks, so if I date him, then I'm a hot chick. Like this does kind of like feed into the validation aspect of things, but it is something that again, status can be a number of things. It's a million things, and normally being socially aware is more than enough to get all of the things that will signal status.
Yeah, but just real quick, that could also backfire on you because a lot of girls, like, if they see you get laid a lot, or you have like a lot of girlfriends or whatever, they might see you as a player and be less interested in you.
Sure.
Like, yeah, it's kind of a wild. It's a weird. It's like that's why personally I feel like both women or men, if someone you're dating asks you for your body count, you should probably not be honest about it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like all of my girlfriends over like the last 10 years, 15 years have all been more than a year. So it's, I don't think any of them look at me that way.
Yeah. One of the the Fresh and Fit podcast.
Yep.
My biggest disagreement with them is that a lot of times also that look how modern women all modern women are these OnlyFans like e-thoughts who are just like trying to make as much money. They get sent to like fucking Dubai or some shit. But the problem that I have with them is that they are selecting for these women. So it's not fair to blame the women when you're selecting specifically for the type of women you complain about.
Yep.
Like to the average guy, most girls you'll meet on a day to day are not like that. They just we have the
Yep.
same kind of like shitty life that you have. They have the same daily struggles that you have. We don't have like the kind of struggles that the fresh and fit girls have, or just because we live in a different world, but have nothing to do with what real people like go through. But yeah, I don't
Yep.
know what you think of that.
I mean, yeah, the meme is that like all the average woman is getting flown out to Dubai every weekend. Like that's just not the case. But it could be like the average girl that goes on Fresh and Fit. Sure, that's possible, but that's not the average woman in real life. And so yeah, the women that they're talking to on those shows are never going to be representative of women that the rest of us are interacting with.
And I have like a frustration with left wingers, and I'm a progressive. Typically, I'm not. It doesn't come from like a right wing place. I'm not right wing at all. I guess online I'd be more centrist because you online people can be a bit too extreme. But why is like because when I look at left wing spaces online, they'll complain about pickup artists giving bad advice, but they give kind of worse advice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, just be yourself, just be confident.
Be
You're
yourself and
the
go to
right
the
person.
gym.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Some of them will even not even say go to the gym. They'll be like, no, because that's fat phobic to tell people to go to the gym. You know, you should just be yourself. You know.
Yeah, the red pill people all do seem to be very socially unaware. They have social issues, and they do tend to be on the right, and people on the left do seem to have better social issues, and they don't seem to like really sympathize with the struggle of incels or red pill people. They don't actually understand it. They don't actually know what it's like to struggle with these things. They don't know what it's like to not have somebody who you can have intimacy with. They don't know what it's like to not have been loved by somebody of the opposite sex or the same sex or whatever. But if you've always had that, if you've had that since you were in middle school or high school, and it's been easy for you to get girlfriends, then yeah, it's going to be really hard for you to understand these people. And for you're just going to keep thinking, oh yeah, they're just not trying hard enough is all it is. Their standards are just too high is all it is. And it's obviously a load of bullcrap that they're just not trying hard enough or that their standards are too high. It's like there are actual systemic issues that seem to be plaguing younger men today. And I think that because this movement was co-opted by the right early on, the left immediately saw it as a bad thing, and everything that they're saying is wrong. They are just reacting to what it is the other person says and says, oh, well, I know I don't like them, so therefore everything they're saying is obviously wrong, and let's just dunk on them and make fun of them. Thankfully, people like Destiny and Vosh have done a good job at bringing people around to the fact that that's not the case, and that there actually is like better advice out there, and that there really are issues for these young men and real struggles that we could look into and empathize with and try to fix.
Yeah, I had a debate with Vosh. It's on my channel, but with Vosh, our big disagreement, we never came to any agreement on it, was that for me, I believe that the social skills that you need to get good with girls is different from the social skills to become friends with people. Well, he thinks it's the same. But Vosh is like a celebrity. So I feel like once you're like micro celebrity or whatever, semi celebrity, once you have reached that level of fame, it's hard for you to understand what real men in the real world go through just because
Mhm.
you get laid without effort. While for most of us, we need to put in a lot of effort to get laid. But yeah, that was my big disagreement with Vosh. And regarding the systemic stuff, the problem is like I can understand that we are all victims of a system. It's just the way it is. Society affects like why you're poor, why whatever victims of racism, sexism, whatever the fuck you go through. That's outside of you. It's society with systems that affect you. But if you're just trying to get laid, you don't have time. Like you can't tell a guy, oh, if you want to get laid, just abolish the patriarchy. Like,
Yeah.
okay, I'll just do that right now. Like it doesn't help. Like it's just not. Yeah, it's just not helpful advice at all. And
Yeah, it's really
leftism is
stupid.
terrible at that.
Yeah, I talk about this a lot, that where like young men will complain about the systems and the problems with the systems and how it affects them. And then they'll say, and this is, I want to fix these things. And people will say, oh, well, if you're not trying to abolish the patriarchy, then you're not actually trying to fix those problems. And it's like, that's really dumb that like you can make some of these things better for people, even if that's what you believe. Even if you believe that we have to abolish the patriarchy in order to actually fix these things, there's still tons of band-aids that we can put on these things to make their lives better, to make things easier for them. And yeah, I definitely find that obnoxious too. Give me just a second. I gotta fix something real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, no. If anyone in my live chat has any questions, let me know.
All right, sorry about that.
Anyways, but yeah, that's my problem sometimes. Like, because if to left wingers, sometimes I feel like the solution is basically abolish the patriarchy. But then the right is kind of I was gonna use an ableist slur. They are ignorant. They are ignorant of yeah, they are ignorant of certain like they'll say, oh, we need to go back to the patriarchy. But they don't realize that most of the problems we face as men in the dating world comes from the fucking patriarchy. Because in my opinion, women tends to benefit from the patriarchy in the dating scene,
Mhm.
and men are the victims of the dating scene. Right? It depends on like different areas and different stuff. But
Yep.
yeah, that's a problem I have with red pillars. That they'll bring up real problems that men face. They'll talk about how much harder it is in the dating scene. They'll talk about how like when it comes to divorce settlements and stuff, like how women tend to benefit more than men. But then they'll say the solution is to go back to the patriarchy, which is the reason we struggle in the first place. But then progressives will say, well, if you don't abolish the patriarchy, no other advice works. It's like, well, fuck then. We're not gonna do that.
Yeah, it's a lot of like correlation equals causation stuff with people who say go back to the patriarchy, where they look at the fact that women have more freedoms, women are able to, be single mothers and sleep around more and sexualize themselves more. And then they say, and there's higher divorce rates, and, children are going to prison more, and they're not getting educations, and there's not fathers in the household, and blah, blah, blah. And it is kind of like a measuring thing where like, do you care more about having two parents in the household and making sure that the child has a good upbringing, that they have, somebody to help them with homework, somebody to drive them to their friend's house, somebody to tuck them in at night, somebody to cook them food? Or is it more important for women to have their autonomy, to be able to get out of an abusive relationship, or just a relationship that they're not happy in anymore? Like it is a values thing. It's which one is more important, which one matters more, which one will create a better society. And there's not an easy answer to that. It's making sure that kids do have two parents is an important thing. Making sure that they have a good upbringing is an important thing. Like, these things are insanely important, and it's not an easy thing to answer. But I think generally, because we live in a liberal society, we're going to go with the liberal answer and just say give each individual their own ability to make decisions for themselves, and that's that.
Yeah, sorry. One question Alex Schmidt has in chat: do you think the online left is misandrist?
um I don't know. I think that that's a little bit too broad. I would say that I wouldn't say the online left, but I would say like radical feminists seem to be pretty misandrous. They'll say things like, we'll talk about um, rape scenarios or sexual harassment scenarios or sexual assault scenarios, and their answer is always, "We'll just tell men to stop raping people." And it's like, do you? Who's running around telling men to rape people? Like, who's saying this? Nobody's saying men go rape people. Like, that's not a real thing. It's not a simple enough answer to just say like, oh, well, just tell men to stop raping people. It's like, if we're talking about crime in black neighborhoods, it's like, oh, well, just tell black people to stop committing crime. Like, come on. Why are they so stupid? Just tell them to stop committing crimes. It's that easy. It's not that easy. It's not that simple. There's a lot more that goes into these things, and I think that they oversimplify it to make sure that they have somebody to blame, they have somebody to fight against, and movements are always a lot easier to build if you have a bad guy.
Do you know who Alex of Playing with Fire is?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, yesterday he had a debate with this feminist TikToker called Farha something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was helping. He sent me like his prep sheet for the debate and stuff. I was kind of helping him a little bit on the side, and that's one point he wanted to talk to her about. Is that when it comes to like rape and stuff, like firstly, like you should never blame the victim, but you can also point out like more responsible actions you can do that would have lowered the risk. Pointing out, sorry, excuse me a second.
It's funny, Farha just the other day was begging to come on my show, and I wouldn't let her do it.
Giga Chad.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, my voice just went away. So it's about recognizing that the victim is never to blame, but there are more responsible things you could have done that would have changed that could have changed the outcome. But just because you could have done something else doesn't change that doesn't change that you were a victim of something bad. It's the example that Alex used was that think if, let's say, I leave my car door open at night, I just go to sleep, I leave my phone in my car, and one day I come in and someone stole my phone. I'm a victim of that guy who stole my phone, but I could have closed my car,
Yes. Yeah, I use a similar example all the time to say like, yeah, if your house gets robbed and your neighbor comes over and is like, bro, you probably should have locked your doors. Like, yeah, we're not normally going to call that victim blaming. Like that's just good general advice.
And there's Aryan. I think he's in your chat as well, and he just wanted to know if you could hop on and ask you a question.
Yeah, sure.
So hey, Aryan.
Hey Tom.
What's up, homie?
Yeah. You know I'm a sim for you, right?
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Okay. So I have this.
No,
question.
you're only simping for me, not him, dude. Sorry.
All right.
His show.
Yeah.
His rules.
All right. Do you think that your advice or how your rhetoric when you're talking around this topic is attractive towards young men? I
think it's attractive?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that generally, I don't know if it's attractive. Normally what I'm trying to talk about is just like different aspects of different relationships so that people can actually understand the human psyche better and understand the interactions, understand what it is that people want out of those relationships. I don't know if it's actually attractive. I'm not sure why.
I would say like just the way, like the rhetoric around these topics, like you know how not so erudite talks about these topics, right?
Mhm.
Like that therapist tone, like really sympathetic and stuff. But
Mhm.
that's really, if I was an incel, right? That's really these dehumanizing in a way. Oh, you're a loser, and I'll be really kind to you. I'll coddle you.
I was
Like,
just about to say, I don't like her tone when she talks about it because it seems very condescending. Yeah.
yeah, and whenever I criticize her in the Reddit, in Destiny's Reddit post, and everyone was like, "No, she's doing fine. She's empathizing with people." But I don't feel that way. I feel like maybe she doesn't understand that, but there's a reason why people go towards Kevin Samuel and Fresh and Fit. They're not nice. They say, "Oh, you're a loser. You're an incel. You're a simp." There's a reason why they use those language to
Yep.
like say, "Okay, it's your problem." And it is the outside problem, societal problem, but it's your problem. You have to do something about it.
Kind of, because they also make sure that they put like most of the blame on women. They use all sorts of rhetorical tricks and gotchas when they have all these women onto their shows to make sure that the woman feels like it's her fault, she's to blame, and she screwed up. And half the time that I watch these arguments, it doesn't actually seem like it's actually the woman's fault when they're playing these gotcha games.
You have to think of it as not so much as a debate, rather more like a you're it's like whenever they demean women, men feel good. It's like it's classic misogyny, I would say, classic
Mm-hmm.
sexism. Eh, because like the societal description, men kind of get like, oh, we're kind of effed up by society. Women are getting ahead of us like through education and through early employment. More women are going towards workforce, while young men are like losing slowly, and more women are getting having healthy relationships or having healthy friendships, while men are more introverted or staying home and watching you and other people, I
Mm-hmm.
guess, watching YouTube debates and whatever. And and it feels like, no, get your money up. Their advices are simple: get your money up. Women are b words, and it's all up to you. You're responsible. It doesn't matter if the world like they show they're basically they want to apply a toxic masculinity to the max. Like, don't give a f about society or anything like that. Bottle up your emotions and just head forward. Depression, what is that? It doesn't exist. You have to act as if depression doesn't exist. You have to go through life as a stoic person. And like, I think men in general like heroic stories. They want to be hero in their own narrative,
Mm-hmm.
and they want the struggle. They see the struggle and they don't like it, but they want to overcome it. That dream of overcoming it, and like that fantasy, I would say, overcoming it finally, is like really attractive for men.
So I'm talking about building your social skills, better understanding people, better understanding how those interactions, making sure that you actually understand what it is the other person wants, that you're making sure that they feel comfortable in these scenarios. You started off by saying you understand that I'm your simp. I'm waiting. Where's the drop off here?
It's because I don't find this. If I was a young man, right? Let's just say back in 2018, when I was a big Jordan Peterson simp. Um, to me, he was like a father figure rather than like
Mm-hmm.
a role model. And you don't look like a role model. And
Mm-hmm.
FNF, they look more like father figures. Like, oh, yeah, like, I care about you. You're a loser, but I care about you. Like, there's like a father figure like speech going on and
Mm-hmm.
language going on, and you don't have that rhetoric around you. So
I
I
don't
guess
have that. Uh, I don't have that look either, though. Like I have the look of like your friend or your brother or something like that. Yeah, I don't have that dynamic whatsoever.
And to be
yeah,
fair,
I guess
nowadays Jordan Peterson doesn't either. The dude's just like ranting about everything every 5 minutes on Twitter. So it's like,
Old Jordan Peterson, he was very attractive to young men.
Yeah, because I think most insults are from single parent households and mostly single mother, and
Yeah.
so am I. So I kind of relate to that, to their struggles more, and I guess people who are from left, they have hard time empathizing with other people. Like, I think erudite erudite can sympathize, but not so much empathize with incels. Like it always feels condescending, no matter how she wants. Maybe some of it is misogyny, but I think if you take out misogyny, it's still bad. I would say.
Yeah, well, so I would say there's two things that I'm trying to do when I'm talking about these things. One is, like I said, like actually like talking to people about their social skills, getting them to better understand the dynamics and how to interact with other people. But the other thing is actually to get other people to understand the lack of social skills, to actually understand the problems, the struggle, what it is that these young men are going through. That could probably seem condescending to those young men, but I think that if people on the left, because like it's always in my chat, it's always people saying, no, they're just not trying hard enough, or no, their standards are just too high, or yeah, they just need to go to the gym, they just need to be themselves. It's stupid stuff like that that doesn't actually understand what's really going on. It's stupid stuff that doesn't actually like think that there's a real problem outside of the individual. And so it has to be both. You have to find a balance between actually pointing out that there is a real problem that actually exists that people should pay attention to, while also like having a solution there, having something that that could help the individual in the meantime, while also worrying about the systemic problems.
Exactly. So there, do you kind of empathize with me when I was really disagreeable with Katie last night? Why I was like saying, okay, I don't think we should focus too much on systemic issues when we're talking interpersonal issues, because we cannot do anything about it. And she was saying, no, we should talk about both of them. I was like, yeah, you can, but in general sense, not so much interpersonally, because we want advice right now.
Right.
We don't want like talk about stuff like it doesn't make me feel good.
Yeah, but it
If
should be, it should like I I I agree with you when you're talking to Katie about that, because she's applying these in individual circumstances, whereas I'm not. I'm saying, hey, there is a systemic issue that we should all be aware of, that we should understand, that we should be educated on. I'm not saying, hey, look at what you did to cause this systemic problem, right? That's very different. So I'm not applying the systemic issue to individuals. I'm saying individuals should understand the systemic issue that actually exists. Whereas the thing that's there in the meantime is also just like general advice about social awareness.
And Aryan,
I
you can ask one or two questions more, and then because we'll have to continue.
Sure. Sorry about that. Last question. Do you think there's a reason why men's rights activists exist? Because uh, how feminism only talks about systemic issues. Also, men's rights activists also talks about systemic issues, but they focus more on like interpersonal issues, like talking about like esoteric stuff, like going to the club and like men have to pay money and whatever, and women doesn't have to. Like do you think because you don't have that activist rhetoric, that people don't go towards your content more, like young men, you have like an older audience, right? There's a reason why that is, because they're more established in their careers and in their life. They have it more figured out, and they
Mhm.
watch your content because more they want to hear more intellectual stuff rather than more uh, activist preaching, I would say.
Yeah, it's got. I mean, the shows that you're talking about, like Fresh and Fit, or um, what is it, the Whatever podcast, or all of these other things. Like one of my major criticisms of them is that they don't have the prescriptions. They don't have like something that will actually fix the problem outside of like your own individual responsibility. And I think that you should always have something more than that. I think that like I like we were talking about before, where they tell them, hey, you suck, you're a loser, you need to do better. They do that, but then they also give them something to blame as well. They give them something to say, look how bad these women are, look how much they suck, look at what a big problem they're causing on the rest of us. You have to go fix things, but only because of them. You have to fix things because they suck so much. And so I'm saying that, yes, I'm doing the same thing where like the individual advice is still there, but the thing to blame is still going to be the system. There's still something to fall back on. There's still some reason that you have this problem. It doesn't mean that you get to ignore your problem, but it does mean that there is something there in the meantime that makes you understand better why you're in this scenario. That's not all your fault.
Yeah, the problem is that they're right wing podcasts, so they're obviously not gonna focus on systems. Like I heard there's only few guys in the manosphere who are like left wing, but they're
Mhm.
talk about systemic stuff, like Duke the Don. Like Vic, you talked with him, right? And Destiny, but he doesn't focus on dating issues, like at least manosphere issues that much. And that's all. Is there any?
Yeah, I wouldn't call Destiny a manosphere guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say Destiny isn't included in that. Alex is playing with 5 years liberal dude, but he's not like he doesn't frame himself that way. Like he doesn't
Yeah.
make liberal content or like he doesn't talk about
Yeah, there
systems. Or,
isn't that many people who are like going acknowledging systemic issues and also like giving advice. Like,
hmm Yeah,
yeah,
that's I think that like what I understand why you're pointing it out as a problem, but I'm pointing your problem as the problem. That like, hey, they don't talk about this and this is why they're so attractive. And I'm saying, yeah, like that's the problem. Like that's why more people do need to talk about it. That's why more people do need to be speaking about these issues.
but yeah, Aryan, we're gonna have to continue. Thank you very much for hopping on, man.
Thanks, Ari.
thank you for bringing me up.
Yeah, for
Bye.
sure. I'd see ya. But yeah, I will do like 5 more minutes maybe, and then I'll call it today.
Okay.
I was gonna say about yeah the just to respond to this guy in chat. Uh, Fresh and Fit does provide solutions. They say get in shape, become a higher earner, and learn game. Yeah, the advice that Fresh and Fit gives is actually good advice in my opinion. I mean, if they obsess over the money and look and status too much, but the flirting advice I don't think it's that bad. My only problem with them is that basically the marketing model is to uh, if they target a bunch of dudes who maybe were bullied in high school by these women that they now hate, and they take that resentment and monetize from it. Yeah, I don't know if you want to respond to that guy.
I mean, it's still the same. Like I said before, I feel like lots of them want to give you a bad guy. They want to give you somebody to hate. They want to give you somebody that's like they are the problem. They're the reason that everything sucks. They're the reason that you have to change. You shouldn't have to change. You shouldn't have to change who you are. You should be able to just be who you are, but you can't because women suck, because women are so greedy, because they only care about themselves, they only care about validation, because they only care about money. And so now, because women are so crazy and they suck so much, you have to now conform to their idea of what a man should be, because women control society and they control the dating market. And so it sucks, but that's the way it is. Yeah, I think that that is their version of giving you the bad guy, giving you somebody to blame, and then they bring all of these women on to dunk on them and tell them how wrong they are and tell them that they're all the problem and that they're all doing something wrong. And yeah, I think that that is like they have advice, but and they have a bunch of data. It's just the wrong advice, and they misread the data. They can take data and we can all agree on the data, but they're going to take something very different from it than what I'm going to take from it most of the time. And I think they're giving the wrong advice. I don't think that they're actually helping men in reality.
Do you have an example of a progressive content creator which is like a big content creator who you would say gives good dating advice? Doesn't have to be a politics content creator, but just someone whose personal beliefs are more progressive.
I would probably, I mean, the closest thing is Destiny. I think it's really hard for people to listen to Destiny though, because he's in an open relationship and sleeps around and has very messy relationships. And I think, yeah, people look at this and they're like, okay, who is this guy to give any sort of dating advice? So yeah, I like he's as close as it gets, I suppose, because I think his advice is really good and he's really good at recognizing that his lifestyle is not good for everybody else. It's not something that everybody else will understand, or it's not his lifestyle isn't something that's applicable for other people. But I think that yeah, it makes it harder for people to listen to him because of that.
Yeah, Destiny has been like I'm a big fan of Destiny. I've been listening to him for a long time, but like he's probably the nicest big content creator I've talked to. Maybe Vosh was also really nice behind the scenes and in like face to face. But
Mhm.
I guess I'll just say, like, you know who Hunter Avalon is?
Yeah.
So I reached out to him for a conversation, like one day, like at like 9 a.m. on my time. He messaged me, was like, "Hey, can you hop on now?" I was like, "Fuck, it's like kind of early," but I was like, "Just give me half an hour to get ready." I got ready. I hopped on. He kept me in his waiting room for 2 hours, then said to come back tomorrow. And I was like, "Yeah."
Yep. Yeah, I did. So for a while, I was doing AMAs with people, and when we did Destiny, we did Vosh, we did Aristocracy, we did like all of like the biggest names all over the internet, um, and then Hunter Avalon came on. We had him scheduled. We rescheduled him twice. And then when he finally showed up the third time, it was for 2 hours and he was there for 20 minutes and then said, "Hey, I gotta go," and jumped off to debate some random that was in his chat. So yeah, he's pretty disrespectful with everybody else's time, and I've had issues getting in touch with him as well, and being able to talk to him about things. So yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, no, because Alex, so playing with Alex, told me that part of being a small content creator is to accept that big content creators will push you, will bully you around. It's just the way it is. But oddly enough, like progressives have kind of been meaner to me than any like big like pickup
Bruniboo
artists and red pill content
became a
creators.
member.
Like behind the scenes, most of them, even when they don't come on my channel, they're super nice about it. Progressives are kind of jerks, to be honest.
Yeah, lots of them can be. Like Destiny's really good about his time. Vosh has been really good about his time as well. The two of them, it seems to like follow with their success and the types of communities that they can build. Even when I did my AMA with Hunter, one of the things that I asked him was like, so when you switched from being right wing to being left wing and you just lost your entire audience, like who are some people that you were sad that didn't like you anymore? He's like, nobody. I didn't really know anybody in my audience, didn't really care. I was like, wow. Like I I know tons of people from when I switched that I was upset that they didn't like me anymore. I was upset at how they were talking about me. Even now, if there were people in my audience who all of a sudden hated me, yeah, I'd probably be pretty upset about that as well. It's amazing that, yeah, like he's just I don't know. I like Hunter's a great guy. Like he's smart. He's good at debating. I don't like his content. I'm not interested in it. It's kind of all like uber debate broy, like, gotchas and crap like that. And it's kind of obnoxious and not my thing.
Yeah, I've never seen a conversation with Hunter Avalon where he's respectful to the person he's speaking to and the person respectful back. He very much selects and he creates a space where it's like he treats you so much like trash behind the scenes that when you hop on, you're going to be angry at him, and then he'll get you to be pissed off. He'll get pissed off back at you, and then he'll upload it online. But he never actually has like just sorry, he never have like normal conversations. But whatever. But yeah, with the problem I have with, I guess, the final problem with progressives, I guess it seems like you agree with it. It's like, um, do you think sometimes, but uh, the kind of advice progressive women will give men, or like, okay, I'll just rephrase it. It's like the cringe shit I'm gonna say, but it's the truth, in my opinion. Women will call out toxic masculinity, but when they get horny, they will go for the toxic masculine man any day over the super soy boy type dude.
No. Nah. No way.
You don't agree with that?
I have tons of feminists in my chat who complain about toxic masculinity all the time, but then they sit around like, "Tom, you're not yelling enough," or "I like it when you yell at me," or you need to, like, it is, yes, that they all love the toxic masculinity. They love it just as much as anybody else. It is what they live for. It is the same thing. Yep.
Do you know who Lumi Ru is?
Yes. Yeah.
They had a video like on how like they went on a date with an alpha male, and it was the funniest thing ever because like it kind of showed to me that even this super big, super like somewhat kind of a bit too much feminist woman is like when they get horny, what do? Who do they select for? They select for the dude they complain about. It's like, I don't know, because in the whole video like they talked about how like they want Tinder and they choose that guy. But yeah, sorry, just give me a second.
You're fine.
I don't know what's going on in my voice. I apologize. But yeah, that's something I feel like that's my problem. The big overall problem I have with feminists, online extreme feminists, not real life feminists. Uh, they will call out toxic masculinity, which is good. Toxic masculinity is bad, but they don't address for good masculinity, the good masculine values that are good to have that they select for in their partners. But then they'll shame, like every time I hear a progressive talk about masculinity, it's always something negative. But I never hear them either bring up toxic feminine values or positive masculine values. And I don't know why, but it's kind of frustrating sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like gender roles. I talk a lot about gender. I think that a lot of it is like I think we've taken a lot of like small differences about ourselves and kind of like hyperbolized them in a way to overly separate ourselves, and we're probably not as different as we think we are, but I do think we're different. I do think that those differences exist, and just we noticed small differences and yeah, like push them out to the biggest extremes possible. And that's how we got, 50s housewives and Hulk Hogan, and as though those are like the two separate things that we really are. And I think that we're probably a lot closer to one another than most people think. And I think that people are still going to be attracted to, I think women are still going to be attracted to masculine characteristics. I think men are still going to be attracted to feminine characteristics. And I think that toxic masculinity is one of those extremes that kind of signals how masculine you are that people still like. They just also recognize that there's some negative outcomes from it.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much all I was gonna ask. I think like out of uh, out of all the progressive people I've interacted with, what I know of, I guess I'm a progressive person too, so it's not coming from like a right wing place. I'm quite left wing. Uh, I present myself like more centrist online, but in the real world, I'm a lot more progressive. But online spaces are just a bit too far left for me. I guess I'm a Destinyist, whatever Destiny is. That's what I am.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to say thank you very much for having this conversation. It's really hard for me to talk to get bigger people to talk to me, and I really appreciate you took up your time for this.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you inviting me. It's a good conversation.
Yeah, and is it okay if I plug myself?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, so hey everyone, my name on YouTube is VixLife, VIKSLIFE. I talk to different content creators of different areas about dating. I came from the pickup artist space. I'm a bit more nuanced now, but I guess relatively speaking, I'm still in that side compared to the other compared with different communities. I have had conversations with Destiny, Vosh, Not So Erudite. I'm friendly with both Destiny and Not So Erudite. I had Pixie on, and I will be having more content creators from both progressive and non-progressive spaces. If you'd like to see more conversations about dating, well, please check out my channel. Yeah, thank you very much. And
Appreciate it, man.
sorry.
Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Later.
See ya.
Where I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Who was first?
I was
Oh.
first, dog.
Okay.
Oh.
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. How's it going, man?
Oh, nothing, man. I was just seeing you talking to that random woman again.
So, wait,
Did
again?
you song?
I didn't have her on again.
No, you didn't. You had Vikram on, and I literally just wanted to come on to say something nice to that guy.
Yeah, he was doing it on StreamYard, so it wasn't in my Discord, and so that's why
that
I
makes
messaged you back and said you have to go to his chat and let him know.
Okay. I didn't do that. I was busy talking to Killinger. That dude's cool.
Yeah.
Well, actually, okay. Well, then I don't really have anything to talk about. How's the night been?
It's been fine so far. I've been on for, I guess, 2 hours now. Well, maybe closer to 3 hours, but yeah.
Dope. Anything pressing or interesting or anything that?
Counterpoints came
His
out
response?
and yeah, he kind of responded
I saw
to
it.
everybody's criticisms and all of that. So we went over that.
What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, he has a similar position to me on most of it. That like, it seems like if we take into context everything that's already happened, then it's fine. People want to put each time she comes on into a vacuum and be like, oh, well, people might only see just this one thing and then they'll be
Mhm.
confused. But that's just going to be such a small amount of people that I don't even know that it's worth engaging with. Like, that's going to be so rare. And uh, yeah, I don't know. But and then Destiny also, apparently said that he doesn't want people having her on if they're not going to push back anymore or at all. Supposedly he had a conversation with Connor, so we can't watch it because it was on Kick. You can't rewind Kick live stream, so whenever they end the live stream, we might go back and watch that and see what happened.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I would be surprised if he said that. Yeah, I watched Connor's response as well. I respect his position. I respect your position. You know what's funny? I think I was talking to Killinger about this a little bit. We were actually talking about like some other nerdy stuff that's like one step removed from like real life personal drama.
Mm-hmm.
It's like GTA stuff, like RP stuff, like role playing, like basically improv drama, and people get super invested in that. And we were talking about like, okay, well, why would you ever get personally invested in fake drama? But even what I thought about when I was watching Connor's response was like, damn, this is real drama. Like,
Mm-hmm.
apparently Destiny's getting lawyers involved and shit. He's gonna start sending cease and desist. Like, this is pretty real for them, but
I mean,
it's
when I talked
real
to him
for
about
us.
it, he was saying, he's like, it really sucks when all of a sudden people put those allegations out there and now you're the guy with those allegations. Even if they're not true, you still have those allegations. Like, it's one more allegation than you would have if they didn't do it. And so now it just sucks that's out there whatsoever. Just as Mr. Girl was upset when Cherry, said that he flashed her or whatever. Now he's the guy who has an allegation about flashing somebody. Like, it just kind of sucks to have that out there whatsoever. And if and so yeah, if those allegations are out there, then you just kind of have to do everything you can to push back against it. So last night, Ahrelevant was talking to Lav, and Destiny jumped into the VC, even though
Yeah.
Ahrelevant's not allowed to have him on because it's
Yeah.
Twitch.
I don't know why he let him do that. Or why he didn't kick him.
Yeah, Destiny jumped in and was like, bro, like, if you're not going to say anything, then I'm going to sit here. And then every time she says something untrue, I will push back. And Ahrelevant was like, okay, then I guess we'll just stop talking about it then.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that move, especially because everybody, including Destiny, has watched enough JCS videos to know that like if you let the person talk long enough without applying the screws immediately, you can get them to incriminate themselves way more. So I don't know why he thinks this is the best strategy. Like,
Yeah,
let
that seems to be like the general take from my interview is people are like, damn, like, Tom let this chick talk herself into a freaking corner here. Like, she is
yes,
so screwed now. But they're still like, it's again, it just seems like Zonia's audience are upset about very different things that I didn't push back on each and every little incorrect piece of information. But like, I don't have a problem with Ahrelevant's move, and I think that I would do the same exact thing. And I was talking about this earlier. Destiny has been like insanely charitable to me and has given me tons of his time and has been super helpful to me. And I've asked a ton of him, and he's never asked anything of me. He's given me a ton. I've never given him a damn thing. So yeah, if he all of a sudden is asking this of me or anybody else, then yeah, I would feel like compelled to do something that he
yeah,
asks, right?
yeah, and I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't think that's unreasonable on his part or on your part. I don't know how like strategically, like I don't know how strategically effective that is. But yeah, of course, like, and I understand where he's coming from. Like, if these people are saying these things, and it's funny. Even when he's like just recently, when he was at the Minds event and people were attacking him, and and other dudes started like speaking up for him, he turned to him and said, "I don't need you to defend me." Like, it
Mhm.
could even be that like if you were to push back, he would rather push back himself. So I can understand that. That's fine.
Yeah.
Um, but like ultimately, so ultimately, you agree that like unless it's on a Twitch stream where you could get banned, like he should be allowed or invited on if someone like either Mr. Girl or Lav were there and they were making claims that he like super disagreed with and felt were defaming his character. Like you
I'm
would
not going to say
agree
that he should be invited on. I'm saying that I would be willing to do that, but I'm not going to say that other people should do that. No.
right. You're saying you don't think it's unreasonable for him to want to do that.
No, like I said, it when Zonia and like her audience were freaking out about this, I kept saying, I was like, you guys are too invested in this as though it's your problem. It's not your problem. It doesn't affect you. If
Right.
Destiny wants to talk to me about this, if Destiny has an issue, I'm fine talking to him about it. If he asks something of me, then that's totally different. But you guys doing it on his behalf is bullcrap, and I don't care. I don't
And do you
care to
think
listen to this.
and do you think some of those people are like overlap like with DGG? Like it's not just
Oh
Sony's
yeah, of
people, but
course.
it's
Yeah.
interesting. And I know Zonia seems to have a pretty sincere emotional attachment to this, which I've never
Yeah,
seen
well,
before.
she
And I
she
wonder,
has like a personal beef with Lav. Like Lav
yeah,
has said like a bunch of really messed up stuff about Zonia
yeah, and
as
I think
well, and
that's
they have
super
their own
fair.
personal beef. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I understand why Zonia has like an extra uh bit of hate for Lav.
yeah. Okay, well that makes sense. And also like absolutely, I think I really feel like Lav is like worse than Anna.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I would say that the like it I don't even know. I don't know if I would say that, but
Well,
yeah,
okay.
I don't know.
Allow me. Give me 2 seconds to kind of explain that position,
Okay.
because I feel like charity is owed to Anna at this point. I spent
That's what I was gonna say, is that like the actions probably um are not nearly as bad, but
yeah.
the amount of charity that we would lend Anna is probably a lot more than what we would lend to Lav.
Well, and I would say that like just to be clear, like when the whole Anna arc happened, I was actually at a really bad place in my life. I wasn't gainfully employed. I was like in a depressed space. I paid attention to that whole arc way more closely than I should have, to my own like personal detriment. And that
Mhm.
was some weird parasociality, toxic stuff that like ended up negatively affecting me. Now,
My
fast forward.
video that I tell everybody to go watch on Anna is me covering your Reddit post, right?
Right. Yes. Remember that.
Mhm.
Yes. Remember how obsessed I was and how many details I like paid so much attention to. It was kind of sad. Like it
I
was
think that
not.
was the disagreement that we had at the time, is
Yes.
you were
Yes.
saying like, well, you should be more mad about X, and I
Yes.
was like, I think you should care less about X, but I don't
100%.
remember what it was, but yeah.
No, you're absolutely correct, and I should have cared less. But that was all I had at the time because I was in a
Hmm.
very depressing state. Now that being said, obviously my life is in a totally different place, and so that's why I say charity is owed to Anna, because
Hmm.
at the time I couldn't even see like when it was sort of when the puzzle pieces came together and it turned out it probably was a OCD, which you were saying before she even said it, and before her and
Before anybody,
Destiny came to
yes.
terms over it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I rejected that. I said that's a cope, that's a cop out, that's bullshit. I don't believe you. This is all just bad behavior, and this person is a menace. Looking back, no, it was. It absolutely, obviously, it was OCD, and obviously,
Hmm.
it was looping and trying to correct the record. I mean, that is what she said. I watched hours of her content like a lunatic. So yeah, that is
Yeah.
correct. I don't know. I don't know if I can extend that same charity to somebody like Lav, who it seems like is making much more pointed allegations and assertions. And when they are challenged or when they talk about it, it seems like they are sort of strategizing what they're going to say, as opposed to like impulsively trying to correct some record that they delusionally believe is true, but it's not because of their like internal compulsions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't agree. I think that the way that Anna talks about it, sorry, the way that Laugh talks about it, I think it's pretty obvious that she's just as confused about her own claims as everybody else, because she says fairly often, like, I don't even know how I feel about it. I'm not even willing to say that he did something wrong. I don't know if he was malicious. I don't know what it was that he was trying to do, right? Like, she just knows that, like, what it looks like from her perspective now that she has a different lens of looking at it through, once Mr. Girl convinced her of this, like, um, this uh, this way of looking at things.
Hmm.
Now
This
she's
sort of abuse
looking back on
paradigm,
it.
basically,
Yes,
right?
yes. And now that when she looks back on it, she can see that, and she's like, okay, like that's not all that unreasonable that this could have been the case. And now I'm starting to re-question everything that we said to one another and everything that we talked about and everything that happened. And so yeah, just the way that she talks about it, it seems like she's just as confused as anybody else.
Well, okay, I would so I understand what you're saying. I have a hard time accepting that on face value, just because it has been like we don't think about it because there's like new developments almost every day, or there's like new stuff happening and new conversations and new videos. So it almost seems like it hasn't been like 2 or 3 months since like the article came out. It hasn't been a month or two since she went on Twitter and like called him out specifically and basically said he sexually coerced her or whatever. It so like I don't know if I accept that she still doesn't know and she's confused. I feel like she's had enough time to like like soak in all of the perspectives and all the facts, and that's what I'm still doing. That's why I
No,
don't.
because think about it
Yeah.
from her side. Okay, so as soon as she starts saying stuff like this, she feels like Destiny's immediately attacking her and Max. Then he's following her around and like getting, what she feels like is harassing her and bullying her and trying to get her off of panels. And even some things that he said do seem to be untrue or at least unsubstantiated. And so she sees those things as like sticking out like sore thumbs, like, oh my goodness, now he's lying about me. Whereas like from his position, like, okay, maybe I like went a little bit overboard because I was pissed off and I said some things that I shouldn't have. Um, but she was making up all these freaking lies about me, and so I just felt like I needed to get back at her in the moment. It like I think a lot of these things, again, from like a very biased version of things, I think that it would make sense that somebody could actually see it that way.
Well, so just real quick, to go back to when you said she's saying these things and then she experiences this backlash. What were the things she was saying that elicited that backlash?
The Wait, like you're talking about where she was talking about Max's article and the way that Destiny was
Yeah, and
interacting with her?
accusing Destiny of basically being Harvey Weinstein and sexual assault. So to me, that was an attack. So you're saying she was saying all these things and then she feels attacked. Well, I mean, she
Yes,
started with an attack, didn't she?
no, duh, but if she actually thinks that what she's saying is true, then she's gonna feel like it's weird that all of a sudden he's attacking her, right? This is what I'm saying is if you start off with the belief that she's lying from the beginning and just attacking him, then of course you're going to come to that conclusion.
Okay,
But if you
I'm
start
gonna.
off with the belief that she was actually honest from the beginning, and then everything that's happened from there only just seems to prove what it is she already thought, then that makes sense as well. And so I'm not willing to say one way or the other because I think both are completely plausible.
Okay, so and I understand that, and so I just want to walk through this very quickly or very sort of pointedly, because I know you've had this conversation a lot.
Hmm.
But so it seems odd to me that if she truly believes what she's saying, then she's not going to like the pushback that she receives. I do agree with that, and that's basically what you were saying about the first part of this, right? She says
Hmm.
something that she believes is true, then she receives pretty intense pushback, and she feels like that is unjust because she sees herself as a victim, and if she believes everything that she says is true, then this is retaliation that is indicative of like some sort of pattern of abuse or whatever. Is it right?
Yeah, and it's not just like, oh, Destiny said that I was wrong. It's like, tons of fans getting pissed off, attacking her, saying all sorts of messed up stuff about her, probably her losing friends, her losing her following. Like, yeah, there's a lot that comes with that as well.
Right. And so while potentially let's just for hypothetical sake say you and I believe that what she's saying is untrue. It doesn't matter. She believes it's true. So even if we disagree and we say mean things to her because we think that she's being disingenuous, she's going to feel unjustly attacked. And so then she's going to basically go into this sort of defense mode and start going on these shows and talking about her experience.
Hmm.
Is that essentially where you're coming from? Like am I getting
Yeah.
something wrong there?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this has so to me, like the timeline may or may not be important. So help me like figure that out.
Hmm.
I feel like this has been at this point like a pretty long thing. Like this has kind of been a several months long thing, or
Yep.
even just a couple of months after the article was released or
Hmm.
dropped. And to me, it seems like if I were Lav and I really believe these things were true, I would have time to think about how the article was received, how the article was portrayed, how it was written. It sounds like she even has like some hangups or some regrets or some like trepidation about how the article was published because she was even saying, I hope I'm not the only. I hope I'm not the majority of this." And then she
Yeah.
ended up being the majority of it. So it
Yeah.
seems
She
like
seemed
even
to have a lot of disagreements with Mr. Girl. Yeah.
with the article.
Yep.
But at the same time, it also seems like she's kind of like ramping up her, maybe not ramping up in your eyes, because I think you might see this a little bit different. So help me connect these dots. But
Okay.
it seems like at the same time, she is kind of ramping up these attacks and saying, okay, well, it was pay for play. This was a Weinstein agreement. This was completely inappropriate. And one specific term that she used, she said extremely sexual, which I thought was super funny because
Mm.
I've had extremely sexual relationships, and they certainly didn't end at feet pics.
Yeah. She said
Um,
overtly sexual. Yeah.
she said extremely sexual. Do you remember that?
I don't, but I remember her saying overtly sexual. So I guess yeah.
Okay, no worries. I'll send it to you just like I remembered that it was instinctual, dog. I don't forget nothing. So
Nice.
all right, so that's where I'm at right now, and I feel like I've laid out a few different things, so I don't want to go too far beyond that.
Yeah.
Can you help me connect some of these dots, or tell me what you think, like given what I've laid out?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's what we would expect if she did think that that she was being unfairly maligned and unfairly attacked, and that she felt like she had reason to believe these things, even if she was unsure of them. Which I I disagree with. So I like this is it
Hmm.
aligns with a lot of the bullcrap that she was saying even early on with the way that she would talk to Destiny, where she would say things like, "I'm just talking about my feelings. I'm just talking about the way that I feel." Whereas
Hmm.
like the rest of us look at this as like, yeah, but you can't just do that in a public way. Like
Yeah,
if you
I
want to
feel
just sit
like you're a
around with your
manipulative abuser. I
friend,
just feel that
yeah,
way.
right, exactly. So if you're just sitting around with your friend and you're like hypothesizing these things off stream, like, in your living room or something, that's one thing. But then I think that her and Mr. Girl both misunderstand like the public platform aspect of
Hmm.
the things that you think when you say them out loud to a public audience need to attach to reality, and they don't. And so when you're
Hmm.
hypothesizing these things, saying, yeah, like this is the way I feel, this is what makes sense to me, like I could be wrong, I don't know, but I'm just saying that like it's confusing, and this is just a way that is a possibility, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think that like she's being really irresponsible, but yeah, I think that like knowing who she is and the way that she is, if there was a charitable way of looking at it, I think that this would be it. And I don't think that there's I think that this is how we would expect her to react. And like we would expect her to go on the shows and talk about it and be like, yeah, like I'm unfairly treated here. This isn't right. Like he just keeps saying this stuff about me, and I'm just telling you how I feel. Like because even at times, yeah, the way that she talks about it like flips all over the place. But then when she says like, yeah, I'm still like not sure about it and I'm confused.
Hmm.
And I think
Hmm.
her having people like in her audience who keep reinforcing these ideas with her, I think having people like Mr. Girl and his girlfriend reinforcing these ideas, she always has people there like to fall back on who can reinforce these ideas anytime that she's starting to waver. And so yeah, I think that like yeah, I think that that
Yeah, it's
seems
almost
plausible.
like a lost cause, kind of. Well,
Hmm.
and so I would ask. So one thing that I respect about both your perspective and counterpoints perspective is that you guys, I think, do a good job of being objective. And just because you have a different opinion doesn't mean that you're being a simp or that you're not pushing back or that you're not like you just have a different objective perspective.
Mhm.
Now, can you be objective without being charitable? And do you really even need to be charitable if you have like a specific view of a person,
I don't
of
think that
their
I'm
character?
I don't think I'm going out of my way to be charitable. I think a lot of people are going out of their way to be uncharitable. I think that in order to say, she's lying, I think that you have to go out of your way to say that.
Hold on, you think you have to go out of your way to assert that she's lying?
Yeah, to say yes, to say that she is lying. Yeah. I think that it's I think
But
to not only assert that she's lying, but that there isn't another possibility. That like anybody who still thinks that she's wrong, but doesn't think that she's necessarily lying, that they are obviously like doing something wrong and that they're incorrect and that they're crazy or lying to themselves or whatever. Like yeah, you are fully in on just this one idea that she's lying and that there's no other possibility. Yeah, I think that I think that that's I think you have to do
right.
a lot of extra convincing in order to be that deep.
And I think that's fair, and I think that sort of rigidity of that rigid sort of ideal would make me feel claustrophobic. But at the same time, even if you don't think she's lying, but you also think you don't agree with her descriptive account of what happened, then like is there any way that that person doesn't just end up being delusional and doesn't that just end up discounting their perspective anyway? Like,
Yeah, of course.
is there a way that you can validate their perspective if you don't agree that they have like that the way that they see it is the way that things happened or the way that events played out?
I don't
Like it
know. I don't think people should validate like her perspective on the interactions with Destiny at
Well,
least.
I'm just saying, maybe I asked that in a really weird way, but I'm saying if you're not going to call her a liar and you think that she really believes it, wouldn't that only leave the option that she's just delusional then? Like, and isn't that like, wouldn't she just view that as
Somewhat, yeah,
patronizing?
yeah, to some extent, sure. Like Counterpoints explain this as though like
Hmm.
she's somebody who has had a very like transactional relationship with men over the last couple of years um and like being sexual for some sort of interaction and then like getting something out of it from the guy, or that's what the guy like that's all the guy wants from you is just the sexual interaction, um and then he'll give you something for it, like him saying like this is how she's interacted with men for years now, and so it doesn't seem crazy that that's the way she'll see other relationships afterwards. The only problem that I have with that narrative from Counterpoints is that it I feel like she was saying that she didn't see it that way at the time, that
Yeah,
Mr.
I would
Girl
agree.
convinced her of this later and then changed the way that she looked at it.
Well,
So
and real quick, and I'll let you get back to it, but I would say like if that's how she saw it, then she can't then use that to attack him and call herself a victim and say that he took advantage of her. But go ahead.
yeah, I mean, it just yes, yes, I would say that it's probably delusional. I've known a ton of people like this that talk like her, that interact like
Hmm.
her,
Yeah, I have too,
who are
unfortunately.
very good at convincing themselves of things,
Hmm.
even when they see the inconsistencies, even when they see how it all falls apart, even when they see that that they're not making sense anymore, they will just find a new way to convince themselves that they're not wrong and that
Yeah,
everybody else is wrong. So yeah,
that's fair.
I've seen this for a very long time. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think there's any that you would lend any credence from your own perspective to the whole Darvo aspect of it, or do you just think that's a fancy term that Destiny's wheeling out because he's heard of it? Like, do you think that's actually happening in some of these instances, or do you think that's just not really happening?
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. It seems to be a
Yeah.
pattern with her.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay. I don't want to talk about this all night, but I love the conversation as always, brother. Is there anything
Appreciate it, man.
fun? Anything fun you want to leave off with?
No, fun is for gay people.
Fun is for death and dying.
There you go.
Peace out, brother.
Later, bud. Nobody thinks Destiny is 100% innocent at all, but both of them are degenerates and dysfunctional. This is like a high school couple who drag all their friends into the bullshit. I think that kind of comes with the territory, though. Like, when your life is a public spectacle, when your life is a reality TV show, when that's what Destiny is famous for, and like he's famous for having people on and kind of having all of his personal relationships out in the open with everyone. I think that comes with the territory. That is what makes him famous. That's what makes him likable. That's why everybody likes him. And then that's also why he ends up getting into a lot of trouble. So there's going to be upsides and downsides to all of it. Oh, where did my camera go? Dude, I'm sorry, guys. I got to restart my computer. It is glitching too much. It's too slow. I got something I'm about to play. I got good stuff for you. So just it'll literally take like 30 seconds for me to restart my computer. So just hold on 1 second. I restart my computer and it decides to update. So that's the only reason it took more than 30 seconds. What was I just talking about with him? There was something I was about to say until my computer started to lag out. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think even if what I was just talking about with him. Wait, is my camera frozen? What the hell? What the hell? Why? Why? Okay, anyways, I think generally if you're lying to yourself like this, and then lying to everybody else as well, I still think by extension we would still call you a liar. So I wanted to make sure I correct that it doesn't sound like I'm saying that person is no longer a liar if they're lying to themselves to lie to everybody else. That person is obviously still a liar. Crap, dude. Why? Why is this happening? I don't know what is up with the camera. Ah, there we go. Yes, victory. Okay. All right, everybody hit the live button. Normally, whenever I restart the stream, it'll push everybody back like 30 seconds. So double check, make sure that you're still live. I'll wait a little bit so that you can catch up. I don't think Lavlin is lying to herself, but just to others. Yeah, that seems to be the general consensus. Should I make spaghetti now? No. Make it later. All right. Well, what were we? I was about to look something up. What was I? Oh, yeah. Now I remember. I was going to pull this up for a second. See.
I think I set him up for this one. I don't think he actually wanted to jump on. I was reading the chat and it seemed like he said, well, I'll say something or other. And then it seemed like other people were saying, let President Sunday come on or something like
Well,
that. And
I would like to meet President Sunday. If he wants to join, I would like to. I've never met him
he's
before.
a good guy. Here he is. Hello.
This is on President Sunday's channel. Okay. Tom started off the Lab interview strong. Then Lab started her mind games with him. We having issues today. We got all the problems. We got all them problems. There we go. Okay. Yikes. This seems to only happen whenever I stream earlier in the day. Like in an hour, I bet you anything my internet just cuts out. Like this is getting ridiculous. Sass, I just pulled up the freaking video that you sent me. I didn't ignore them. I saw them earlier. I already read them at the beginning of stream.
I think I set him up for.
Okay, yeah. So this said that on top of that, they ended the whole thing in a weird, jovial, no big deal manner with big tech on stream. So the audience wasn't left with the impression that Tom didn't believe her lies. Yeah, I regret bringing big tech on for sure. That he had been in the waiting room like since we started the conversation. Like 5-10 minutes in, he was already in the waiting room. And everybody in chat is saying like, Tom, big tech is gonna disprove her lies. He's gonna debunk them. What big tech on? Blah blah blah. So I'm like, okay, fine. Like, if this is your champion, then I'll bring him on. Since nobody else wants to tell me what the lies are or where they are or anything like that, then fine. We'll bring big tech on and he'll do it. And then, yeah, that is not what happened at all. And that's why eventually I was like, okay, this is cringe. I'm ending it here. You guys are weird. Like, I don't want to sit here for like a whole hangout or anything. Speaking of big tech, Tom, did you talk about the Twitter space today? No. What Twitter space? I was in a Twitter space today. The big tech that got her daddy banned, yeah. Yeah, that one I came in when you were gone, so I missed it. So wait, so big tech went onto this to the space? I didn't know that. So I was on there. It was just Miyo and Brittany talking. I jumped in. They pulled me on. They had leaked some DMs about the lab simp did this, the lab simp did that, go check, blah, blah, blah. And so I jumped on and I was like, you guys are calling big tech the lab simp still? And they're like, yep. I was like, why? What happened? And so apparently Big Tech's DMs with Lav got leaked. And they all feel like he was like hardcore, like desperate in those messages, and that he kept like wanting to talk to her and wanting to give her advice, and like she was always like very short with him, and he'd send these like long messages and she'd just be like, oh cool. And so they're all making fun of him for the way that he was interacting with her. And then Wurzelroot jumped on to tell me like about how he liked Big Tech for like a little bit, but then, you know, he started doing the Lav stuff, and he thought that like all the drama stuff was behind him, and he thought he was going to be cool, but then he just started doing the Lav stuff instead, and it just made it worse. And so he so then he just started going in hard on Big Tech and leaked all of his DMs and went over them on stream. No, they had Beardson and Wurzelroot on and talking about Big Tech and how he isn't a Christian, and I think he came to smack talk them. I don't know. I mean, he said on my stream that like Christianity is just like part of the game, and all of this internet stuff is just kind of a game, and none of it matters, and stuff like that. And so I believe it. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I'm not so sure anymore. Not too sure.
Ali Akbar, by the way, still has a Cozy channel. He still has a channel on Cozy TV.
Honestly. Yeah, and I'm a political figure, and I want to organize a massive movement politically to take over the country. And that involves a great deal of associations, and sometimes they're not all good.
This is Nick Fuentes addressing the Ali Alexander situation. That is a really bad start, dude. That is a really, 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 really bad start. Ali Alexander propositioned a child for sexual interactions and nudes and stuff. And this is how he starts to address it. Sometimes, yeah, I gotta engage with some people. They're not perfect, you know. Some of them are gonna suck a little bit. It is what it is. Damn, bro. Wurzelroot talked about how Big Tech tried to virgin shame him, and it failed since he's Catholic. So of course he says he is a virgin. Weird. Ali must have something on Nick. I don't know why he's defending the dude. Supposedly, according to Smiley, the kid, the victim, he's not defending the dude. So I don't understand. I don't like. America First is on some first-rate cope right now.
It's as simple as that. If you have a problem with that, well, you try to build something. That's what I would say.
So he instantly shirks the responsibility off of himself in seconds. Very first thing that he says, his very first claim is, look, politics is a dirty game. I'm going to have to associate with people who are dirty.
Were we expecting a good start from Fuentes? So last night, Peacemaker jumped on to say that like oh yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like Nick had anything to do with it. Didn't seem like he knew anything. There's no evidence to substantiate that, blah, blah, blah. But I was like, I don't know. I don't like the way that people are talking about this. Like, I haven't seen any evidence that substantiates it either. But when I'm going over the victims' tweets, they don't say, Nick didn't know about this. Nick had nothing to do with it. Nick, they don't say any of that. They say, leave Nick alone. He's doing the right thing now. It's not, this is about Milo. He's the one who's just trying to start drama. Like, that's all they say. They don't say Nick didn't know. He knew nothing about it. He did nothing wrong. It was a perfect call. There was nothing wrong. He doesn't say this. And so that makes me worry. That makes me think, okay, it's going to come out like he knew all about this. He knew all about it. And then even some of the things that Smiley posted was stuff like Nick didn't let Ali come to AFPAC. He was protecting us from him. But then he leaked the DMs and shows us the DMs. And instead they're like, Ali didn't help us with the Groiper War, so we shouldn't let him come. That is not him protecting. That he didn't say like, hey, this guy's a child molester. We got to keep him away from all of the freaking 14-year-olds that are in our audience, that are, our entire movement of middle schoolers. He didn't say that. That's not what he said.
And are scumbags and are rotten and are against everything that I believe in order to achieve power. And if you don't like that, well, then I guess you build something then. So essentially, he's kind of stating emphatically that he will happily sell out his values if necessary in order to achieve power. Very old story.
Are countries and movements and things going to be ground to pieces because of bad faith attacks over sexual impropriety? If we're talking about...
These aren't bad faith attacks, by the way.
Bad faith attacks. Oh my goodness. Supposedly Nick came out and actually got upset with the victim too. Supposedly, I haven't seen this, but supposedly Nick came out and said that it was the victim's fault, the little kid, that he shouldn't have been engaging with an adult like that. He shouldn't have been sexual with the adult at all. That they weren't married and it's homosexual, and so this was all a sin and the kid was wrong and blah, blah, blah. From what I've heard, he's been a lot more condemnatory of the kid than he is of Ali Alexander.
Rape and murder and things like that, okay. But when we're talking about flirting.
Flirting.
Give me a fucking break.
Flirting. Smiley the Groiper sent nude pictures at 15 years old to known homosexual super predator groomer Ali Akbar. That is not flirting. That transcends flirting. You're now in the realm of completely and totally immoral. Totally immoral across the board. It's unbelievable to me that somebody could even have such a stance. Right, exactly. Fuentes is mad that it came out. He's not mad at Akbar at all.
Honestly. Yeah, and I know that's not a good look. Whatever.
I know it's not a good look, but whatever.
But that's how I feel about it, to tell you the truth.
Complete and total Faustian deal. And he expresses exactly how he feels about it. He doesn't care. Doesn't care. After all, he's going to have to work with these kinds of political leaders and people inside of his movement who are less than moral people in order to achieve power. So, therefore, he will try to get there by any means necessary. This is why in Christian ethics it's important to note just exactly the same thing that Kant came away from, which is that you can't treat people as ends. Of themselves, you cannot treat them as ends.
That's going to be, they think that's a silver bullet. Well, but this guy flirted with people who were 15. Yeah, and that's gross. That's fucking...
Flirted with people who are 15.
Gross.
And that's gross.
I think anybody would say it's gross. It's gross because it's gay. It's gross because it goes against the age. But...
It's gross because it's gay. It's gross because it goes against the age.
Transcends gross, ladies and gentlemen. We're not in gross territory.
Nah, it's a little icky. It's kind of ew, you know?
We're far and away past gross. We're in complete depravity. Complete moral depravity. Dealing with a super predator at that point. A serial offender. Transcends gross. Way past the gross phase.
This is some great moral condemnation. Yeah, okay, fucking guy that tells everybody he converted, he's still married. Okay, guy that's talking about going to Hollywood sex parties and making jokes about sucking priest dicks. Give me a fucking break.
So he's angry that Yiannopoulos outed all of this. And whether or not Yiannopoulos is a better person than Akbar is irrelevant to the fact that Akbar was definitely a close associate of Fuentes. He called
that is the cope that all of these groypers are on. It's like, oh, but Milo is a piece of crap, right? Like, so what? Who can what does that matter? Well, I mean, he's obviously got intentions for releasing all of this information, right? Is the information real? Are you questioning whether or not the information is real? No? Then shut up. Who cares? I don't care what his intentions are. I don't care that he has a bone to pick with AFPAC and Groypers and America First and Nick Fuentes. I don't care. All I care about is whether or not the claims are true. And if it's true that this guy solicited a minor and Nick Fuentes knew about it and did nothing to stop it and kept him as like a VIP on his channel. Again, I've met Ali twice on Cozy. I've met him twice on there. He's been on my show twice. He was a VIP on Cozy. So, yeah, if you're going to promote this guy in the way that you were, yet you knew about all of this crap, then yeah, I don't care what Milo's bone to pick is.
Called him a close friend, and on top of that, he seemingly, even right here in this clip, is still covering for him by calling what he's doing flirting.
I thought about a lot over the weekend. While I was meditating on the agony, other people were attacking me. But that's the same thing that Jesus went through, was mockery, ridicule, humiliation.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. People being upset that he allowed a predator to run around his community for years is somehow comparable to Jesus in the way that people criticized him? This is what I'm talking about. They are on some next level cope here, bro. This is next level. I mean, my goodness. This is bad. You one-to-one analogy, yeah. What up, Uru? These guys probably shouldn't be picking any bones at all right now, to be honest. Yeah, this is nuts, dude. But all they're doing is just attacking Milo now. That's all they're doing. Oh, look how bad Milo is. Milo hates America First. He doesn't even care about the Groypers. He's not a real Christian nationalist. He's gay. Did you know he's gay? He's still gay. He was dating a black guy. He dated a black guy. That's all they're doing. That's it.
False allegation.
Just like Jesus. It's just like Jesus, guys.
Yeah, it's just like Jesus, yeah.
It's exactly like what Jesus went through. You remember when Jesus was covering for known pedophiles in order to get political favors? Do you guys remember that? It's just like what he did.
Yeah.
It's just like what he did when he was covering for known pedophiles in order to get political favor with the Romans. Just like that, guys. I mean, you remember.
Yeah, it was all the Jesus was super in favor of all the corruption in the temple. You guys remember that? How Jesus was like, guys, look, we have to engage with some shady figures and allow them to sell all of their stuff in the temple. So don't like tip over tables or make a big deal about it. It's okay. Like it is what it is. You guys remember that, right? You guys remember this?
You remember, right?
False allegations, and you can't answer it. You can't defend it. I was moved by the fact that Pontius Pilate was impressed with Jesus' demeanor. That Jesus stood accused and faced death, but he was stoic. And that's really all that you can be, is obedient and resolved in a situation like that. That's it. That's all you can do.
Well, no, it's not all you can do. In fact, let me give you a whole host of other options which are available to you other than that one, which is the worst one. The worst option you can possibly do in a situation like this is compare yourself to Jesus Christ and say that you're going to face up to your Pontius Pilate, whoever you think that might be, the most stoic way possible because you're covering for somebody who has underage predilections. That's a terrible fucking idea. The worst idea I could possibly think of, by the way. Can't think of a worse response. Can't think of one. Not even possible. So here's some other options, which he could have done instead. Option 1. Could have come out and said, this is absolutely beyond the pale, the most immoral thing that I've heard in recent memory. The fact that this guy's in any way associated with our organization is disgusting, and I made a terrible mistake, and we should do our due diligence in the future to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. Summarily kicked him out of the movement and eliminated his channel on Cozy TV. That would have been a really good option, a very smart option. Ali Akbar, by the way, still has a Cozy channel. He still has a channel on Cozy TV. Not kidding. Not a...
Let me see this. Is this real? Is this real? I don't see it. The search isn't working. There he is. There he is. That's him. Ali Alexander is effectively the most deplatformed individual in the world. After nearly 2 years, he's about to be replatformed using Cozy, 07 Nick, and Twitter. Thanks, Elon. Thanks. Thanks, Nick. Well done. Freeze Peach.
Joke. Not funnin'. This guy who not only stands accused, but now we have incontrovertible proof. A groyper who's well known within the circles was groomed by him, received nudes by him. And the person who did this still has a channel on this guy's network. That's outside of theory. These are facts. That, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is insanity. Not only is it insanity, but he could have gone with that option. Here's another option that he could have done. And this would...
OMG, I thought BPF was wearing a sweatshirt with his name on it. Ha ha ha. Oh, no. I like his setup. It's very cool. It's very polished. I like the background, but his chat is uber stretched out. It's very odd looking. Like it's all stretched and weird.
Would have even been a superior option. He could have said, like he started to, hey, I was waiting for the evidence. Now that I've received the evidence, as a responsible person, I think the best thing that we can do is have a responsible parting of ways. And I
No, not froze butts. Freeze peach. Not snow butt. Freeze peach.
wish Ali Akbar the best, and that he gets the treatment that's appropriate. And I'm sorry, I just didn't know. I didn't know any of this. It's a terrible thing. It's awful. Heart goes out to the victims. Maybe taking some type of due diligence to make sure that the victims were taken care of. But no, instead, he compares himself to Jesus Christ. This is brilliant stuff, by the way. They're going to take over fucking America. Take over America and make it all Catholic, they say. Fucking lunatics. These are lunatics at the gates.
On the left, Tom, scroll. What? Wait, what are you talking about?
So this goes on. Ali files from April 13th. Cannot even believe I'm having to post this.
Oh, on Cozy, okay.
But here's Groypers going after Smiley the Groyper, the very thing Smiley was the most concerned about, and the thing that I tweeted about underneath this, which was that he was worried more than any other thing that his friends inside of this movement, this cult movement, were going to turn on him and try to destroy his life.
So he went to Milo. It should be called the Ollie PDF files. Woo! Oh my goodness. What do you say, guys? Do we go over all of it? Do we go through all the evidence? Do a poll. Let's see, what are they doing?
You are trapped in a system and so am I, where it's all about a dollar amount on me, and that's just what it is.
Like, when I got locked up, like, I went in for a week. And when I got out, like, in 2 weeks, I came out, like, knowing how to steal a car. I made more connections with more criminals. I learned how to make a shank. I learned how to hide stuff. Like, I became more criminal going to prison, going to jail. All these, like, you just are surrounded by other people that are doing even crazier stuff.
Bring on Killinger. Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
Hey, yeah. So we're hold on one second. So we're wondering about the Ali like shit, right?
You said you're wondering about it?
That's what we're talking about?
Yeah, I'm asking, did you say that you were wondering about it?
I'm not more wondering about it. It's more of what the fuck is happening about it.
Sounds like the same thing to me. But yeah, he
go ahead.
apparently like propositioned he propositioned a minor. I think he both texted with him, asked for nudes, and tried to get him to give him fellatio.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the short end of it. But yeah, But like, does it even matter to any of them? Like, is that ever going to change anything?
Well, it matters if Nick was actually protecting him. Nick's
Does
audience,
it though?
the cozy. What do you mean? Does it? Yeah, of course. The cozy audience is like mostly little kids, and if they have a predator
10-second
in
memories.
the audience, and not in the audience, but as a leader, somebody who is there, who's allowed to engage with all of these people. He's got easy access to tons of young kids, and he's
Right.
put up on a pedestal as somebody to listen
Yeah,
to and somebody to
yeah,
respect.
we all
And
understand that, but
and
do they?
and Nick is told about it
Do
and
they
does
understand that
nothing.
though?
And Nick is
I don't
told
think
about
they-
it and
I
does
don't think they
nothing
understand
to stop this, does nothing to help like warn people, does nothing to out the guy,
Right.
just leaves it alone.
Exactly.
Then yes, that is a problem. Nick should
Yeah,
not be allowed to get away
and
with
the
that.
thing is that I don't think they're gonna do anything about it. They're not gonna
Who's
do
they?
anything about it. His movement, America First, Groypers, the hard right wing, all these people in these groups, I don't think they care. I literally don't think they care.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they do.
I don't know, man. And they they don't care about a lot of shit. I mean, there might be a few that are vocal, but in the end, I don't know if they'll actually care. That's like the scariest thing, kind of. I don't think they give a fuck.
Yep.
And do you not think so?
Yeah, no, I think that they're all gonna cope themselves into oblivion, but Nick should lose like any and all political contacts that he has from here on out. I'm sure some people will care enough to leave, and
That's
this will
true.
be a massive smear on Nick's name where he won't be able to go debate anybody, he won't be able to go talk anywhere, he won't be able to go do any of this stuff without people bringing up the fact that he was harboring a child molester.
Yeah. The other thing though is that this might be all whitewashed with the next political cycle though. Like after this other political cycle, I don't know if they'll even like be predominant. Like
No,
it
this
might.
isn't
It
gonna.
might.
No, this isn't gonna go away. I don't think, because even like tonight, Stardust is interviewing Milo about the whole thing. BPF is talking about it right now. I've been covering it for days now and checking for updates.
Well, okay. Let's think about the other things that have been like whitewashed here.
Oh, Milo
So
canceled?
yeah, I mean even
That was
that.
expected.
Yeah. I mean that's kind of like one thing. I'm trying to think. Like I don't know. Like with Matt Walsh, like with all the underage girls and stuff, I guess it like went under like federal prosecution or whatever, and like apparently they weren't, I don't know, whatever the fuck they said that didn't happen. But like a lot of the shit just gets whitewashed and then it gets recycled in the next political cycle. Like do we actually really think anybody's going to remember any of this?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think so.
I hope so. I fucking hope so.
Well, I mean, that's the thing about the internet, is that stuff doesn't just disappear. Like everything on the internet's permanent. It'll all
wait,
stick around
hold
forever.
on. I'm losing you for a second here. What was that again?
That's the thing about the internet, is like nothing disappears. Like everything sticks to people forever. It's the internet. It's permanent. You're like, something gets attached to your name. You can't just move somewhere else and let it fade away. These things follow you around everywhere.
Right. Well, the only other counterpoint to that is that the only people care about that are the people like internet like dominant, and then the majority of people aren't though. So I mean, it could
Yeah,
be
but the
easily
people who
like
aren't
moved
internet
into
dominant,
like a different.
no, the people who
Go
aren't
ahead.
internet dominant don't know who these people are in the first place, so they don't matter. It's the people who actually engage with Nick, who actually engage with Ali, who actually know these people, who know what's going on, who can actually affect their lives. Like, those are the people who matter, and those are the people who are going to make a big deal about this.
Yeah, I think it's just I guess it's just kind of like a sad like side effect of like internet like how do I explain it? Like internet non like understanding compared to like mainstream understanding. Because it's like
Nick
boiled
isn't
down
mainstream
to
though, so why we wouldn't expect this to be mainstream?
right. I mean, like his like frontal idea is mainstream. His like group isn't mainstream, right?
What?
I don't
No,
think his
Nick.
group is really that mainstream.
Nick
Nick is
isn't mainstream.
mainstream.
No, Nick is
Well,
not mainstream.
well, I would say he's mainstream in the idea that he exists in the world.
I don't
That's
know
how
what
I
you're saying. I exist in the world.
like.
What are you saying?
Okay, no, he's like a figure in the world, not his ideas per se, but
Sure,
he
but
is a
he is not
figure.
mainstream, right? He doesn't go on Fox News. Fox News, anytime
Right,
they've talked
but
about
he
him,
is
have denounced
mentioned on
him.
Fox News. That's the
Yes,
difference. I mean, you're not mentioned on Fox News, right?
sure, but
Right.
so people like Fox News might are probably going to talk about Ali. People like Daily Wire are probably going to talk about Ali. Tons of news
They
organizations have
might.
already
I don't
been
even
talking
know
about this stuff.
anymore. Are
Well,
they even?
I'm pretty
Is
sure
Fox
all of
News
them
even
have
talking
all.
about this right
I'm
now?
pretty sure all of them have
Are
already
they?
talked about it.
I don't even know. What what is Fox News labeling him as?
Yeah, H3 podcast talked about it. Kyle Kalinske talked
Well,
about it. The
yeah, no,
Majority
I'm
Report
talking like
talked
it
about it.
did like Fox
TYT talked
News.
about it.
No, I know all the other
Emmett,
places that
bro,
did,
chill.
but did
Every
Fox?
single time, as soon as I start talking, you start
I'm sorry,
talking
sir.
over me. Okay, just pull it back just a little bit. Okay,
I got you.
MSNBC, ABC, Channel 12 News, Jesse Dollamore, The Intercept. That's it. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has been like screaming and yelling about it all over the place. So she's been tweeting about it nonstop. So yeah,
Right.
it
Did any
is
of the
all.
conservative publications pick it up though? That's kind of the
I have
point
no
of it,
idea.
right? I mean, like the conservative publications, if they don't pick it up and talk about it, then I mean the idea isn't going to go through. Because there's
Yeah.
a giant. I mean, that's like that's like kind of the problem. Like we're running with like political shit right now, is that it's so like walled off.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't.
I don't think they'll ever talk about it.
Oh wait, this one. Okay, yeah, no, the two
might.
mainstream channels that I was talking about actually didn't. They were talking about something else.
Yeah, isn't that like what's going on with that? Do we
What do
ever
you-
wonder? I mean, like, why aren't they talking about like the main contributors to Stop the Steal, and even the Fox News like Dominion lawsuit?
It's just
Like
the way
all
the
these.
Fox News has always interacted. They've always been uber biased in the way that they cover stuff.
Oh well, yeah, 100%. I'm not denying that for a second. They should have been in 1,000 defamation lawsuits where, offhand they say they retract a statement that nobody hears in fucking the morning part of their broadcasts. Like they do that constantly.
Yeah,
Like they do retractions, but like not during the time when they should be retracting it. They
yeah,
do
I don't
them.
know. So I think that like AFPAC will be screwed. Nobody like mainstream people won't go to AFPAC anymore. I think that like everybody behind the scenes is talking about this. They're all making a big deal about it, but
Kind of my point is that I think AFPAC won't be that heavily affected by this because people aren't really talking about it.
Well, no, I'm
Like,
saying that it will be by all of the major head figures. So like all of the big Republican names, all of the people who went to AFPAC and spoke before, they'll stop going to AFPAC to speak. They'll all separate themselves from Nick and Ali, and they will lose all of their political power.
I mean, probably. I mean, maybe, but a lot of these people are like funded by billionaires. I mean, they're all like all their platforms are like funded by like people that don't exist in real society. I mean,
So,
well, I mean that's kind of how they got their impact initially. So this, I mean,
yeah,
you
but
get what I
I don't.
mean?
No, not at all. Those people are still likely to separate themselves. Like, those people are still likely to.
The anonymous donors. I don't
Yeah,
know.
sure. They're all likely to still separate themselves from this.
I think it will. Let me think about this for a second. You know, I think what will probably happen is that they will tone down their relevance. Like America First, they'll tone down the relevance over the next like month and a half and not say too much about this, and then they will just pop up again in a different tone. They'll show up in like a different way of speech with a different figurehead. I mean, this doesn't really kill their shit at all.
Yeah, no, I just disagree. I think they're screwed. I think that
Okay. What do you think will happen with all the like the young people that they have following them, mother gripers?
I think all of them have already like coped themselves into believing they can do no wrong in the first place. So there's no reason to believe that they'll change their
Well,
minds
yeah.
on that now.
Well, where's Nick gonna go then?
What do you mean?
Like, what is he gonna do if he doesn't have all of his third party donors like backing him and all?
He already
and all of
doesn't
his
need.
fans.
He doesn't already. He doesn't really have third party donors. He was given millions of dollars. Like a big, super rich dude died and left him millions and millions of dollars in Bitcoin, and he cashed all of that in. That's how he created Cozy.
Is that
That's
actually
how he.
true? Really?
Yeah, that's true.
What dude died? What do you mean?
I don't remember his name, but yeah, that's how Nick
Oh,
is able
wasn't
to
that
fund
like
all
his
this stuff.
stepdad or some shit? No, it wasn't his stepdad.
No,
Was it?
no, nobody understands the relation really at all. Nobody understands
Oh, I
why the
think the
guy left it to
speculation
him.
was his stepdad or something. That is so bizarre and terrifying. Doesn't anybody give a fuck about that?
What do you mean?
I mean, like this dude just like raised like this group of people, and then it's just like a hotbed for pedophiles. Like, doesn't that concern anybody?
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then why did you ask why I cared? I don't understand.
What?
I mean, you said like, what does that matter? I'm like, because he's raising a hotbed of pedophiles. That's why it
Well, no, I'm
matters.
saying that. Hold on. No, I'm saying that like everybody is talking about this stuff. Like you're acting like nobody cares. Nobody's gonna know about it. It's not
Oh,
gonna
I'm not
affect them at
acting like
all. And then
it's
I'm
not the end of the
saying the
world.
evidence that you're bringing up doesn't actually change anything.
Yeah, and it actually doesn't change anything. I'm wondering, like, should there be a reaction to it all, right?
Yeah, I'm saying yes, obviously. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I'm trying to figure out, like, how do we even react to that? Like, how do we even react to, like, this giant hotbed of pedophilia and, like,
We
and,
cover
like,
it, we
a
let
crazy
everybody
right
know,
wing?
and we make sure that it follows him around everywhere he goes.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point.
Cancel culture, let's go!
Yeah, I mean, yeah, fucking, I guess. I guess cancel culture, I mean, cancel them out society-wise, but, I mean, it doesn't make them not exist, right?
Yeah, of
And
course.
I guess in the end, it's just like, where do these people go that just, like, had all this, like, weird-ass, like, structure of, like Nazism and nationalism and Christian nationalism? Like, what do these kids do? I mean, because most of them are kids, and it's obvious. And like, well, like, I don't know. Sometimes,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta wonder. It's just like, holy fuck. It is. It's like, how do you even reach those kids? You know what I mean? Like, how do you reach a groiper? Have you ever thought about that? Like, how do you convince a groiper?
Yeah, of course. Like I go on shows and debate groypers all the time, so I've talked a lot about this and had to think a lot about it as well. Wait, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go to the next thing, you can kick me off or whatever.
Hold on 1 second.
But I also do believe in the Alex Jones theory that the interdimensional demonic vampires, and he was working with them the entire time. I will stand by that because it is like obvious, like the pedo rings and stuff. It's weird. It's weird how it all just circles back to themselves. I don't understand that logic too much. It's very confusing.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna watch some of these clips real quick.
Yeah, that's cool, dude. All right, it was nice talking to you. Thanks for talking to me.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Yep.
Later. Okay. Where did the one go?
The Stop the Steal organizer, known as Ali Alexander, has now admitted to asking teenage boys for naked pictures and also sending inappropriate text messages to these teenage boys. Now, he posted a statement about his behavior and how he has been battling with same-sex attraction, which same-sex attraction is not a problem. Being a 32-year-old male who sends inappropriate sexual messages to teenage boys is a problem. Now, Alexander has identified as bisexual in the past, but before we get to his admission and his official statement, we should get to the specific allegations. Now, rumors about Alexander's alleged sexual behavior, according to the Daily Beast, toward younger men have circulated in conservative online circles since at least 2015. But they reached a new level late last month after Milo Yiannopoulos turned on Alexander after Alexander and Nick Fuentes pushed him out of a potentially lucrative position in Kanye West's nascent presidential campaign. So it's really important to keep in mind that the source of this comes from Milo Yiannopoulos, someone who I do not trust. However, the formerly teenage boys in question have come forward, and we're going to give you the details of what they have.
He's like a semi-significant Trump figure. Yeah, he started the Stop the Steal movement. Yes, he is. He was scheduled to be at January 6th and to speak. Like he is a big prominent figure within the Republican Party and has been around a lot. So, yeah.
Have to say. Now, Milo started releasing video interviews and other evidence meant to prove that Alexander sexually propositioned both adult men, again, not a problem, in their 20s, and at least 2 teenagers, which absolutely is a problem and against the law. Now, he claims he has even more damaging videos to release about Ali Alexander and Nick Fuentes in the coming days and weeks. Yiannopoulos claims that he's releasing the videos because Ali Alexander and Fuentes, again, dropped his name in order to entice young men, in this case, teenage boys. So in 2017, here's one example. Aiden Duncan, a 15-year-old boy in Colorado, interested in right-wing politics, sent Alexander nude photos after the MAGA activists asked him for them, according to an account Duncan gave in a March 2023 podcast appearance. Alexander responded with the face with heart eyes emoji and also asked the teen which app Alexander should use to send him money. At that time, Duncan was a high school sophomore just starting out in politics, while Alexander was a 32-year-old. He said that he would share his connections with Duncan as long as the teenager met certain preconditions, including secrecy, in a September 4th, 2017 exchange, for instance, about an upcoming trip Alexander was planning. Alexander purportedly told Duncan he would introduce the teenager to Yiannopoulos and speculated about whether the boy would be Alexander's arm candy and suggested the boy would have to be entertaining. I've got more details, Jink. What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, there's two significant silver linings in this otherwise horrific story. So number one, the clout wars have begun on the right wing. So Milo's.
How is it that this is such a prominent channel, but their audio always sucks? It sounds like they're streaming through a tunnel.
Says that he's outing them because they use his name. Total nonsense. Milo's outing them because he wants clout and he wants recognition and he wants to be back in the good graces of mainstream media, and he's leaking this to mainstream media, and he's trying to get above those two within right-wing circles. And we see this on the left all the time. You just flame your own side for clout. So flame away, Milo. You're pretty good at it. So I love that he's attacking Republicans. I hope they just shred each other to bits. Second of all, of course, the biggest silver lining in this story is we told you. Guys who are on the right wing claiming that everybody else is groomers, doing projection,
without us.
Without us. I love it, Tom.
Hey.
Hey.
So
Hey.
what's up with the what's up with the stuff? Are we allowed to talk about it?
What stuff?
The stuff.
Wait,
What stuff?
from the Twitter space today?
I mean, no, not the big tech stuff.
What stuff?
The other stuff.
Wait, we don't know what other stuff you're talking about.
The Ollie stuff.
Oh yeah, if you want to.
Sure.
What so why does he still have a channel on Cozen?
Oh, we don't.
How that works.
Nick doesn't like really like mess with the channels and stuff. Like he doesn't want to be in like micromanaging. Once you get a channel here, it's like you're pretty much gonna be having that channel.
That's
And he doesn't even use it. He streamed, I think, like 2 times. Like he doesn't even freaking stream here.
I understand, but that sounds like some cope. Like we're talking
I
about
think he's got other social medias he's not kicked off of, right? Like, why don't you go bother them?
because it's very different when you have a platform that is like seems to be largely younger children.
He doesn't even stream here. That's a
Okay,
problem.
hold on. I have come on here twice and met this guy twice on your channel.
What, like
he has
6 fucking months ago when he first came around?
Sure, he has a yellow name.
I was.
You guys
haven't
are
talked
already getting a little overly defensive. Okay, I'm asking you questions.
You're coming
and
here
you're-
accusing us of shit. No,
I didn't accuse anybody of anything. I'm asking questions, and I like instead of like
I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking. Come on, Tom, be real here for a second. Let's all be real here for a second. You know what you're doing with your leading fucking questions. Why is this pedophile still out on this social media platform? Because it's special and it's different. Because it's supposed to be like, well, you have your little communities and there's teenagers here. Yeah, there's teenagers on fucking YouTube, dude. There's teenagers everywhere, all over every social media that I imagine he's still on. I saw that his Twitter just got removed. I don't know why that is. You know, it's like there's people like fucking OJ Simpson is on Twitter, right? So like, I'm not sure what the rules are when it's
Insurgent.
you let law enforcement deal with shit.
Yeah, sure, chill. Okay, so
But he
like
hasn't
an
been
answer.
convicted
So
of
like,
anything yet. He hasn't whatever. This is all coming to light. As far as I know, police reports have been filed. Things will be figured out all in due time. And it seems like really funny that like now we've got this leftist coming in here like, why don't you cancel a channel again? Like, how about chill? Let the people who are here figure things out, and they will, I'm sure, in due time, as they should. And until then, he's not streaming here, and it's not a problem.
Trump sent $5 STFU, Tom. We're talking about big tech.
Yeah,
I
well, and he
appreciate how
also-
defensive you're getting because actually
and he
this is
also
more
said that
telling
he's
than
backing
I
away
what
from public life.
I
Nick
was hoping
disavowed
for a
completely.
more logical
I'm
answer.
energetic.
and the-
We're already
the-
fighting with somebody before you came in here, okay? So you just pipe down a little bit.
Well,
Now-
I asked if I could talk about this, and you guys said
Well, you're
fine, and
welcome
then you're
to. Just
getting
don't
upset
tone
because
police
I'm
me.
asking about it.
You're welcome to ask and talk. Just don't tone police me for my excited energy.
I'm not tone
We were already
policing, I'm
fighting
saying-
with
no,
somebody.
no. I'm not telling you not to do it that way. I'm saying that this just happens to be more telling than anything else. But okay, so
What
so,
could I possibly be defensive about? What do I don't run the fucking cozy side. I don't even have a channel, dude. What could
Okay.
I be defensive about?
so what is the why? Why
That's
did Milo
crazy.
connect
What do you
it?
mean I'm getting defensive? I have nothing to do with anything, dude. You're crazy. You just come in here with this accusatory bullshit out of nowhere, man. Chill.
_sin sent 12.
You're right, dude. You're right. You don't sound defensive at all. You're right. This is totally
You don't sound
not
offensive at all.
I'm not
listen
being
to me.
offensive.
Super chat.
I really am asking questions. Like I'm asking for y'all's take on this. I'm just trying to
Talk
understand
about that,
what
but
where
here's the thing, Tom. We can talk about the Ali stuff, but like, what does that have? Talk about Ali. You don't have to talk about Nick. You don't have to talk about all that shit.
I didn't. Listen, I can ask a freaking question and you guys can answer it, but you
you're doing
you
what,
don't.
like everybody else is doing. You're trying to use this as an attack on Nick, and I don't think that's fair.
Oh my goodness! You
are.
guys, no, this is
No,
pure
your
coke,
first
dude.
question was
I can
about
ask
Ali.
a freaking question.
Wasn't hold on, Tom. Your first question wasn't about Ali. It wasn't about the victim. It wasn't about any evidence. It wasn't about anything. It was about why hasn't Nick canceled this guy yet? Maybe we should go after him for that. Seriously, dude.
I didn't say that.
Don't know
No,
the angle you're
wait.
playing?
I didn't say that. I did not say that. You are
That's
making
exactly
stuff
what
up.
you said.
No, it is not. You
Why
are
does he
making
still-
stuff up.
Why does he still have his channel on Nick's site that he's the sole owner of?
Yes, and then
well,
you
who's
guys were like,
responsible for that?
and yes, and then you guys are like, well, why wouldn't he have a channel? So I gave some reasons, and then you got more defensive from there.
We didn't say why wouldn't he have a channel. What the fuck are you
No,
talking about?
I'm saying that that's like your reaction when you're like, well, people, they just have channels, and so like Nick is just gonna give them a channel, and they're just gonna let them go. Yes,
channels.
yes, and so I'm saying, I was like, this is kind of like a, why wouldn't he have a channel sort of thing, and so I'm saying like, yeah, I'm giving reasons why I would think that even with the precedent that you're setting, where he just doesn't delete channels, he doesn't kick people off, I'm giving reasons, and then you guys are getting super upset.
Do you think
okay?
that when
If you don't want to
allegations
answer
of- hold on.
questions about it, it's fine. I don't mind.
Okay.
Like I asked
Okay,
ahead
now
of
I get a
time so
question.
that I could
Now
find
get a
out.
question. Okay, now I get a question. Tom,
Yeah.
do you think that when people are accused of crimes and not convicted, that they should be removed from all social medias?
All social medias? Probably not. I would think that I would
Just
think that it'd
Cozy.
probably
just,
be
just
best.
Cozy's, just Nick's social media, right? That one's special for some reason. It has to be extra cancely.
I
right?
didn't say that he
I wonder
needed to
why
be
you
removed.
would want that.
I didn't say that he needed to be removed, bro. You are making all of this up. Okay?
Definitely, we're saying that.
Why
No,
why
again-
does this pedophile still have a channel around here? I'm not saying he should be removed though.
Like pro Ali, what are you freaking out about? You're the one who's like sat there and like had a very pro pedophile fucking like.
Yeah, you're the fucking pedophile advocate here.
Okay. You guys are too defensive about this. Maybe I just shouldn't ask
You
questions.
came
I'm
in here
sorry.
and made it
I
an
was-
attack on Nick, dude.
I did
We
not.
can talk about Ali.
I did not. There's no attack on Nick. I'm asking you guys. I want the perspective from the Groypers. All I see is literally everybody else talking about this. So I wanted to hear what you guys have to say about it. But you guys are just yelling and getting defensive.
All right, Tom, fine. Talk to us about Ali then. Don't bring Nick into this. Don't bring Cozy into this. Let's talk about Ali.
Well, I already know about Ali. I wanted to come to Groypers
Then
to
why
ask
the
about the
fuck you
other
asking
stuff.
us about it for?
Because you guys, I don't know anything about the Nick
So
stuff.
you
I
don't want
wanted
to
to
know
ask.
about Ali. You want to know about Nick and Cozy. You want
Why
to
does it
ask
have to do with
about
Nick?
Nick and
Yes.
Cozy. with
Yes,
your
my
leading
next
fucking
question was
questions
gonna
making
be.
it Nick's fault.
My next question was gonna be, why is Milo targeting Nick with all of this? Yes, I want to know about the Nick stuff. You guys are the freaking Groypers. You guys
Why
are
is
not
he
the
targeting
the-
Nick with all of this?
You guys are not the
because
stop
he's
the steal
working for
people.
Marjorie Taylor Greene because he's like on the outs with him personally, and now he's like burning it all down because like he's got a fucking vendetta out for the guy. Like there's a ton of reasons. Everybody else is on board with it. Everybody that hates Nick because it's like real easy. Oh wow, let's tie Nick to this other thing that happened 6 years before he ever fucking knew the guy that he has nothing to do with at all whatsoever. Let's all make it about Nick. Let's make it about Cozy. Let's try and cancel everybody. Let's get Nick in trouble for it and make it his fucking problem somehow. He's busy.
Is Marjorie cool with Milo, or did she just hear about it and just use it as a thing to go after Nick?
No, he ghost wrote her book on Christian nationalism apparently, and he's like working for her and stuff. And it's Nick put forward the idea, which seems very likely, that his gay black husband is living at Marjorie Taylor Greene's property in Georgia.
And why did they connect him? Like, did they say that he knew about it or something?
No,
Do they have evidence of that?
He said he knew about it. He said he had the evidence of it and held on to it for like a year and just kept it as like blackmail, basically.
You mean Milo?
Milo, yeah.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. That's disgusting.
Is that wild or what? But yeah, so but Milo specifically said that he never told Nick about Smiley, like ever. And he told Nick like there's rumors about Ali, and it's like Nick is like, that's disgusting if it's true, but there's rumors about you, and there's rumors about me, and there's rumors about everybody. Show me evidence. And Milo was like, I've got evidence. Like, show it to me. Milo's like, no. And so now all of this drops a year later, now that they've had a falling out. That's basically how it happened. Now police reports are being filed. People are going through the proper channels now, finally, and hopefully everybody who committed crimes goes to jail.
Why did they have a falling out? I thought they were working together on the Kanye campaign.
I'm not sure how it all works. Well, no, Milo apparently wasn't on the Yay thing for like very long at all. And I don't remember all the details. I'm not the guy who follows that stuff too closely. But I think Milo and Ali always hated each other. And then Laura Loomer and Milo have a big problem too. And they were all sort of this loose coalition that like.
Yeah, I know about the Laura Loomer stuff.
Yeah, there was a big problem or something. And
Gungan underscore
Milo, 10 days.
200 viewers. #1 on Cozy. We are so back. PP Brothers. Dragons can't be kept down.
So true, Gungan Sin.
You guys are the dragons now?
Yeah. Is that cool or what?
That is nice.
Where's the word
Because that
thinks
means
it's
you
gay?
guys aren't real.
What? Oh, don't you even start.
means
Is
you
that
guys
why we're
aren't-
doing this tonight?
That
Is
means
that
you
what
guys
we're doing tonight,
are
Tom?
definitely not real.
There's no way. You wouldn't dare. Hey.
I had to mute it on my side. Yes, I'm streaming. I had to mute you guys with this freaking crap. Okay. So because I went through the Smiley kid stuff and then I went over Nick's response to it. And that's why I was asking, because nobody's denying that he knew about it, but they're not saying that I don't see anybody saying that he knew about it except for Milo. So it's just kind of.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Nick heard rumors that Ali was like, but he knows he's a flirt and like just a gay flirt apparently, and he heard rumors that he's like a weirdo and into younger guys. Younger, I think I saw the messages and Milo just said younger, but that's all that he ever said. There's no evidence that Nick ever had of anything like that, as far as I know at all. So no, he didn't know. And there's rumors going around about everybody. There's rumors that Nick is a gay cat boy or whatever. It's like, is he gonna, what, over rumors? Because it's like that shit's not true. It's like you can't disavow everybody over rumors, over every rumor that comes out, and I get that, honestly. Especially, it's like he's got a select number of people that he's even got to work with in the first place, right? Makes sense. Milo didn't show him the evidence. Milo didn't report it to the police. Milo kept it as a blackmail hit piece to have against Nick if they had a falling out, and now he's using it.
Yeah, you saw the Lauren Southern stuff about Milo as well, right?
No, what did she do?
He actually blackmailed her and told her I have all this dirt on you if you don't do X, Y, and Z. Laura Loomer as well, I believe. Who was the other chick, the really hot chick with the brown hair.
Alright.
Damn it, dude, I'm blanking on her name. But anyways, yeah, like they had all like in different
Deleted.
instances.
Deleted wants you to check our chat.
Deleted. All right. If deleted wants it.
Oh,
then-
great. Yeah, go to deleted. Go to that Twitter link.
Let's see. Milo, I don't recall if I told Nick the name Smiley. I don't remember. Smiley isn't in my search history. I searched and it doesn't look like I gave that name.
No, he never told him about this at all. He just
Milo
said there
had
were
a channel on Cozy?
Who? Milo?
Milo?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Does he still have a channel?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't
Oh yeah, he still got a channel.
Yeah, he just never streams. Neither one of them has like ever streamed in months and months and months and months. So like that
Flora
neither one
Loomer's
has
got
forced
hers
the
too.
issue. Neither one of them has forced the issue and made that a problem. You know, if Ollie went live right now and was like, I'm gonna go live on Cozy and do whatever I wanted, blah blah blah, like there might be a that might cause problems or something, but
Huh. Okay. So yeah, Milo is supposed to go talk to Stardust today and canceled.
I think he still has you muted, Beaky.
Oh, I do. Hold on.
There's only been
Okay, there you go.
There's only been one person that had their channel deleted, and that was Jade, and he was a regular streamer, and that was after the Kino Casino, and that was like the biggest betrayal like ever. But other than that, they don't delete channels. It took a lot to get to that point, and these guys just don't stream. Like Mio said, they haven't forced the issue. Like they're not like coming on platform and like causing problems and doing all that stuff. The channel's just still there.
If Milo was like, I'm gonna go live on Cozy and start streaming and talking shit about Nick all I want, maybe that would force the issue. But neither one of them has done that. At this point, it's everyone's figuring out what's going on. Apparently, Smiley filed a police report, so we'll let the proper authorities figure everything out. Ali is not like going live. He's retiring from public life, apparently. Nick has disavowed. So I don't know. Maybe the channel disappears. Maybe it just stays and nothing happens with it. I don't know. But it's not like Nick is like, well, I'm keeping my endorsement and I hope that I see him on stream tomorrow.
Okay.
No, you don't know.
But yeah, he Milo was supposed to go on and talk to Stardust and canceled for tonight apparently.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Interesting. Someone said he's going on Timcast soon.
Really?
I think so, but I don't know. Maybe they made that up.
You walked off last time, right?
Yeah.
Right?
What? Yeah.
What the hell?
It's us.
Right?
It's us. What
the hell? What?
Tom, it's us. He sends us a super chat of us. It's us.
He sent the super chat of the stream, so now we're hearing it back.
He sends us a super chat of us. It's us.
He sent the super chat of the stream, so now we're hearing it back.
He sends us a super chat of us. This is so cool.
Amazing. Well done. So now we're hearing it back.
Echo. Chat of us. This is so cool.
Amazing. Okay. I gotta go. Thanks, guys.
Okay. All right. Good talk, Tom.
Bye bye.
Cool.
Got really nothing from that. Except for, I mean, yeah, I guess I don't know. It's hard to tell. I think BPF's gonna jump on in a second. Yeah, great talk. Perfect call. It was the best call. Switch to Stars chat with Wurzelroot. All right, hold on.
But we do have a little bit of time in between because we were going to stream snipe the Stardust thing with Milo Yiannopoulos. That ended up not working out. So, but I do have the
they canceled that, didn't they?
Yeah, that's what I'm told, man. That's what I'm told. Okay, you're in the call. Give me a second so I can pull it up here on my end. You got your secondary camera handy?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Let me make your screen full there. All right, I got you. What's up, man?
Nothing. So I've been looking through all of the evidence and everything, and it doesn't seem like there's anything like directly linking Nick. But every time I watch Nick or Smiley or anybody talk about it, they never deny that Nick knew anything about it. I never see anybody saying, "Oh, I knew nothing about this. No, I never heard about it. I never knew anything." Like, they never actually say those words. They just say like, "Oh, Nick did nothing wrong. He's doing the right thing." Crap like that. So I'm looking at apparently messages from Milo right now where he's saying, "I don't recall if I told Nick the name Smiley. I don't remember. Smiley isn't in my search history. I searched and it doesn't look like I ever gave him the name." So now I'm like, I'm confused. Like, they seem to, I feel like even Milo is now flip-flopping on whether or not Nick knew.
No. So first of all, the narrative constructing is incorrect. First and foremost, they have to deconstruct this narrative first, which is that this is a supposedly Tradcath organization. And this Tradcath organization, they associate homosexuality with pedophilia. And this is what they preach daily on their platform, right?
Mm-hmm.
If this is true, why would you allow homosexuals to have these channels on your network if you believe truly that they're pedophiles?
Yeah.
The response to this from Wurzelroot is, well, we thought they were reformed, but when pressed on it, what Wurzelroot said is he never really actually thought that they were reformed. So this is kind of the first thing that you have to tangle with.
Well, I was on Cozy one night when Ali jumped on, and I'm pretty sure he jumped on to argue with Wurzel as to whether or not, like, the Bible was actually against being gay. I could have sworn that's what happened. I might be wrong there, but I've met Ali twice on Cozy, and I specifically remember because he has, like, the VIP yellow name every time he's in chat, and yeah, I'm pretty sure he was on there to say that he wasn't, that, like, there's nothing wrong with being gay. So when they say reformed, do they mean like they knew he had a past with children and was reformed on the child side? Or
okay, so these allegations around Ali have been there for a long time, including the fact that Lance Videos told Jaden McNeil and Nick Fuentes at the same time that this was going on, and Fuentes basically stuffed it under the rug, as it were. Now, this is Jaden McNeil, formerly the top treasurer in America First, who's making these claims. Smiley the Groiper, he's another one who explains that there's no possible way that Fuentes didn't know about this. This was a well-known secret, if you will. Everybody knew what Ali's predilections were. So kind of, again, the first thing you have to untangle is, did they allow these guys who they consider to be synonymous with kid diddlers on their network? Because if they did, and that's how they consider them to be synonymous with this. Then how is that not done for the purposes of political expediency, and why wouldn't they be responsible for that? That's my question.
Yeah, I was just asking them why he still had a channel, and they're like, well, he doesn't delete channels. Like, he's never deleted anybody's channel before.
Well, now, don't you think now's the time? Right?
Yeah, that's
It's like,
well, that's what I said. I was like, well, I mean, Cozy is like a platform with mostly young children on it, and you have somebody who's put up on a pedestal and is like an authority figure here, and they're, you know, a high-ranking member, and they've got their yellow name and everything. So yeah, I would say that like this is probably somebody that you should disassociate with. But then they got uber defensive, started yelling, why are you attacking us? Everybody's attacking us. It's just rumors. Stop attacking us over rumors. He's going to court. Like, we'll figure it out, man. Chill. Like, they got super defensive very quickly. So
well,
yeah.
Because there's no justification. Remember that Groypers got their claim to fame by going to Charlie Kirk conventions, and at the Charlie Kirk convention stating that how does having homosexuals involved in the conservative movement help us win the culture war? This was their question over and over again, and yet here the people who are spearheading this movement are clearly homosexuals, by the way, and they may claim that they're reformed, but interestingly enough, the evidence for that is actually what's the most scant, right? They just kind of take them at face value for the purpose of political expediency. So this is the problem when you compromise your ethics. If they are saying that they're a Christian organization who don't deal with people in this regard, how are they not compromising their ethics exactly? That's what I would like to know. And Wurzelroot never gave me a great answer for that because, in fact, he said, basically, we dealt with them knowing that this was a likely problem due to political expediency.
Yeah, I don't know if Smiley's going back on that now because he's been like, I don't know if he went back on whether or not Nick knew, but he's been posting over and over like, Nick has done nothing wrong. He's doing the right thing. Look at this. Look at these DMs. He's been trying to protect us. And then, and then he posts DMs of Nick and them saying, oh, do we want Ali at AFPAC? No, I don't think so. He didn't really help us in the Groyper War, so we shouldn't let him come. Like, that's not him protecting. That's not them saying, like, oh, this guy's a child molester. We need to keep him away from our community. That's them saying, like, oh, he didn't go after, all of the Republicans hard enough when we were going to war, so he doesn't get to come. Like, that's very different.
You do also recognize that if you go back to Smiley's earliest tweets, he was saying his heaviest concern about explaining to people that he sent nude pictures at 15 years old to this then 37 or 36-year-old Ali was that he was concerned that his close friends and confidants in AF would turn against him because he was, starting trouble or this kind of thing.
Yep.
That is sick, Tom.
Yep.
Am I wrong, or is that fucking sick?
Yeah, that I feel horrible for him, and it's even the way that he's talking about this now. It's him over and over. Every post that you see on his Twitter is him trying to like reaffirm everybody. I'm still on your side. I'm still one of you. Like, we can all still be friends. Please don't hate me.
By the way, just real quick, Tom, I'm sorry. American Nacho, who has been a member for a long time in the Crucible, said, if you don't sub to the Crucible, you are the problem. That's true.
True.
And Borp sends in $2 and said, why are Catholics always involved in the gay pedo stuff? Well, I think it has a lot to do with actually their marriage practices. But no, Davey Crocco's welcome on the show whenever. I'm not mad at him. I just like to yell at the guy, and I'm sure he likes to yell at me back. It's all in good fun. But anyway, back to you, Tom. There's no real way around this. Like, they're going to have to either bite the bullet that Fuentes himself exercised extremely poor judgment, which I think is the correct bullet to bite if I were in their shoes, but they just won't do it. Or they have to bite the bullet that they kind of understood that this was what was going on, but they were absolutely willing to kind of turn a blind eye for political expediency. And I'm sure you've seen Big Tech's clip where he says, hey, look, if this guy has to suck a dick for total Aryan victory, then I guess he has to suck a dick for... Like, they're doubling down on it, right, Tom? They're doubling down on this shit.
Yep. Yeah, well, I mean, I think what you don't understand is that to be a political figure, you got to deal with some shady figures, and he's being attacked just like Jesus, and you remember when Jesus was in the temple and he was like, guys, I gotta let them do all the shady business here because I gotta be able to get my message out there, and we gotta just leave everybody alone and let them do their thing. It's understandable that I gotta just deal with some shady figures sometimes. You remember that one?
Yeah, I remember when that was like the 17th or 18th apostle who was like, Jesus came to his defense in front of Pilate and said, "Look, he who has not molested a child cast the first stone." Right?
Yeah.
That was I remember that.
Yeah.
Right? What the fuck, man? Can it get any more crazy and bizarre than this? Why in the world would you double down on this, Tom? Why? What is it? So here's my theory. You tell me what you think.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the finest AF strategists were Ali Alexander, Milo Yiannopoulos. These were close confidants, close advisors, the entryway for Fuentes towards Kanye West, all this type of thing.
Mhm.
With them by the wayside, I think all that Fuentes is left with is this kind of sycophantic Groyper generals like Wurzelroot and the rest. These guys are morons, by the way. They can't argue worth a shit. They can't hardly hold it. I mean, Stardust really pinned Wurzelroot down last night badly.
Really?
And he essentially admitted that this was done for the purpose of political expediency. So I think that he just basically has no one to turn to, so he turns back to what he's always turned to, which is edgelording. Right? What else can he do?
Yeah, I mean they do seem to be on some next level cope of that's what I was saying. It's just like as soon as I started asking questions, Miyo immediately started getting super defensive and really mad, and I'm like, guys, I'm literally just here to ask questions. I'm just trying to understand the thought process here. You're just asking questions. Wow, Tom, you're attacking us right now. It's oh my goodness.
Remember too that that entire network's been on the decline for a while. And it's been on a decline because it's low effort content or interpersonal drama just between themselves, which is not interesting to any new audiences. Politically Provoked has basically almost gone by the wayside. I mean, their viewership's way down, money's way down, everything's way down. But not just them. They're not the only players there. Almost all of them are having extreme troubles over on that platform due to viewership and money, right? So it's a serious issue. So I think that at this point, right, they're concerned, if this shuts down, if Cozy shuts down, the party's over, right? The party's over, and all these guys who consistently will sit around and play copyrighted material all day long in order to make their buck and this kind of thing, and have done so with basically impunity for about a year, they're going to lose all that. What happens then, right? So yeah, I understand kind of why they're in these desperate straits, because a scandal like this is very brutal on an organization that claims to be traditionally conservative Catholic.
Is Nick running out of Bitcoin?
I don't think that Fuentes has been making tons of cash. Yeah. I think that Cozy TV is quite the drain on his wallet. With, I know quite a bit about CDN tech, running a network myself, and I'm pretty confident that I have fairly close figures to what he's paying per month, and it's astronomical in comparison to what he's getting. So.
Yeah, but I thought he was funding all of it with that money that was left to him. But
nobody knows
Bitcoin
how he's funding it. Nobody knows how it's funded exactly. But they do have a stamp there saying, "Hey, please send us some cash so that we can keep Cozy operating." So all of this together, yeah, I understand why creators there would be kind of petrified with all the infighting that's gone on. Plus, this was a sequence of terrible choices that they're now having to deal with. And after all, they're immature fucking kids, right? They don't know how to deal with anything political. So this is what I think kind of the end result of terrible choices and immaturity leads to, right?
Yep. Yeah, well, and then having a movement that's full of children obviously is is always a huge risk, and I would imagine that you would want to be extra careful with that sort of platform. But it's
Well,
those are
yeah,
the
that would just kind of where do the predators go, Tom?
well, I mean, not even just that. Like, who else? Who else are you gonna brainwash? Like, adults aren't gonna buy this crap. Like, they're
No,
not
they
gonna
don't buy the
cope
shit.
that hard. Yeah.
They
So
the adults bash them all the time, right? They think that they're fucking dumbass clowns. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, unless I can't think of a counter argument to it. I mean, I only see these kind of narrow paths, Tom. That's all I see. And it's true that I'm no fan of America First and have bashed them repeatedly for the last year and a half ever since it came for me. But I still think that I've been able to fairly accurately call most of the trajectories of these different things, and I don't think that this is good for I think that this is going to be an expel psi, and you're going to see quite the contraction.
So did Smiley file a police report, or is
He
like
did.
Ollie getting arrested?
Well, he
soon, or
claims
what?
he claims he filed the police report. I happen to know also that there are other victims who have filed police reports who have not been made public yet, and I know that for certain. So it would
Why
not
hasn't he been
surprise-
arrested though? He's admitted to doing
Well,
this
where
stuff.
is he?
So
Where
you
is
think
he?
you think maybe
Well,
he got
took
arrested?
down all of his social media. He made sure that his Twitter was nuked. Fuentes told him he needed to disappear. He said that publicly. That Fuentes said, "I told this guy he needs to basically disappear," right?
Mhm.
And Ali has essentially disappeared, and I think that he's just kind of waiting for the this whole thing to get memory hold, and then he'll kind of worm his way back into the political spotlight like so many of these people do.
Yeah, my audience was asking me earlier if I think that like mainstream Republicans are going to cover this, and I told them probably not, but I do think that this is going to affect them. Like, I think AFPAC is pretty screwed from here
Well,
on
it's being
out.
covered by many mainstream political outlets, including the Drudge Report, Mediaite, many others, and there was a list of about 17 that I covered earlier. So, yeah, this is being covered, and yes, the Democrats will definitely weaponize it, just like they did Fuentes' meeting with Trump, by saying that all of these dissident and alt-right groups are secretly homosexuals, and that's why they rage against homosexuals. It's an old narrative. How many times have you heard it? The problem is that there seems to be some truth to it, doesn't there?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the big issue. So this is why you don't compromise morals for political expediency, in my opinion, Tom.
What all happened? We're probably going to watch some of the Stardust interview with Wurzel. Did you already see the
No,
whole thing?
I'm about to cover it in just a minute. In fact, it's going to be the last segment of the night before I wrap up the Super Show. But I did watch it live, and it was quite good. I noticed that she was using some of my debate highlights and talking points, and he kind of doubled down. Right? He kind of doubled down on the madness. So I would definitely watch it. And if you come away with any other take, then they kind of were willing to sell out for influence. I'd like to hear it, but I don't think you'll be able to, dude. You're a pretty sharp guy when it comes to kind of political intrigue, and I don't see a way around it.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping that everybody like keeps the pressure on them until we can actually like get more substantiated evidence and really
Think it's
figure out what all
they're
happened.
trying to memory hole it, bro. Okay, as fast as possible. They want it memory hold. I don't know how many trolls were in here earlier saying, "Stop gossiping. This is all gossip." Clearly, this isn't gossip. This is a significant political story that has national attention, and they just seemingly want to pretend like us covering it is somehow bad. That's madness to me.
Yeah, it seems they have their talking points. Their talking points are just keep saying it's gossip. Just keep saying it's gossip. Just say it's gossip over and over. Everybody gossips. It's just gossip. Who cares about gossip? Just say gossip as many times as you possibly can, and hopefully eventually they'll just stop asking questions. So that seems to be the talking point of the day right now, is it's gossip.
Well, you might see if you can reach out to some of your Groyper connections. They seem to not worry too much about you, and see if you can get them on to press them on this, selling influence essentially for young graper asses, because that seems to be what they've done, bro. And I would really press them on it. So,
Okay.
all right, man. Well, look, thanks for the call. And do you have anything else for me?
No, that's all I got, man. I appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah, of course. Anytime, Tom. Take care, man.
Later, buddy. Okay. By the way, Tom Foolery, here's that clip I was talking about where Lav doubled down on her claims about his son.
I'm just gonna say that I'm just gonna go with his story. And again, he lied even in that story. He said that he was 24 and she was 19. And then he goes on publicly to say who she is, and their ages he lied about their fucking ages.
May I ask?
I'm just.
I wish it wasn't sped up. So I would love to make a clip about this. Like with the other version. But maybe I can find this actual video on Wick's channel.
I'm just gonna say that I'm just gonna go with his story. And again, he lied even in that story. He said that he was 24 and she was 19. And then he goes on publicly to say who she is, and their ages he lied about their fucking ages.
May I ask?
Yikes. Uh-oh, Tom's turning on Lav. She stopped sending me feed pics. When you stop sending me feed pics, I stop defending you. Those are the rules. That was the agreement. That was the deal. That's reasonable? Yeah. I think so. Jesse Lee P.
It is so dumb, stupid hot, and I hate this. But I'm monetized, so now I have to make content because money, right?
Right.
Anyways, let's talk about the Death Noodles thing, shall we? Let's talk about that mess.
Whoa! Stop playing music! Spicy frass. I'm going to get me hair did. Going bright red. See you laters. Bye, sass. Bye, bye. Why, when I'm subscribed to Stardust, and I have a lot of overlap with Stardust, why wouldn't her channel be the first to pop up?
What did I say about you? Cooled off until tweeting that out, you know. I mean, it was a low blow, you know. It was messed up for me to say that, and I don't blame you for saying some vulgar things about me
didn't
today.
tweet that out.
Where is this from?
Oh, you know, I should while we're listening to Smiley and Ethan talk, I should put the cute animals back up, right?
Is this on Twitter?
Wait, seriously, that's cringe. Well, they're anti-female in their movement. They don't want any females in their movement.
Bro, why does their website suck so much? Seriously. Their website is such crap, dude. Every time, like, you go to recaps, first thing up, Richard Spencer and Mr. Girl. Dude, that's from like over a year ago. January 21st of 2022. What the hell? Does he still stream on Cozy? I thought he stopped streaming on Cozy. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's there anymore. Oh! 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 $19 a day ago. Okay.
It's just they want to.
Whoa. Whoa, dude. What is on the edge of his screen, bro? Yikes.
He's overrated as a singer, but him on the show. She was talking a lot of shit. I think she's sleeping outside tonight. Unless that dinner's on point. And tickle your pussy at the same time.
That is vulgar as fuck, dude.
Rosie's yelling. Oh my god.
She doesn't like being alone.
Oh, she doesn't like being alone. Get used to it. Get used to it.
Dude, this guy's so drunk. Oh my goodness, dude. Killinger said he sounds like me.
Let's call into the show. I don't even know what Dawson Opinions is talking about. Just shut up, bitch.
Against you.
And well,
again,
now wait a minute.
For what I
Now
tweeted
wait.
about you earlier, you know.
Now wait.
What
I
was
will
that?
say you're right. I have.
I
Hold on
really
one sec.
don't
What?
want or you know, dragging a lot of the stop the
Like that's too much time. You know, just as much time as you want, because I don't want to be accused of, you know, cutting you off or whatever, or anything like that. So just go ahead and speak as much as you want.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. Well, I think it's a good idea to give a little bit of an introduction. Yeah, thanks for reminding me to do that. It seems like, for the most part, people pretty much know who I am. They've seen me around once or twice, maybe in passing in the super chats or something on Nick's show. But anyways, I've been involved in America
Wait, I
First
didn't
for
see
quite a
you in the
while.
super chats on the kill stream. But
yeah, you know what? Maybe that'll change one of
maybe
these
that'll
days.
change.
We'll
Maybe
see.
I hope so. I hope so. Go ahead.
All right. Well, anyways, what I was saying is I've been around for a while. I wasn't really that well known until like White Boy Summer, but I was at a lot of the Stop the Steals, and I actually first met Nick at a Turning Point event in like 2019, and I've just, you know, been as involved as I can be with the movement and everything since then. People sort of know me from going around the world, around the country, and doing some IRL memeing, you know, doing a little trolling, you know, just being generally based as hell. But recently,
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you joining us. We got some more, I guess somebody wanted, I think somebody said that Destiny talked to Connor. So we're going to try to cover that in a little bit whenever we get a chance. Just wanted to listen to what Smiley had to say about Nick Fuentes to hear this.
unfortunately, I've had to drop some kind of heavy stuff on people. It's really killing the vibes, and I'm sorry about that. I'm really hoping that we can all move past this soon. I know it's getting old, and it's an uncomfortable topic and everything. And like, I didn't mean to drag everyone into it, is kind of what I'm saying. So I do apologize to everyone about that, and especially for dragging America First and Nick into it, because it's like Nick said. I mean, really, this is something that happened long before America First was even a thing, before I knew who Nick was, probably before any of us really knew who Nick was. And now it's being used, unfortunately, as a vector of attack against him, which I could not have foreseen. And
how did you meet Ali Alexander?
How did I? Well, actually, that's a great question. I never met Ali in person. I had some online correspondence with him way back when, and it fizzled out pretty quickly. I mean, over like maybe the course of a year, and then
now,
after
when you
that,
say
it was very, very sparse contact.
That's a very lawyerly term. I'm not trying to grill you too hard. Online correspondence. I mean, what do you mean by online correspondence? I think I know what you mean, but what do you mean by that?
Okay, no, that's a fair question. Something I do need to get out of the way and establish here is that I really don't want.
Rare sent $3. This guy likes tweets calling you a rapist and other slander
Well, he did
etc.
call me a sex offender, which was incorrect, and I let that go at the top of the show. I didn't even get into that. That was incorrect, but.
Yeah, no,
we're here to talk about.
I don't want to repeat.
Yeah, I was about to say no. Look,
sake,
no. Well, it's not for my sake; it's for your sake. And we're here to talk about your case, not anything to do with me. It's for your sake. It's definitely not for my sake. Well,
no, I think that does need to be addressed. I mean, I tweeted that out, and I was kind of heated up about some of the things I heard you saying about me, and I should have just waited until I had cooled off until tweeting that out. I mean, it was a low blow. It was messed up for me to say that, and
well, so Milo Yiannopoulos didn't tweet that out.
What was that?
Milo Yiannopoulos didn't tweet that out.
Correct, and I see how it definitely had like Milo's style.
Yeah, because it sounds like Milo tweeted that out. So so what did I say about you that had you so fired up?
Bro, he is so drunk. This is unbearable. This is horribly unbearable. What the hell?
Well, basically, I mean, just some of the same stuff that has been on your Telegram today, kind of in the same vein. Which I mean, I don't hold that stuff against you.
And now wait a minute. Now wait.
About you earlier,
We're not going to talk about this stuff. I just want to say I shouldn't have said it. Yeah, I shouldn't have said what? Shouldn't have said what? What is it? What is it exactly that you shouldn't have said? We don't want to talk about this, but hold on.
Now wait, I will say you're right. I have said some fucked up things on the Telegram today.
Right.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. But
if you can forgive me for what I tweeted.
Yes, and I can forgive you, and we can forgive each other. But I just want to say I didn't just tweet those things. I woke up and they're like, Smiley's attacking you. I'm like, what the fuck? And saying he's not gonna do the interview. So
I don't blame you for that.
And I was a little upset. Yeah, go ahead.
I do want to make it clear, I'm not really here for like an interview about things that happened in the past or whatever. I mean, I've pretty much said everything I need to say on the matter. And frankly, I think people are probably sick of hearing that. I'm really here to clarify my position on America First and all the E-drama.
Wow, dude. Wow. This freaking guy, bro. How old is he now? How old is Smiley? Does anybody know? Is he like a grown man now, or is he still like in high school?
That's resulted as kind of a byproduct, and we can talk. I'm more here to talk about.
He's 22 now, dude. This is horrible. Don't worry about me. The rape accusations, not all that important. What's more important, Nick Fuentes' career and his reputation. We got to make sure that nobody's scared that there's going to be a bunch of groomers on this platform anymore. That's the real important thing here. That's all I want to talk about.
The present. I mean, we can get into some of that if you want to, but it's really about the way that America First is under attack right now, and I'm here to clarify my position on that.
Of course, I'm into the E-drama.
Right.
But how do you think you got sucked up into that, so to speak?
Okay, yeah, that's a fair question. So a while ago, you know, like probably over 6 years ago, whenever Milo rose to prominence, I was basically like a, you know, a very early Milo Yiannopoulos supporter, and I believed in him for, you know, quite a while. I mean, he was like the first big political influencer that I paid attention to, well before even Nick Fuentes. So
Yeah, I mean, that was back in the Richard Spencer days where Milo and Nick were, or Milo and Richard were like the big white nationalist guys. The Nick was like a much smaller, just random streamer kid.
I already kind of had that background with.
He was like in high school at the time too.
Him, but what people need to understand is I stopped following Milo very closely or really at all for years. I mean, ever since I've really been involved in America First, I haven't followed Milo that closely. I talked to him maybe 3 times since he was at AFPAC. And between now, I mean, we really have not had that much correspondence. People are, you know, claiming that I'm like part of his network, and that I know you claimed that he was running my social media, which that did sound like something he would tweet. I'll give you that.
I did say that, by the way. I'm trying to turn my camera on. Like, people think I'm trying to like hide from the camera. Honestly, I've been having camera issues the last fucking month, and so no, I'm not trying to hide from the camera. I'm trying to fix the camera. Like, you can't see me right now, but I'm walking all around my room trying to fix the camera. Why the fuck would I not want the camera on? Jesus. Anyway, I did say that. I did say that. Well, it just sounded because there were.
Big Tech is a homo sent $3. Ralph, don't let the haters get to you. Xanax is a harmless drug impossible to overdose. You should take some right now because pussies like Meathocker are laughing like little homos and they need to be put in their place. Long live the kill stream.
You're right. Xanax is unoverdosable, though. You're pretty much right about that. But
By the way, I didn't pull out of the interview because of Milo. I mean, of course, Milo made it very clear on his.
No, you're still talking to Milo Yiannopoulos, though.
What was that?
Are you still talking to Milo Yiannopoulos?
I wasn't talking to him until I explained this to Nick as well. I did break my silence with him to discuss the Groyper doxing thing that was on his Telegram. That was very concerning, and you know, I was worried about that. He was saying that he was basically implying that he would dox Groypers who made fun of me or like, you know, took low blows or whatever. That was ridiculous. You know, I felt like I had to say something about that. And yes, I'm going to be honest with everyone. I did talk to him about that, and I went into a little bit about why he has to make this whole thing about Nick Fuentes. I confronted him over that too, because really this has nothing to do with Nick, and I think everyone has pretty much made that clear at this point. And Milo said that he's open to a discussion on that or reconsidering, but I mean, really, I think it's pointless to reason with him because I mean, it's clear that he just hates Nick Fuentes and wants America First to burn at all costs, which it's a really sad state of affairs that that's true. So I've blocked Milo as of today. I think that's the healthiest thing for everyone, and I don't want to get into any more unnecessary drama for the movement or for you or for myself, if that makes sense.
Well, you know what? That does make sense, and I'm not gonna Milo use you, buddy. That's what my wife said in the chat.
No such thing as unnecessary drama. That's not a thing.
You know, I think that's true. But
here's the reason. Even on Dalton's show, or no, it wasn't Dalton. It was Beardson's. Yeah, it was on the Weekly Sweat. That was the only other you know, public speaking streaming thing I've done on this matter, and I was reluctant to tell some inconvenient truths about Milo Yiannopoulos because every time I try to, you know, say the way I really feel about the situation, he's spamming me with messages saying you're going to make the others uncomfortable to share their stories with me.
More like Smelly the feet. Get raped figuratively, literally.
That's not very nice. I'm actually trying to fix my camera, but I'm not going to be able to fix it because you know why? Because I was trying so soon to get on the air. I could have fixed it beforehand. Hold on, let me stop this. Let me stop this. But and
one more quick. Good.
Now I have
one quick
Yeah.
I'm
Just
sorry.
go ahead and
One
get it
quick
out.
thing
Yeah.
before I forget.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say another big reason. Even after retracting my acceptance of the interview, that I'm here is because I want to show everyone that it's not like Milo's controlling what I do, because Milo absolutely did not want me coming on here, and basically
Well,
all
that
the
was
A-logs of
another
America
reason
First didn't want me coming here,
that
but I'm
if
still
you
here.
didn't, if you didn't show up here, I was considering you a tool of Milo. To be honest with you.
Right, and that's why I'm here to prove to people that that's not the case.
No matter what you think about what I did in my private life or whatever, or didn't do, but like
that's
it's
really
like
not my business.
Yeah,
honestly.
and it's
That was a
not.
low
Gonna
blow.
do some
Yeah,
$10.
it was a low blow, but you know what? I took a couple shots too, so I don't take this shit too, this shit too seriously, and let. To feeling the other way. Also, did it really F? It didn't F. You lying motherfuckers. I can fix the camera. I'm gonna try to fix the camera, but I can't fix it while OBS.
Okay, I can't listen to this. I'm sorry. I can't listen to this. This is horrible, dude. This is horrible. I don't see counterpoints on here at any point. I think people were confused.
So I'm like, Rocks. I make the snap. Rocks rips off his clothing, flops out his BBC Junior on the fucking right ass cheek on the left, while all my covenant cloaks hold you down, and he just forcefully fucks you and chokes you. And you're like, and he just smokes you, busting you, and just humiliate you. And I command my whole cloaks to stand around you and ejaculate with bust nuts all over your frozen body, while we force you to lay there and freeze in the snow, bitch ass nigga. Suck my dick. Thank you for that 14 measly dollars too, faggot.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. You should have shown. There's nothing bad about it. It's not wrong about it. It's just like, I personally don't tend towards that type of like.
I'm curious,
okay.
Steve. If you chose,
I said I'm hungry. Sound decent on an instrument.
This is the other thing I was supposed to listen to, right? It was Farha and him talking about dating. Oh no, it wasn't Farha. It was the other chick, Tarsha. Did I spell her name wrong? What? Torsha. Oh, wait. Where was it? Is it only on Destiny stream? That was on Kick too as well, wasn't it? Damn it. Damn it. Why? Wait, that's not here either. Why?
Maybe I saw in the dark of the room. Crazy. Because it's serious. I have an issue with it. Content. And then I heard his name again during the CME, but I don't. Back in like January, was telling me about him. The only time I heard about.
She keeps saying him, pronouns. Like, I don't know who she's talking about.
Saint in the Sinner. It's just
Oh,
one
Saint in
guy.
the Sinner. That guy's nuts.
Graduate school, so she is, by all accounts.
After me responding to like 5 minutes of your content.
Because you didn't realize.
Tell me how. Yeah.
Okay.
Really good stream on Destiny's channel. He's a new one.
Third tier university. This is a
Irrelevant.
Oh, this was
low
5
breaking.
months ago. What am I doing? Check Destiny's live stream. I already did. Oh. It's not there. I know one of the smaller channels uploaded it, but it looked horrible, dude. It was like very like stretched out and weird looking. Ay, ay, ay. Super moles, that's what it is, yes.
All right, what's up? How you doing?
Okay, good. So I don't know if you caught the episode that I did with Jubilee, but did you see it?
Which one was
Not
that
yet.
again?
It was recent. Anti-feminist and male feminist. It was chaos, let me tell you.
Fuck, did we watch that? I don't remember if we did or not. Did we, guys?
It's a long one. It was like an hour. But
Okay. I don't
there's
remember.
there's a dude Mason.
Wait, before we hop into this,
Yeah.
introduce yourself for people that don't remember who you are.
And your chat scares the fuck out of me. Hi, I'm Tori, and I make YouTube content. Why'd you have to make me do an intro?
Well, what do you? Oh, don't. I don't care if nobody finds your shit. Do you do this full time or what?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, don't you want people to find you? Don't you want to get more followers and shit? Isn't that kind of the point?
No, I don't really care.
You do this as a job and you don't care how many followers you have?
Yeah, no, not really. Why? Were you always looking at your followers and stuff?
Yeah, I'm trying to make a fucking living over here. Of course I care about how many followers I have. It's kind of important to our job, no?
Well, I do like content for other creators too, so that's kind of like now how I pay everything. But yeah, I probably subscribe to my channel, y'all.
There you go. Okay, that's a little
You
better.
know.
Jesus.
Torsha, 2 A's. I make red pill content.
Nice.
Cringe. We call it RP over here.
Cool.
I don't like
Me
saying
too,
red
because I
pill.
figure all you guys are fucking role players, because none of this shit is real. I'm just kidding. Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Is
Go.
that
Jubilee?
is that like an NPC? Same thing.
What? Sure, why not?
Because that's how we feel about you guys with your feminist manifesto and shit.
Right, my blue hair and all that. Good. I'm glad.
No, the blue hair's fine.
Oh, thanks.
Anyways.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me grab my list. So anyways.
Yeah, Tom, it is on click. You need to click the show more videos. Oh. Well, we're already here, so what the hell? Do you keep an eye on your viewer numbers all the time, Tom? Like throughout the stream, I have my phone in front of me because I have two screens here. So I got this screen here and this screen here. This one's mostly like my production screen, like where I have my OBS up. I've got tabs up. I've got, you know, all sorts of stuff up over here. And then this is the screen that you guys see. So this one right here, this is the screen that you guys see. And then right here, I have my phone, so I can look at the chat and the viewer numbers are like right above the chat, so I always see it one way or the other. But most of the time, I just go look at like where the views were after stream. You just gained 20 plus viewers. I just dropped 20 viewers. Oh, subscribers. Yeah, the subscribers have been flying up the charts.
If you haven't seen the thing, long story short, Mason, dude that was on the cast who transitioned, so female to male, he's
Okay.
gonna come on my show, and I got in my head about the patriarchy, and I've been trying to dig into it, but everything that I find is all basic level shit. And I'm just wondering, like, can you explain it to a red pill bitch what the patriarchy is? Because it's
I think a lot of people have trouble saying what the patriarchy is, because it is kind of like this very like nebulous idea that it's like all encompassing to the point that it just kind of means nothing after a while. When everything is patriarchy, nothing is patriarchy. So I normally refer to patriarchy meaning that it's men more easily being able to rise up the hierarchies. That's generally it.
sounds bizarre to me. It sounds bizarre.
Logic is the patriarchy? No, logic is whiteness, actually.
I'll tell you why. Because all it is to me is a guy that's in charge. And I guess in certain institutions, a man's always at the top, right? But why is it that they're...
In the broadest sense, the patriarchy, the idea of patriarchy is just that society is kind of organized by and for men.
Got it.
In the broadest sense. So at the end of the day, everything should serve the interests of men.
Well, wait. How? Why? Where do you get that conclusion?
Don't attack me. That's
I'm not.
You
I'm
asked
not
me what the patriarchy is. I told you. Well, actually, I probably do believe that too. Okay, what do you mean by that? How do I get that conclusion? Yeah.
So, like, here's the way I see it: is that we have it set up the same way that we had it set up before the technological advances. So we just held on to it. It wasn't like we want to oppress women.
Sure, it doesn't have to be intentional. It could just be that way. That society has worked with a women being oppressed. It's not like people are like, we hate women, so let's oppress them. It was just like men tended to sit on the top of the hierarchy and they oppressed women because that's based, I guess.
So then feminists that want to dismantle the patriarchy, where do they expect men to go? I know that sounds kind of wild.
They basically the expectation would be a society designed with more equity where it's not only trying to satisfy the whims or desires of men.
I feel like society is against men.
That's because you're a red pillar.
No, like, to be honest with you, it seems like, can you give me examples of how men dominate in society or whatever? Don't look.
Pretty easy. Men are most of the politicians that get elected to positions. Men are most of the Fortune 500 CEOs. Men are going to be most of the managers, or like pretty much any position of power is more likely going to have men in it. So, yeah.
at the chat.
Sorry, I just got a message from something. So ways in that society, ways in which men dominate society. I mean, men pretty much sit at the hierarchy of almost every important thing as it stands right now. So if we look at like the majority of business owners, if we look at the majority of capital owners, if we look at the majority of important decision makers like politicians or presidents or heads of state, just in general, in most power structures in society, men are usually disproportionately either sitting at the very top or make up like the very top.
But if you look at the vote, women predominantly vote Democratic. So if we make up most of the vote, why isn't there a woman in office? This is like how I think of it. It's like nobody wants to do it, and the only one we had was Hillary. I don't know how, like, you know what I'm saying though? Like it.
So it sounds like she's saying it's just kind of that way naturally. And that's generally true. Like, I would say patriarchy for the most part probably happened naturally. Yeah. I think that that's probably the case. I think it's really hard to believe that somehow almost every society all over the world, everywhere, without any sort of communication with one another, all happened to design their societies in the same exact way. I think we probably all took differences, small differences that we had between one another, just like I was talking about earlier. We had these small differences between one another, and we over-exaggerated those differences. We hyperbolized those differences to make them seem like they were much bigger, right? Men are, you know, stronger on average than women. Well, then men are the only ones who can be strong. Women can barely lift anything at all. I don't know how they even walk. Men are more logical. Well, only when men can do logic then. Men are always going to just do all of the logic, and women couldn't possibly be logical ever. Or women are more emotional. Well, the men are never emotional. Men can never have emotions. That's only a woman thing. Like, we just over exaggerate the differences that do exist. They don't exist as much as they seem to within society.
Just doesn't seem like women are running, and the ones that are do make it into those positions, like AOC and, you know, I don't know politics that much, but like, can you counter that so I can understand it?
I'm just.
Why? What are they saying?
No, I need a minute to think about how I'm supposed to respond to that question. Okay.
Like more women vote.
No. Okay.
Which one? Oh God.
Okay.
He's like, oh fuck, she's a dumb bitch.
No. Well, yeah, but okay. Just follow me on this one, okay? We're gonna start.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We've got two kids. All right. Fred and Mark. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fred comes from a beautiful white dual parent household. Both parents make a lot of money. Mom stays at home, helps him with schoolwork. They got a lot of money for food, nutrition, all that. Okay. He's a runner. Okay. He does track and field. Okay. Then we've got the other kid. I forgot his name. Jeff. Okay. Mark and Jeff.
Mark. It's Mark.
What was the first kid's name?
Fred.
Okay. Fred. Okay. That was Fred's household. Mark is a minority, and he's in a.
Okay, hold up.
No, can I?
Before no, come
okay,
on.
Go ahead.
I get the intersectionality.
No. Just okay. Now you're just gonna.
Okay,
wait.
fine.
Now you're gonna wait. Okay.
Oh my God.
Mark is poor. He lives in a shitty house. He's malnourished his whole life. Okay, doesn't even grow as tall as he's supposed to. Parents don't help him with anything. He doesn't get to start school athletics ever because he has to work a job to help his mom and all that shit. Okay, so all of this shit. When these two kids turn 18 years old, both of them have a chance to run track and field, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, who was the first one? Jeff?
Fred,
okay. If Fred and Mark go to compete, okay, after 18 years of these two different lifestyles, how long would it take Mark to catch up to where Fred's at?
Probably he wouldn't.
Okay. Sure, that's a really extreme answer. But if I were to say, well, what if he was on a good diet for a week? Or what if he trained for 6 months?
He's like really malnourished.
Yeah,
right?
he's super far behind.
He
True.
needs like gear.
Yeah. So when we talk about things like the patriarchy or the establishment of men, the higher part of the hierarchy between male and female, right? One or two generations of like women working isn't going to flip that. The way that patriarchy is in our lives is going to be like deeply embedded at social levels, at occupational levels, at political levels, such that like a few generations isn't enough to just vote it away.
But why is it so bad? If a gender stereotype seems to be something that the patriarchy hates with like a burning passion.
Okay, why do you think they hate gender stereotypes?
I guess I could see if a girl didn't want kids or something and everybody was pressuring her to have kids because she's just good for her womb type shit. Like that would be annoying.
Yeah, that's one thing. So what you're talking about is a subset of gender prescriptions. Like basically saying like, if you're a woman or if you're a man, you have to live this way. If you don't do that, we're all going to bully the fuck out of you. That's generally what like feminists would want to fight against, is that like people should have the opportunity to explore and do the things they want to in life. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
But I don't really think people are bullying them.
Do you think
I feel
that
like
there are
feminists are bullying everybody else for their choices?
They might sometimes, sure. I'm not going to say that's not true. Okay. But do you think that there might be like general things in society that men are seen as being able to do that people don't want women doing, or that women are seen as being able to do that they don't want men doing? Do you think in general that might be a thing?
Well, no. I mean, when I used to wrap cars, there was a guy that was like, I don't want a girl working on my car. And then my boss made me work on the car. So they didn't give a fuck. Like, I don't know.
Sure, in that case. But like, I'm just saying that in general, there might
Can
be...
you give me an example?
Well, that you just gave me an example right there. Somebody maybe said that
But that proved my point that it doesn't matter.
It didn't prove your point. It showed that one man didn't want you doing something and it took your boss, who I'm
So?
guessing is another man, to tell you that you could.
I thought I could no matter what.
Yeah, but what if your boss told you no? Then you're not going to be doing it.
That's not how it works at a shop.
Hold on. That's absolutely how it works at a shop. If your boss says... If a person came into your shop and your boss didn't want to do that work, he wouldn't sell the job. He would just tell him to go somewhere else.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm saying like in the shop, my boss was like, he doesn't want a girl working on the car. Perfect. We'll put a girl working on the car.
No, but I'm saying that if he didn't want that, if he agreed with the guy, you wouldn't be working on the car.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So like if he adopted the same mindset.
Yeah, if he had the same mindset, right?
But he would get sued.
Sure.
See?
That's a positive example of feminism though, right? Where you got like the law pushing, hopefully, against like an oppressive social standard, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what about Mark? So is Mark just fucked?
Well, he's not fucked. He's He's not fucked. It's just a lot of work to like undo the quote unquote the damage, I guess.
So what would he have to what's their goal? To do like what do they think is going to happen? I don't know.
Well, the goal is probably to have a more equitable society where people don't feel like hardcore bullied into only performing certain roles because of their gender that's dictated to them by their gender.
But like the STEM fields are now having floods of women join them. I think we closed the gap on STEM.
Sure, and to some extent we probably have, but not completely, right? So people are just nibbling around the edges at places where they think they can probably find more equitable distributions.
But it can't be perfect.
It's probably not going to be perfect. But there's
So then
probably
why are
still
they
areas.
annoying?
There's probably still areas where improvement can be made. No, or do you think we're done? You think this is like I think like 10% of programmers are like women. Is that like all women can ever do for programming? They'll never get farther than that.
I don't think it's 10%. I think it's like 30 or something, which
Okay.
is still low, but like I just don't think.
Is it really 30? If you go to like a comp sci program, is it really 30%? I feel like
Are you asking me? I feel like I read that. I might
I
be
feel like
wrong.
it's like 10 to 1. That'd be my guess.
I
least.
don't know. At the bigger corporations, there's a lot of women, from what I've been told. That's
Yeah, but I'm saying,
anecdotal.
but particularly in like programming areas, like women tend
Like
to work.
AI.
No, like just coding. Is that-
Yeah, AI. Duh.
True.
Okay, but don't you think, and I don't mean to pull the whole Jordan Peterson talking point, but it's like, don't you think if women wanted to, they would?
I think that there's a lot of social pressures that push us in a lot of directions, so that even if
It's like, grow up. Who cares? Push your barriers, bitch. That's how I see it.
Sure, but like, I don't think anybody's above social pressure, right?
I don't give a fuck.
Then
I don't know.
okay, if you don't give a fuck at all, why do you have makeup on?
Ooh, good point. Good point. Okay, I see you.
Well, and then also, I didn't even comb my hair today, right? Do you see there's kind of like a different standard in terms of our presentation?
I guess, but I don't know. That's how I was raised.
Well, yeah, because you're supposed to look good to me, right?
No.
Yeah.
My mom said that people take you seriously if you look put together.
Yeah, but why do women have to look good for men? Right? Do you think that
no.
left to their own devices, do you think that women would put on makeup and everything to like just look good for each other if there were no men involved at all?
Yeah, probably.
That is pure cope, dude. That is such cope. And there's always like feminists who are gonna run around and be like, no, I just wear makeup for me. Oh, give me a break, dude. Give me a break, bro. You do not. You do not. Like, yes, you like to look better. You like to feel better about yourself. How do you know if you look better? You gauge it through everybody else. You look at everybody else and you start to gauge how they look and how they think you'll look. That's how you know whether or not you look good. You by yourself would not just put on makeup. If makeup was never a thing before, you wouldn't like find makeup and be like, oh yes, this is the thing. Like, no.
Okay.
Makeup's a fun time. I was a makeup artist.
Why do you think? Weird. Why do women wear makeup? Why don't men wear makeup?
Men do wear makeup.
Okay, hold on. Take a break. Let me know when you're ready. Okay?
Yeah.
You know
I'm ready.
You're capping hard. Okay. Men in general do not wear makeup. That is not true. Some might, but that you're talking
at large. No.
Okay, so we're not talking about like your emo or goth friends or scene kids from high school. Okay.
Don't talk smack about them.
I'm not talking smack about them, but in general, men don't wear makeup, right? Men don't put as much effort generally into their appearance as women do, right?
Yeah, but they're uglier and their outcomes suck.
Who's uglier?
Men.
Well, sure, but like even attractive men generally don't wear makeup. That's still like a pretty.
No, but
I don't know why he argued with that. Why didn't he take that? Yes, okay, fine. They're uglier, and they still don't have to put on makeup. Why? Like, yeah, sure. Okay, so men look worse on average. Why is that socially acceptable for men to look worse on average, but yet, like, women have to look better? They have to do more to look better.
My point is, like, men will bitch about the fact that women can wear makeup, and it's like, well, you could too, but, like, you think it's gay, so
True, sure.
I don't know what to tell you.
Sure. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I'm just saying that that's like an example of like a different standard for appearances. That like women are kind of like by default expected to like put a decent amount of effort into their appearances, whereas for men it's like a kind of whatever thing.
But I'm saying in terms of appearance, like a man still has to wear a suit if he wants to be taken seriously.
A man has to wear a suit in like the most exceptional of circumstances, I guess, and like if you're like in a very, very, very formal setting. But even at that, like compare how much trouble you have to go through as a man to put on
Okay, there we go. I got my mic closer to my mouth now, so that should be better.
Suit versus
they're expensive.
More compared to like really nice dresses and everything? What do you mean?
I think aren't suits like a couple grand
for a really nice one? But you only need like 2 really good suits as a guy, or 1.
Yeah.
How many do you wear? 1 dress as a woman?
Everybody knows I wear 2.
You're saying you stop. Hold on. Stop doing.
You
the weird,
asked me.
I know, but you're doing like the weird exception to try to win the argument. In general, who do you think?
I'm not trying to win an argument.
Well, I'm just trying to establish the point.
Yeah, that Destiny. He asked her. He said, "You do you wear a dress?" Like, it's obvious that she's not understanding where it is that he's going. And so he needs to be like more specific with what he's saying.
Who do you think spends
women
more money?
make up women make up more of the Consumer Report, so probably women.
Women have to have more money spent on clothes probably because they're expected to have like more variety in their wardrobe, right?
Are they?
I don't know. Never mind. I'm not sure. I don't know. Who
Okay.
knows? Who knows,
I
man?
who
that oh man. Oh my goodness.
Knows. Anything is possible, right?
I don't know. I just wasn't raised like that.
Okay.
But I can see women like shopping.
Okay. True.
But like, anyways, so like
he's being kind of a dick here. I mean, maybe he's tired, but Like, yeah, I would ask her, okay, so why do women like shopping more than men? Like, why do they shop more? Why do they buy more things? Why do they have more dresses? Why is that the case?
Is this because of the patriarchy? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, some would argue that that's a part of it. Yeah.
So what? They want us to be ugly?
Yep.
That's fucked up.
True.
I don't want to do it.
That's just wacky and wild, right?
No, I'm serious. Like, it seems like the patriarchy doesn't even exist here like it does in other countries.
Yeah, different countries probably have different sets of norms. That's true.
No, like I think, like if you were to go to, I don't know, I don't want to get my countries mixed up, but like Afghanistan or something, where were they pulling the girls out of schools because they didn't want them to go?
Probably that sounds like an Afghanistan thing to me.
Yeah, like the Taliban was like, we're getting you out or whatever. So to me, that's a clear patriarchy.
Yeah.
I don't see it out here.
Okay.
See what I'm like, a problematic one
Yeah.
out here.
Basically, it's like if people aren't being like murdered in the streets, there's like no problem essentially.
Well, like taking girls out of schools, that's pretty sad. They were like crying and stuff. That's they don't have to be stoned to death for it to be a problem.
True.
But why isn't feminism doing anything over there?
Because feminists can't exist over there because they don't even have a society that would allow for feminism to exist. But I'm pretty sure there are feminist organizations where they try to talk about those issues. But
interesting. Okay. So what would you recommend to read by like Friday in terms of good things on the patriarchy, like good literature? Because everything that I Google is the same shit.
I have no idea. I just read Wikipedia, bro. I'm a Wikipedia warrior.
I just feel like this whole thing's going to cannibalize itself. It doesn't seem like there's an end.
Probably, but that's probably true of literally all social movements, right?
Yeah. But shouldn't they stop at some point?
Yeah, maybe. Probably all social movements should stop it.
Is it an interview or a debate? I think she's trying to understand his perspective. So when she asks, what should I read before this time? It sounds like she has a debate that... It sounds like she has a debate or a show or something that she's going on to talk about this. And now she just wants more information to understand it better.
At some point, right?
Like, shouldn't they have a deadline? I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you just making fun of me?
No, I'm true. Like, literally, you said you're part of the Red Pill. Isn't that community literally eating itself alive right now?
Do you mind? Don't talk about my peeps. I don't talk about yours.
Yeah, okay. Pretty sure everybody's eating themselves alive right now, okay?
I'm trying to understand your side. I'm rooting for it because honestly, y'all lost your fucking minds.
Yeah, we did. Meanwhile, you guys are worshiping Andrew Tate?
Yeah, meanwhile, you guys have all become Muslims, so well done.
No.
Yeah?
Not at all.
No?
See, that's what upsets me. Like, I've literally told you, you're watching, like, the White Claw Power Hour shit, and just the...
That's, like, the prevailing...
Yeah, those are the biggest people, dude. All of those people have the biggest followings. They have the most subscribers, and she acts like she doesn't know this. She acts like there's people out there with millions of subscribers that have like the same idea of Red Pill as her.
Like that is the prevailing Red Pillers, right?
No, it's not.
Yes,
and I already explained it to you.
You can explain that you have some niche content creators that you think represent your version of Red Pill. That's fine.
The original?
It doesn't matter who the original is. It matters who the popular ones are.
True. I see. But I'm just saying, I explained it to you already.
Yeah, I understand. You've got your people that you like. But like Fresh and Fit, like Andrew Tate and Cinco, these are like the popular guys for fucking Red Pill shit, not the other guys.
Listen, I said I don't want any victims. So, the Andrew Tate shit. Hope he's innocent for that reason and that reason only.
Yeah.
Otherwise, burn him at the stake. I don't give a fuck.
Jeez.
I'm kind of a sociopath if you haven't picked up on that.
I could tell because you're a woman.
Oh, that's sexist. Is that the patriarchy? Don't you think we'd be at the top if we were all sociopaths?
Well, that's why they say behind every good man is a sociopathic woman. Isn't that the same?
Something like that. Yeah, we clean up all your shit.
True.
Do all the housework, the chores. Yeah. Okay, I had another question. Should I ask, is it... So somebody in your... Well, actually, a large proportion of people of your audience said that I look smug when I talk.
Hmm.
It has been bothering me since I bring it up on all my live streams. I try to point out what I think smug looks like.
Okay.
What the fuck is smug?
What do you think smug looks like?
Condescending.
Yeah, you got kind of.
When have I ever been condescending?
It's just like a demeanor, you know.
But when have I ever been that way to you? I haven't.
It's just like it's not what you're saying. It's just like a tone, I think.
Destiny GG.
My tone?
Yeah.
Well, how do I fix it before I have this interview?
It's just the way you sound. Who cares? Just sound condescending. Fuck it.
That's horrible.
Why?
Because I'm not trying to be condescending.
Tom, she has the KD problem. I don't think she sounds condescending at all.
Oh, well, who cares?
She sounds fine to me, nothing like Katie. No, it's what she's saying to me. I don't know. I don't hear it at all.
And I mean, I don't know, like women usually sound like really bubbly and blah, blah, blah. And that's probably why if a woman has like a more monotone kind of voice, people interpret.
No, she sounds obtuse. Yes. Yes. She sounds the opposite of condescending. She sounds like she's clueless, like she doesn't understand, and she still thinks that everybody else is wrong while knowing that she doesn't understand either. That's what she sounds like.
Interpret it like very negatively.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Trauma's a bitch.
What? Okay. Is that why are you traumatized and that's why you sound the way you do?
Probably.
Okay.
That's the only thing I could think of. I don't pick up on social cues as quickly as a lot of people, so it's probably that too. I don't mirror people.
Okay.
So, anyways, okay, so is it going to be inappropriate if I ask them what they want to be called? Hold on. How they would like to be addressed? Pronouns is not a part of... pronouns are separate, right? I know that sounds like a dumbass question.
Are you asking like what, like won't they just tell you beforehand?
I just
You can just ask me if you want.
Okay. Next question.
Yeah.
Does she mean like their name?
Okay, so you know how when I don't know if you've watched interviews.
I've seen a couple before, yeah.
See, I've only seen ones with Matt Walsh and they make me cringe. Okay. So, you know how people will usually be like, at what age did you know that something was off? I don't want to go that route.
I don't even know what we're talking about right now.
The interview I have coming up.
What age? What's going to be off? Or what is the context of either of you asking that question?
What interviews is she talking about? What interviews with Matt Walsh? I'm so lost, dude.
I told you, like, so, oh, maybe I didn't finish what I was saying. On the Jubilee episode, there was a guy who transitioned, born female, transitioned to male, who was on the male feminist side. And he made some points that were like, I noticed when I was fully transitioned or presenting as a guy that I gained more respect. That was one thing when he would walk in a room. And from my understanding of how male social dynamics work, you have to prove yourself, don't you? What is this? Do men just see us as all bimbos?
No, this is from just a couple days ago. This is from like 2-3 days ago.
I think that the way that you would interact with a man in a room is probably a bit different than the way you interact with a woman in the room, yeah? By default, probably, yeah. You'd be like a bit more respectful, probably, sure.
No, I'm saying like a guy. Guy to girl, not me.
That's what I just said. As a guy, you interact around like men a little bit differently. You probably interact around females, yeah, women.
But when he said that, when he walked in a room as a guy, like the guys automatically gave them respect. My understanding is that guys have to prove themselves to each other before guys give them respect. And so,
I mean, you're using like these nebulous words, respect. There's going to be a baseline of respect that you'll probably get to some extent as a guy, but they're not going to like respect you as like leaders in fucking industry. I don't know what you mean.
Well, I didn't know that guys, like if a girl walks into a room, they don't respect us. I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, yep, basically.
Really? They just look at us like, oh, these fucking idiots.
A lot of them do. Yeah, true.
That they just want to hate fuck.
Yeah, true.
I can't listen to this. I can't listen to this. I can't do it. Why is he doing this to me? Why is he doing this? can't do it. I don't want to do this. Does this keep going? Does this go on like this?
That sucks.
Well, that's life.
Damn.
That's red pill. Shouldn't red pill tell you why men respect each other and they don't respect women? Shouldn't you know that?
That's not a red pill point.
Okay.
Don't be rude.
Okay.
Damn. Do they really think that, or are you just siding with them?
No, I think that would be a red pill idea. For instance, men would have an idea that other men are by default protectors or aggressors or people that are capable of fighting, whereas women are kind of there to be like impressed and conquered, basically. And every single male-male interaction, there's an underlying. I think Jordan Peterson said this. Every single male-male interaction, there's an underlying threat of violence if you take it too far. You never.
True. Oh, that's true.
Have to worry about that with a woman, and your goals with a man that you see randomly are going to be a lot different than a woman that you meet randomly. Whereas like every woman, you want to conquer them, you want to fuck them, you have no physical respect for them, but with another man, there's going to be physical boundaries or lines you can't cross. These would be like red pill talking points. Yes.
And fucking bad red pill talking points.
Okay. I don't think a single prominent red pillar would disagree with any of those statements I just made. I think all of them would say. Actually, I'm pretty sure most of the people even in your corner would probably agree with every statement I just made.
That if you're thinking old order, but we're in the new order. We're in a progressive time, baby. You gotta keep up with them. We don't do that fundamentalist shit.
Okay,
like that's what I think.
Okay. Maybe there's a new order red pill stuff that's different then. Okay.
See, this is what I'm talking about. She acts like she doesn't understand red pill at all. She acts like she doesn't know anything about red pill whatsoever. Tom, I am undergirdingly threatening you if you don't fix your opinions on gender. Okay.
No, that's how it's always been. And the people being stuck in the old order is beta.
Okay.
That's what beta is.
Okay.
Well, now you're making it weird.
How am I making anything weird?
My chat. Damn, I have a lot of viewers right now because of you.
Oh.
A lot of people claim to hate your ass.
True, they sure do.
It's popping in here. I normally get like 14 live viewers. We're at 63.
Damn.
Yeah, they want to see what's up.
They're popping.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now that do you understand?
Yeah, she was at like 20 live viewers at the beginning. Now she's up at like 60. She has like 12,000 freaking followers, dude. Or subscribers.
The whole intersectionality thing with this guest I have on.
No, so you're just asking if you want to ask them their pronouns or not? Is that basically your question?
No, I have a few that I'm just running by you, like what's appropriate.
Oh.
I feel like that's stupid to ask.
Well,
I know his name.
Ask. Okay, then just say his name if that's what you want to do.
But I don't want to get roasted from the feminists. That's why I'm asking.
Why do you think you're going to get roasted?
Dude, they have like pitchforks in the distance. I see it.
Okay.
They scare me. They're just not very nice.
True.
Not all of them, but just some of them. Okay. So back to that respect thing. You're saying that, so when a girl enters a room, you immediately look at her and you're just like, I would hate fuck her.
Well, I respect and love women, so I'm not like that, okay? I'm telling you what the red pillars say, okay?
No, I'm talking in general. You have to give me a generalized statement. Don't give me a red pill, whatever you're calling it.
In a generalized sense, if I'm just describing reality, yeah.
She just did it right back to him. She just did it right back to him. He said earlier, so do you own more than one dress? And she's like, well, no, I only wear two. He's like, no, you know I'm asking about general women. What the hell? So now she asked him, do you want to hate fuck women? And he's like, well, no, not me. She's like, no, I'm asking you a general statement, obviously.
Men and women treat each other differently based on them being men and women in general.
But they just look at us as things to conquer.
That I don't know if I would say that. That's a red pill statement, I think. I don't know if I would necessarily say that.
Oh, I can't listen to this. It is painful. She, like, literally all he has to say is that, like, no, I wouldn't even say the red pillars say that women are just things that need to be conquered. I think that that's what feminists say. Like, hardcore feminists would say, no, men just want to conquer women. Women are just pieces of property that they need to come take over. They're just like land or anything else. Men just want to take over everything. And this is something that we have to stop. This is a patriarchal idea that's ingrained in them from when they're children. I don't want to listen to this. I I got like one more. I got one more in me. And then I'm going to blow my brains out, okay? That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got left. It's a grift. I've invited her on. I asked her if she wanted to come on. She didn't answer me. I guess she's getting ready for a big interview. I don't know. You have to keep watching it, Tom. The content demands it. Oh.
You were asking me earlier to describe what a red pillar would say, and I told you what I think a red pillar would say. Now you're trying to say, so you think... Yeah, because you're trying to hold these views to me. Those aren't my views.
No, because you're coming up with some stupid ass red pill shit, and it's just aggravating.
It's not. These are the red pillars that I interact with. You think I'm just making it up? These are the Fresh and Fits and the Rollo Tomasis and the Donovan Sharps, and so that's what you asked me to explain, and this is what I explained. That
is not what Rollo Tomasi says.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Rollo Tomasi is a cringe fucking 2-inch dick fucking loser. I'm sure he said that and worse, okay?
Two-inch dick? Bro. Why?
Are you done?
Yeah. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Is that like your thing? You're just like to like berate people?
Only when they're losers, yeah.
And you're the winner?
Compared to these fucks, hell yeah. I got blue hair, okay? I'm on top of the world.
Okay. I don't think hair has anything to do with it.
I do. I think...
This is so cringe. Oh, this is the most awkward conversation ever.
It's a signal for success. And when people see hair as blue as mine, they know what's up.
When I see blue hair, I just assume you're having identity problems or something. Like you're not doing well. Same with bangs on a girl. Yeah, but I know you dyed it for charity, so.
Not anymore. I'm going to keep dyeing it just because it makes people so mad. So now
does
it's
it
a
make
choice.
them mad?
It absolutely does. So now it's
Really?
a hair by choice, yes.
Damn. I didn't know people... Well, actually, we did talk about how people treat you a certain way, depending on what you look like.
True.
I feel like I'm bothering you.
Oh,
I can bring my questions.
I'm fine.
to...
I'm never bothered. Okay. This is what I...
Oh. They're giving me a migraine, dude. This is driving me insane. This is so awkward.
I do for a living, every day online.
You kind of blew up, and I'm not good with the emotion.
Am I making you uncomfortable right now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll talk quieter. I'll talk in my low res voice, okay?
Dude, his chat is ripping on her. Don't worry. Oh, okay. So okay, never mind. This one says, don't worry, he is always like this. Somebody else said, you're bothering the world. Somebody else is telling her to leave. At this point, Lil Bro needs to play Clash of Clans on stream. At least then I'd know what the fudge is going on.
Okay, there you go.
Did you say Riz?
Yeah, it's another red pill talking point.
Autist meets autist. You disagree, so you bad. She is the one negging. She must be legitimately autistic. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. This is so weird.
Dude, Riz has been around for fucking ever. It's just in music.
Yeah?
Yeah. That is not a red pill talking. Who the fuck says Riz? I'll kill him.
Wow. That's a violent threat, but okay.
I don't give a fuck. I have bigger dick energy than I think a lot of people here in the space. Okay. What other questions, like what questions are good to ask that not a lot of people ask?
I don't know. It depends. The questions you should ask are the ones that you're interested in knowing the answers to.
But what if they're inappropriate?
They're not going to be inappropriate. If the person's willing to come on your show, they probably know that you're a red pillar. They know that you're not
She's trolling and they are awkwardly flirting. I have no idea what her position is on anything. Very cringe. She's not trying to give a position on anything. She's trying to understand his positions on things. She's trying to understand like left-wing positions better. She's asking him the questions so that she can get this. And I don't know, like, yes, she is trying to be a little bit flirty. She is trying to neg him a little bit. She is trying to like have like a flirty back and forth. I don't think she's trolling though. I think that she's trying to be like entertaining and goofy and have like a rapport with him, and he's just kind of being autistic.
Not like super well versed in all the wokeisms, and I'm sure they'll be patient with you.
I mean, I think I'm okay. I think I'm decently well versed in woke. That's what we've been tackling this month.
Okay.
Quiz me.
I don't think she's flirting at all. I do. So when she keeps saying stuff like, "Don't talk crap about my friends," don't say that about red pillars. Like she's goofing off. Like she's trying to like have like a goofy back and forth with him, and then he's just like, "Oh, okay."
Let's see.
I trust you.
No, come on. I want to see if I sound radicalized.
Sure. What does intersectional mean?
Oh, God. It just means that there's different experiences based on race, gender, a socioeconomic class, and just anything, disability. I said gender. Am I missing something?
And they intersect.
Where
Sure.
you grew up. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. There you go. You got it, dude. That's the hardest one.
That's the hardest one. I feel like it's a conversation ender, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else? What else is woke?
I don't know, dude. Why are you asking these questions?
Come on.
That's not flirting. That's being silly. That's what lots of people do. Yes. They want to take jabs at one another, right? They'll start like making fun of each other, or like, taking pushing little digs at them and crap like that. Like, yes, that is what tons of people do when they flirt. Go watch Destiny talking to almost any other woman, and that's literally what he does the entire time, is like hot and cold, back and forth, but like in a funny, playful way. That's what he's doing. Tom, should Destiny be playing games during these debates? I feel like he's using half his brain. It's not a debate. It's her just trying to ask him questions. Again, it's her trying to understand his position so that Barha, in some points, it's really obvious. Yes, and that's literally what they're doing. It's literally like this. Like, yeah. Flirting implied some sexual attraction. Okay. When almost any time women come on here, they will get like playful and flirty with me. And it's like, it's meant to like make it fun. It's meant to make it like entertaining. It's meant to be like, yeah, it's meant to just have like more of a back and forth between the two of us and give more aspects to the show and crap like that. This is what always happens.
So I can see if I learned anything.
Why? I don't know. That's all I got.
You are useless right now.
Yep.
Okay, I'll let you go.
Banter, not boring. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like playful banter. Yes, sure. That's what I'm saying. Like flirty banter. Like, yes. They yeah.
Oh. I'm so uncomfortable. I hate
Why
when
are you
people
being uncomfortable?
I see. Yes, he is being autistic, dude. He's being autistic. This is insanely uncomfortable. He's making it uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. Everybody in the audience is uncomfortable. This is so weird. I don't want to listen to this anymore. I can't do it. I can't do it. Flirtation doesn't mean you're trying to get with the person. How are you people so sexually illiterate? Right. So like it is meant to imply some sort of like sexual attraction or something like that, but it doesn't mean that's the intent behind it, right? That's a very different thing. So people purposefully flirt with one another as like as a way of like, just like building a bond, or especially guys and girls, like if they get along really well, if they like one another, they don't necessarily need to be trying to have sex with one another, but they will do like Lav when she's on here and she's saying things like, you know, oh, okay, so you have really long eyelashes, you have really nice thick eyebrows, you have a really nice complexion, so I think you're feminine now, right? Like she's flirting with me like that. They're like, there's like 20 different instances of this in the conversation, like it, or we're, there's, yes, there, I don't want to, it's cringe for me to go over all of it, but this is what, wait, Tom and Katie aren't having sex? Oh my goodness. She wasn't flirting, but it was banter. Okay, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. It is like, yes, playful banter, flirting, like this is what we're talking about. I don't want to listen to this anymore. I can't do it. I can't do it. It is too painful. I'll flirt with you if you want, Tom. Okay. Damn, he memorized those compliments. I don't. I only remember the eyelashes ones. I think I got the other two wrong. I'm almost positive I got the other two wrong. Yes, you guys are just being, you guys are being freaking weird, okay? This is, yes, it is playful flirting. Like this is, I'm blown away that this many people don't understand this. I shouldn't be. It's the internet. I should not be blown away at all. But yes, this is, keep watching, Tom. I don't want to. I don't want to. I have a migraine now. It's giving me a headache. It's giving, I think I'm just going to get off. I'm tired. Maybe I'm just being cranky, okay? I want to go to sleep now. I don't want to either. Yeah, this is painful. Stop being such a pussy, Tom. No. All right, here. Poll in the chat. Let's see. Let's see. We got 90 people watching. I got a poll in chat. Was it flirting? Because we got like 2 or 3 people in chat now saying that they don't think it was flirting. So this is, define flirting. It's like playful banter. Like they're, yeah. Tom, why didn't my membership renewal get read out loud before? It did. Wait. I don't see it as a... I don't even see it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it did. I read it.
Chase Mitchell became a member.
Can cis men playfully flirt with each other? Sure. That's what maybe that's the difference, is that like playful banter with women, we'll call it flirting. Playful banter with men, we'll just call it banter. I don't know. But that's because, yeah, there's going to be a bit of a different implication when the sexes or genders are different. Didn't read the message though. Yeah, it won't read the messages for some reason. There's not a way for me to fix it. I've looked it up and there's not a way for me to get it to read. The only way I can do it is Destiny has like a different TTS that he uses that I can try to hook this up to eventually. So yeah, 62% say yes, 38% say no. Playful banter / negging is flirting. Yes, exactly. Maybe because it's banter when it's playful and flirting when it's sexually charged, no? Yeah, but I think that that's like the implication. That's what I'm saying. Is that like when men and women are around each other, they're lots of times they're like uber careful to not cross lines or not flirt with one another or not not make the other person that they might think that they like them or something like that so that they don't give them the wrong idea. But on the internet, when we have men and women on shows like this, we do that because one, it's just more entertaining. Two, because we know that we're unlikely to actually like meet up in person, or we actually have like relationships behind the scenes where we're messaging and texting each other and we just don't talk about it on stream. So yeah, when it's two different sexes, normally everybody's like overly cautious to be like very like straight and narrow and professional and not be overly playful. And then when they are doing it, then it's like, oh yeah, okay, like they're flirting. Yes, everybody hit the thumbs up button, please. I got very little thumbs upsies yesterday. We're killing it as far as views go. Like for reals, we are doing really well on views and really well on subs. I appreciate all of the new people who just subscribed within the last 2 weeks. This has been awesome. All of the support, tons of people joining the Discord, following me on Twitter, sending me messages, leaving comments. It has been super duper awesome, guys. Wait, what is this?
I've got to say, it is wild to me that she thinks she can... What a fat, ugly, foul-looking freak this guy is, seriously.
Ahrelevant is my friend. Alex is my friend.
Dude, is he still sick? Does he have COVID or something?
Okay.
Is she crying? Is she ulting right now? Now listen here, boy! Like, do you see how full of she is? Oh, he's back! He's come back! Let's go! Funny how she was so confident saying it the other day when there was no one to challenge her.
Steven, you are literally cyber stalking and harassing me.
I never ever wanted to watch here.
Oh, you didn't say I'm not trying to. You said you...
So, this clip, I think, really exemplifies just how retarded Max has been over this article. So this is him talking to Claw. You know Claw? Claw is that nutter.
Claw is the guy that the other day I was going over the stuff that he was saying to me on Twitter, and everybody was like, who the hell is this guy? And I was like, this is the Austin show or the Raj Royale's old like producer. Like he used to have a major following until he got banned everywhere.
That like constantly was alluding to all this stuff he knew about the Twitch aristocracy, but never provided any fucking evidence of any of it. And then there was that weird clip of him like shouting at his girlfriend, and it sounded like...
Yes, that was super weird. It like he was like screaming and yelling, call the cops, I'm gonna kill myself, none of it matters anyways, I'm gonna kill you, like just saying the craziest freaking stuff, dude. He was out there.
He was abusing her or something.
Oh, you didn't say I'm not trying to.
And then yeah, and then he would start like you would start hearing like banging, and she would scream and stop it, and it sounds like he's hitting her, but then they both come out later and they're like, "Oh, hey, no, we were just playing. It was just a lot of fun."
You said you weren't. You said I'm not insulting you.
I don't remember the conversation. I guess we need a clip. Do we have a playback on this? Do we have?
No.
You need the technology with AI. How good would that be if you had some instant replay?
Even saying I'm not trying to insult you is still not taking accountability, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay. I just wanted to know why. The real question I came in here for. Why didn't you include anything I talked to you about? I want to get right into it.
In the Destiny report?
Yeah. You look like a fool. You made yourself look so much worse than you actually were. You could have just thrown me under the bus. I would not have cared. You could have asked me and I would have let you. You could have said, Claw gave me everything.
Prime's on the TV because he was on the Mr. Girl hotline for that night.
And nothing came through because of what happened. You could have been as honest as you wanted to.
I don't think we should...
Prime is so uncomfortable, dude. Prime is like, do I have to be here for this?
Oh, I have no... How are you? What are you scared of?
I feel like Mr. Girl's trying to be nice, but he wants to be like, yeah, your stuff was crap, dude. It wasn't good enough.
It's not that I'm scared.
Okay.
It's that I'm very careful with how I have these discussions and reveal things, and you're super not. So I don't think we should talk about this.
But I'm very careful about how I talk about things when I mean, I feel like I'm a pretty objective person with my facts.
Claw?
Why is Max entertaining Claw? That's what I don't understand. I remember months ago when we spoke about it, he said that, oh, Claw just sent me a bunch of schizo stuff or something like that. But it seems, based on this interaction, that actually he at least had some level of conversation with him in regards to the article. Oh, Claw is like the schizo guy who used to work for Zerka, alluded to having some nuke against Zerka that never materialized, and it's just a kind of an embarrassment, basically.
He said that he had a nuke against Destiny. He said he's had a nuke for almost everybody.
I understand your criticism, but I don't want to talk about this.
Okay. It's
Thanks, Debbie saying.
I think that it's
I don't want to talk about this.
Yeah, it's a little.
And he muted him.
I can accept that it's an attack on your soul.
Yeah, I'm muted.
So I will stop talking about it because I've never seen dread in somebody's face before, like I see right now. So I will stop talking about it.
Great.
And we can move on to nothing.
Okay.
But it was great talking to you.
You too. Except for the soul dread.
And the grifting. But okay.
Jesus.
Welcome to Tova, thanks for the gifted. Appreciate it.
I'm at the audience. I muted him for a second because I wasn't sure what he was going to say. You didn't say I'm not trying to. You said you weren't.
Yo. Hey, Hoodie, thanks for the sub. Yeah, I've got to be honest with you. I'm a bit bemused by that whole interaction.
We're just trying to pump our brains full of autism today. That's couldn't ask for more. That's all we want is just a whole bunch of autism.
Why is he having like these? So like, what is his relationship with Claw then? What the fuck is going on there? Honestly, that whole side. The other reason I wanted to watch this as well is it's like, I don't know when this is from, maybe like a couple of days ago or something, but I thought the point was the article comes out and that's it. But like, Max is still talking about the article. Lav is concocting new lies about Destiny when going on these new interviews to talk about it. It's wild. It's crazy. And people are just sort of like I don't. It's fine if you want to speak to anyone, really. I guess I'm bemused as to why someone would want to bring Lav on just to give her the opportunity to just say a bunch of more bullshit. It just doesn't really make sense to me. You know, like, what's the purpose of that? Is it just content? Is it just like, oh, if I get Lav on, I can get some views, so I'll just do it for that reason? Is that it? Maybe it's that. But yeah, it just seems really weird to me.
He has to talk about the article until Noirpo picks the story up, which I'm sure will happen any day now.
Thank you for the bits. I mean, yeah, I understand I understand that aspect of the content and stuff. I mean, obviously it's easy views. Our recent Lav video got like 50,000 views or something.
Yeah, if you guys didn't see this.
We're not working.
strongly say to you, what happened?
Hi, I actually want to read something.
From the article.
If we've got
These two are trying to kill a moth and are acting like little girls about the moth while Destiny's having like an uber serious conversation with Lav.
something to talk about, sure thing, bucko. Lav and Destiny talked about OnlyFans on stream.
Wait, the framing of that is insane.
Afterward, here it is. Lav asked, "Are you going to stream with me and give me clout?" Destiny replied, "LMAO. If we've got something to talk about, sure thing, bucko." Lav and Destiny talked about OnlyFans on stream. Afterward, she DM'd him, "I really like talking with you." Destiny, "Thanks. Now I'll feel less bad bugging you for feet pics." Lav, "Ha ha ha. Pleasure doing business." Destiny, "Based. Welcome to the Orbiter Club."
Oh my god. They're trying to frame, she's trying to frame that interaction as a nudes for airtime deal. That is fucking unreal. That is fucking unreal.
Yeah, again, this is the same thing that she brought up in the last conversation that they had on stream with Zonia and Stardust and everything.
She's fucking retarded. Or maybe Max has convinced her that that's what that is.
And Destiny argued with her over whether or not it was pay for play.
I think that this conversation overrides the more serious one where I explicitly told you, hey, just so you know.
I answered your question,
Okay,
and I'm
so
not
you're
going to
gonna-
litigate with you.
Okay, so you're going to go with that one. That's cool. So you do believe there was an implicit agreement then, correct?
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Okay, sounds like the answer to that is yes. I'm just going to sit here then and hang out. Make sure that we've got more logs for anything else that comes up, okay?
Oh my god. Funny how she was so confident saying it the other day when there was no one to challenge her, but now she's being super fucking cautious about it because of the person that's involved that she's talking to.
Steven, you are literally cyberstalking and harassing me.
I think technically what you're doing counts as cyber stalking and harassment. Like when you get a restraining order,
No.
you can get a restraining order to prevent people from talking about you as well. If you've ever
Then
had
do
one
it.
before, you would know that.
Then do it. If there's a case, do it, Steven.
Okay, well, I got a meeting in 9 hours, okay? But if I can collect more evidence right
Great.
now, we can sit here and chat.
I mean, if I was him, I would have been like, well, you do it. You get a case against me.
I understand. No, listen, look. I know there's been some discourse about this, right? Okay, I think Destiny is acting totally fucking reasonably. Lav has gone on repeatedly to keep fucking talking about him and saying crazy shit. And the thing is, it's not even just talking about him, right? It's endlessly and constantly relitigating the fucking thing that they had, the article, and then coming up with new claims about him. Yeah, if I was Destiny, I'd be pissed off as well. I'd be like, what the fuck? I'd want to go and fucking challenge a person if it was this level of fucking seeming, I don't know what you call it, but just endlessly and constantly going on streams talking about it, coming up with new shit about it. It's wild. And yeah, if it was just her opinion, I might agree if she was just going on. If she was going on and saying, yeah, Destiny's an asshole, right? If it was like, Destiny's an asshole, yeah, it would be unreasonable for Destiny to be really het up about that and to get onto stream and go, well, you're calling me an asshole. What's that about? Like, who fucking cares about that? But it's the fact that she's going on and not just saying he's an asshole, he's a dickhead, or saying some opinion thing. She's making like specific factual claims about him. It's not just an interpretation. If you go on and you say, we had a deal of like, you know, pictures for airtime, that's like a specific claim that you're making, which, you know, is supporting the idea that he's like Harvey Weinstein or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's a crazy thing to say. So yes, totally reasonable that he wants to come and fucking challenge us, in my opinion.
Steven, you are the most pathetic loser I've ever met in my life, and I feel bad for you.
Really? I feel like
Yes.
that award would go to Connor, but...
Now they're using the cat to swat the moth. They're holding the cat up to get the moth.
What the actual fuck?
Welcome.
This
to
is
Chud
so
Nation.
Thank you for the sub.
dude.
And then she left. And then she left. Did she come back? She fucking left. Oh my god. Blown the fuck out.
Freaking hilarious, dude. It was too funny. It was too funny. Ahrelevant is a smart guy, but I think being around Darius is literally lowering his IQ. I don't know. Before he seemed like very like laid back and composed and like serious all the time. Now he's a lot more playful, and he's a lot more confident, and he's a lot more I feel like he's putting himself out there a lot more, and I enjoy it. I like seeing it. Yeah, they work well together. Like it's a good pairing. I like it. All right. Where are you going? Let me see. Where are you going? Stardust or Speakeasy? Where you guys want to go? It's one of these two. Stardust, talking Ali Alexander some more, or Speakeasy talking about Destiny? Please not Speakeasy, Stardust. Okay. Star? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I normally I would stream a lot longer, but I'm super tired. Everybody hit the thumbs up button. I will likely be back on tomorrow. We'll see. But till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools.